Did you know Japanese people never suffer from lung problems, even smokers? Scientists recently discovered something shocking.
Of political communist revolutions that killed more than any other ideology on the planet. You know what diversity doesn't include for a Marxist? Diversity of political opinions. Diversity can only mean thinking like a leftist. They're not welcoming a wide range of political viewpoints. They're not saying it doesn't matter if you're a rightist because we accept you. No, they shout Nazi, racist, and demand censorship. They want to ruin your life and destroy you because of your differing political views. They don't want diversity of thought. They want
All right, enough of that. Enough of that. I'm falling down a rabbit hole. Okay. Whew. What's going on, everybody? Know Nothing Attorney here. I know nothing, so you can too. Because it's only in embracing that we know nothing that we can actually learn anything. We don't claim to know things. We aim to have a high degree of confidence. Because I think people have forgotten how to not know things. The internet has given us all a sense that we know something about every topic. It's given us a distaste for experts. I say us, but I use that loosely. It's given many people a distaste for experts, which is unfounded. Gives me a lot of concern to just brush off people who have spent their lives and careers looking into these things because you saw some video where somebody said something on Facebook. Oh, need to turn down the music. There we go. That should be good. All right, give me 1 second here. Okay. Now we've been talking to our Nazi first guest. I want to say friend, but that does not, like, I want to call people friend, but it's hard to say that when with the type of opinions that people like that hold. And we've been going back and forth on some immigration stuff in private Discord messages. And I just got kind of tired of not doing it. Here it is. Okay. 1 second. So I started off by watching a bit of a video that he had sent me. And I don't even want to reference it by name. It's kind of gross. Not just in content, but also in presentation. Because, like, as I put it to him, like, I could listen to this and not digest what is being said and still feel hyper tense, and like my stomach's in a knot, and like I'm afraid that somebody's about to punch me, so I'm ready to punch back. Just the way these videos are presented is like intentionally destabilizing, and I think it's intended to like keep you from critically thinking about the content that's being shared, because it also weaves emotion into it. Which, hey, to be fair, I weaved emotion into my first video too. It's just part of presenting ideas, I guess. But I don't try to stoke these emotions. That's concerning. So the way we started was the end of the end of our debate, the last time we spoke, ended on the note of the claim that immigrants are a net positive fiscal contributor to the economy. I don't just want to say net positive, because then we start to add value judgments, and that's a completely different conversation. And to be clear, even if they were a net negative economically, that is not an immediate indicator that they are a net negative to have as people in your society. We have lots of people in our society that are net negatives, but they are still valuable members of society. So he had asked for resources on that, and I sent him a few studies that came to similar conclusions. And his response was, "What do you feel about these results from Grok?" I was like, okay, if we're going to receive an AI response, then we could, at a minimum, feed this through AI and see what AI says. So I fed the response from Grok through ChatGPT and Claude and got similar results from both. It said that Grok was just making up the data. And so the guest fed those responses back through Grok, and Grok was like, all right, fair. I did kind of synthesize some data, but they're also misreading the data. And at that point, I'm just like, well, screw it. Can't rely on AI for this. Gonna have to read these ourselves, take some notes, and do our own research. And I figured that was a perfect opportunity for us to do that live. So that's what we're doing. I am going to show you something that you can use AI for well. Okay. Let me prepare a research document before I pull up the work scene. I reviewed the debate stream and found my totally epic shoulder dance. Hey, Super Jesus. Howdy from Texas. Howdy back from Texas, y'all. How's it going, Super Jesus? Okay, I'm making a research document. So let's do it. Where is... When I try to find stuff while I'm live, I'm still at a point where... Well, I have torn allegiances in that department, Super Jesus. Hard for me to... Wow. Just attracting all sorts in here. What do you think about Christians' influence on the United States, Super Jesus? Indoctrinating our kids. Where's Google Drive? There we go. I want to do this in Google Drive. That's fine. Okay. Tax Catholic tithes. Well, I think there are a lot of religious establishments we need to tax these days, considering how active they are in politics. Okay, Google Docs, I don't know how to center on your format. Okay. Okay, I'll bite, Super Jesus. What influence do Jewish people, or people of Jewish heritage, or religiously Jewish people, what impact do they have, or influence do they have over the United States that other groups don't have? Are you talking about Israel, or are you talking about Jewish people? Because if you're talking about Israel, I completely agree with you. They have too much influence in the United States, but that has nothing to do with Jewish people. There we go. Center align. Haha, I figured it out. Okay. So now we can come over to our... Yes, Israel mainly. Oh, that's carefully selected. Israel mainly. Okay. Our previous Nazi guest is trying to ask me questions in Discord. I'm gonna have to let him know that I am on stream, so I can't respond. He should come up if he wants to. Supported by extremely wealthy. Are you saying that Israel is supported by extremely wealthy Jews, Super Jesus? And are you saying that internally it's supported by extremely wealthy Jews? Or are you saying that the influence of Israel over America is supported by extremely wealthy Jews in America? I'm not going to believe that claim without looking into it. Well, I mean, I would definitely believe it if it didn't have anything to do with Palestine. But if we're talking about 90% of them supporting Israel through Palestine, then I'm gonna doubt that until I research it. Okay, then jump over to the random work scene. Okay, we need this window. We are live on 12/4 at 10:11. Do some all right, let's find window capture. There we go. Move it over. Okay, so we're going to talk about how we can use AI to help us research, not relying on it to give us answers. What's the username? What user? Oh, the bad guy. Ah, right. Going to bed, but I figured I'll leave you on to show some. Oh, well, thank you, bad guy. It's good to know that I have a self-proclaimed Nazi support. Thank you for that. I hope that means I have at least proven myself diplomatic with you. If you'll recall, bad guy, what I said last night was that having dual loyalty doesn't inherently mean that it's an issue. Not last night, on Saturday night. I feel like I need to turn my audio down a bit. And I think it's kind of it's a far-reaching statement to say that they have dual loyalty. I imagine there are some that have dual loyalty. I imagine there are many that have no loyalty to Israel but are in support of their actions. That isn't the same thing as loyalty. Whoa, man. You seem to be pretty uptight there, Super Jesus, about the multiculturalism. Also, how are... The way you guys talk about stuff is just wild. Who are they? Because you say they have their own religious ethno-state. So who is they in that sentence? And is it the same they that are shoving multiculturalism down our throats? There's so many vague pronouns in that sentence. But Jews don't have their own religious ethno-state. People who are interested in a Jewish religious ethno-state have a religious ethno-state, which is not the same thing as Jews. Because Jews who are not interested in a religious ethno-state don't have one of those. There are plenty of Jews who are not interested in a religious ethno-state. Goodness gracious. I'm learning something from you guys, because Bad Goy had a similar thought pattern in our debate Saturday night. Very all or nothing. It's these people, but okay, not all of these people, but in the next sentence I'm going to refer to it as all these people. Well, my guy, you're saying they're people. I contest that for the same reason I contest you saying that they have a religious ethno-state. Because just like how I am a Scottish, German, European mutt who is white, cis, and hetero, I like people who are white, cis, and hetero who have a European heritage who want a religious ethno-state are not my people. I think those people are atrocious. Well, I'm going to challenge each claim, Bad Goy. If 90% of Americans wanted to invade Canada, I think it's justified to say America wants to invade Canada, no? Oh my god. Okay. In that case, you would have an argument. Because the polity of America is based on the American populace. So if 90% of the American populace wants to invade Canada, then their polity will adopt that position, or when I say should, like if we're to believe that it would be reflective of the populace, then the polity would adopt that position. And yes, yeah, America would want to invade Canada. But there isn't a polity for the Jewish ethnic group. What ideology? The cis terminology. Oh boy, we were just talking about John Money in Discord, weren't we, Bad Goy? Not a lot about him, but we did bring him up. Who invented the ideology? Hey, Super Jesus, how do you define ideology? Super Jesus, do you want to come up in Discord chat? Because it's a lot easier to just talk about than, like, responding to texts. Israel openly claims their policies are in the defensive. I don't care what Israel says. If a radical right, white, ethno-state supporting American said that they were doing it for my interest, that doesn't mean it is. It should be in the channel description. The Discord chat. Hello, copy. Thank you. But when you talk about them as a monolith, that's what you're doing. You are associating with the idea and saying that that idea comes from a part about them that they cannot change. So it has nothing to do with them, but you are associating it with them. That's not a thing, Super Jesus. Because there isn't a collective consciousness of those people. When we talk about America wanting something, there is a collective consciousness that is represented through the polity of America. Because it is a republic. It is a res publica. It represents the people. Super Jesus, what relevance does it have? Well, I guess it depends on how you say that, but hey, when you come up in Discord, you can't say phrases like that, dude. You know what, I don't like it in chat either. Relevance is in there. Okay, well, we can talk about that in a second. All right, I'm just going to ask my AI chat because I am useless. I am worthless. I don't know how to do things. I am know-nothing attorney. I don't know how to run a Twitch channel. And I'm happy to admit that. Because I didn't know how to stream a month ago. I didn't know how to video edit a month ago, and I'm pretty happy with how that's gone. That 28-minute video, I think is pretty fire. Okay. Enable mod icons. Okay. Ah, there we go. There we go. I couldn't right-click delete. I had to turn on mod icons and then click on the trash can. Okay. Bad Guy, I really wish that I had VODs. I mean, that was the first night that I really had Twitch going on Saturday night, so I really wish that I had VODs activated at that point. because I think there were some really valuable parts of that conversation. I don't know what that... Super Jesus, what is free speech? It doesn't even make sense when you guys say it. What does that even mean, dude? Okay. It's something I don't know. You have to be down the Nazi rabbit hole to understand that, I guess. Super Jesus, are you coming up or no? Not really. It's pretty skin crawly. I mean, Bad Goy was showing me a video and I couldn't, like, stomach the nonsense. The nonsense and, like, the hyper emotionality of it, where it wants your nerves strained to the very limit. Like, they want you ready to fight somebody. That's how it felt watching that video. And, like, I didn't even have to listen to the words. It's just, like, the way that they were presenting everything. Like, if I turned off my brain and just, like, had it in my space, I would still feel super tense. I have to start at part 1? Europa. God, that was dumb. I'm sorry, Bad Goy, but some of that content was just really dumb. The part where the girl, they're changing the meaning of the word diversity. Here's the definition of the word diversity. And where is it? I gotta read it. The inclusion of individuals representing more than one national origin, color, religion, socioeconomic status, sexual orientation, etc. And then she goes, did you catch that? National origin and color? Except for white people. Or religion? By that they mean Jews or Muslims or any non-Christian. Socioeconomic status. This one was my favorite because she goes 2 steps to get to her conclusion. She goes, socioeconomic status. By that they mean the poor. By that they mean the third world. And sexual orientation. By that they mean sexual deviance. And it's like, where did you get any of this? None of that is in what you just read. She says, did you catch that? It's not there. You're making it up. Yeah, it is this. Wow, you know your parts of Europa by heart. Oh, God. Oh, God. Ugh. I'm in a dark place of the internet. We all got to start with our struggles. That is too many hours of that content. There's a lot of content in there that I don't know how you could even fact check it. It's just a feeling. Like, by that, they mean sexual deviance. How do you fact check that? Who is they? What is sexual deviancy? What are you talking about? Or the part where they show videos of kids from like the 1960s and they're like, look at these innocent children, they're playing games. Now look at these videos of like preteen and teen dancers shaking their butts. Like, dude, if they had camera phones like back in the 1960s, I'm sure you would find tons of ridiculous and stupid stuff. Like, what is the point? Okay, that's the propaganda portion. Okay. A historical revisionist view. I assume you don't mean historical revisionist in a derogatory sense. You just mean revising history, and that doesn't mean bad. Well, some people mean it in the sense that people are changing historical facts or telling historical, like incorrectly presenting historical facts. But I think you mean it in that they are looking at what is considered history as it is written and changing the view of it. I assume that's what you mean. That's just not how most people would use the word. Super Jesus, I assume you are not coming up here. I'm just going to switch over if we're just going to be talking to the chat box. Cut through a lot of our... Man, the one bit of like actual Nazi propaganda that I saw at the beginning of part 9 was the Dutch woman interviewing a group of Nazi veterans. And they were telling their side of the story, like, we were heroes. We were fighting against Bolshevism. Like, we were protecting the world from all of this. And she was like, yeah, and, like, you disappeared a bunch of men from my village. And they were like, well, what evidence is there of that? And she's like, 20 of them came back. Like, out of a couple hundred? And they're like, oh, well, what prompted that? Surely something prompted it. And she was like, well, one of their cars was ambushed. And they said... Well, was it, I forget what word they used, but they were basically saying, was it civilians that attacked the car? And she was like, they were rebels. And they're like, so it was civilians. So that, well, obviously that's going to happen. That's war. That's what happens. Civilians attack your car. You're going to disappear all the men from your village. That's what's going to happen. She goes, right. But like, you invaded our country. And they were like, oh, well, you weren't going to invite us in, were you? Like, what the fuck? Partisans, to which she called rebels because they invaded her country. So what? I have to ask for like the explanation of the propagandist term. What do they mean by partisans? They tried to not invade Western Europe? I don't feel like they tried very hard. Right, so like if you're in your home country and your home country's being invaded and your people fight back and they are not military members, those would be rebels, right? Is that... I feel like that's a pretty fair definition of that, like way to use that word neutrally. Like, they wouldn't be terrorists because they are not trying to influence the government at play to do something, except like the invading government. Like, to be a terrorist in that situation, it seems like you would have to be trying to impact the actions of the home state government, and that is not what you're doing. And every one country around the world crushed these rebels with violence. When we slaughter people over the world, we don't call them rebels. I would call them rebels. The Palestinians are rebels. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. They don't what? Call them rebels? Who owns these people? Well, you named two groups of people that would be motivated. I mean, you named two groups of people, and one of them would have very different motivations within that group. But the two main groups are motivated by completely different things. The media, most of which are owned by, at best, and I put that from my perspective, the media, including CNN, if I recall correctly, are owned by center-right individuals, at best. And not only is that the case, and they're reflecting things from that position, but also they are trying to monetize. Capitalism has ruined news. Because it's not about information, it's about profit, because that's capitalism. It's how it has to work. So we choose profit over informing, because if we don't, then we're failing our fiduciary duty. So we need to capitalize. And who watches news networks? These days, it's a much older demographic, and the older demographic is definitely going to lean in favor of Israel, because that's what they remember from the news. So yeah, the media is going to lean in favor of Israel, or at the very least, they are not going to use colorful language to describe Israel or Palestine. Then when we get to politicians, the right and the left definitely have very different motivations in that sense. The right, the right has a tendency to accept others in their sphere who are bought out. It's very normal. I'm not saying that on the left there aren't people who are bought out, but I think many on the left, if they knew who were bought out and by whom, they would be called out for it. On the right, they're just like, that's just business. That's how we do things. And so I think there are a lot on the right, and I think it's probably because the demographic that they appeal to is largely pro-Israel. So when Israel tries to influence American politics through politicians, that it's mostly going to be on the right. Then a lot of people on the left, they still have to own, as politicians, if you're going to have a successful lefty politician, then you have to own the fact that the majority of America is not leaning as far your direction as you, as somebody motivated to get into politics on the left, is. So you have to try to have softer opinions, centrist opinions, or at least have, like, if not to practice that as an elected representative, then at least to preach it for votes. Good Lord, man. I'm curious, do you have a source for that claim? If you say left and right in terms of national American politics, I assume you mean politicians, then yeah, there's... No, I disagree. There is a lot of difference in that the right does not care about... doesn't care about polity at all. The left is obsessed with the polity. And I applaud them for that. I'm glad that they uphold our expectations of the polity. Bad Boy was ready with the link. I am not going to pull that up on the research tab. Scroll down to view all members of Congress. Use the search bar to jump to specific downloadable graphics. Israel Lobby Group acronyms. I'm gonna have to take a break here in a second and get some water. How am I supposed to read this? Lobby total. Can you explain? FAQ? Oh boy, what are your recommendations for combating APAC? Ban super PACs? Cool. Reject APAC. Dude, it's wild. I work with government entities, and to see government contracts that like say that they can't hire people who like boycott Israel, like I'm like, what that is anti-American. Absolutely anti-American. Overturn Citizens United. Okay. Okay, track APAC. What 95% success rate of what? Support candidates from both sides. No. Why would I do that? The Republican Party platform of Texas includes getting rid of no-fault divorce. The Republican Party is insane. For having which view? Wanting to get rid of APAC? I mean, to be fair, I wouldn't support getting rid of APAC, but I am in favor of... I mean, if we're just getting rid of super PACs in general, then sure, get rid of it. But not APACs specifically. I know you're being facetious, bad guy, but you know I differentiate between Israel, Jewish people, Jewish religion, and you and I we even differentiated those people and people who practice the Torah. These are all different groups. I'm still trying to figure out how I'm supposed to read this track APAC chart. Hey, look at that. Track APAC giving Adelita Grijalva some love. All right, Adelita. Let's go. Can I understand your method, track APAC? I don't like this. Oh, there's Mike Johnson on the wall of shame. Super Jesus, you still here? Because I had something I wanted to ask you about. Well, first, I don't understand why you told me to post the Discord link and you never showed up. Guys, is there any place that I'm missing where Track APAC explains what their methodology is? Like, what are they measuring? Data via opensecrets.org, but what are you measuring? You just say lobby money. What does lobby money mean? Money to Congress. Can you just, when you present data, can you explain what the data is? Get out of here. Hey, you're in the Discord. Don't make me regret this. People I love are in this Discord. If you make me regret this, I'm going to be very upset with you. I'm a welcoming person. I'm an understanding person, and we can reach middle ground on anything. Behave yourself in the Discord, okay? Also, I don't know, Super Jesus, why you posted that in the general chat. Like, I'm talking to you on Twitch. I invited you up to be in the voice chat. Hey, all right. Do I just, I think I just move you? Hey, there we go. Check, check. What's going on? Bring OBS back up and turn the volume on the music down. Okay. You there? Hello? Super Jesus, I can't hear you yet. I really need to buy another chair. I freaking, like, when I was buying the stuff to set up this stream, I bought a new chair and the freaking hinge of the back seat broke after I used it for like 2 days. It's very upsetting. Now I'm back to like an old crappy desk chair. I mean, I call it crappy, but it's better than the brand new thing I bought. Super Jesus, you having technical difficulties? Oh, you're gone? Okay. You're back in the waiting room. Do you want me to chase you into the waiting room? What's going on? Oh, hello.
I'm on the on browser, so it was kind of fucked up.
Okay.
Settings in Google Chrome and fixed it. What's up, dog?
How's it going? Can I ask your name and your age? Jack.
I'm 25.
Jack, 25. Nice to meet you, Jack. It's not the type of... I'm trying to be more open with the type of people that I'm talking to, because I am trying to reach across the aisle. You're not traditionally the type of person that I would say it's nice to meet. Not the type of opinions I generally am fond of.
Yeah. No, I hear you. Hey, man. You know.
Oh, I need to add Discord as an audio source. Hold on. Bad Goy pointed out something to me. Thank you, Bad Goy.
Yeah, a while ago, I wouldn't have considered these policies to be very welcoming or good either, but
Okay.
oh shit, I can use that twice. But yeah, dude, Israel.
Bad Goy,
just
can
has
you
way
hear-
too much
can you hear
fucking
Jack
influence
now?
over us.
Did I get it right? Okay, let me turn the music further down. I'm still new at this stuff, so you guys gotta tell me when the music is out of control, or when I need desktop audio. Do I pull that up?
Yeah, you're old man.
I am an old man. Somebody called it when the night that I debated Bad Boy. Somebody came in chat. They said something like, "I hope you figure things out, my child." And I'm like, "Oh, thank you. That's very refreshing. I appreciate that." But you know, kick the X to the curb. Got a date this weekend, so I don't feel too bad about being in my mid-30s. I'm all right.
Oh, you got a girl?
I
Coming up,
have a
eventually?
date with a girl. I have a date with a woman.
Then you can't bring it up. Is it your first date?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, you can't talk about it yet, bro. You fucked it. You jinxed it.
What? How?
It's cooked. It's cooked. And everybody knows the moment you start talking about it before you go on the first date, dude, it's absolutely cooked.
Oh, well.
Good luck.
Well, I hope I haven't cooked it then, but you know, it's whatever. I've finally reached the point where I'm like, this would be nice, but I'm fine. You know, especially now that I've started doing this project, like I feel like I'm finally doing something with the shit I care about. So that's cool. So, Jack, what do you care about?
What do I care about? Like
Yeah.
politically?
No, just with life. What do you care about? Give me 1 second. I'm gonna turn off the overhead light.
I was in a relationship for 5 years and I found out about the news. And she didn't really like me anymore, dude. That's fucking legendary. She wasn't the one, bro. She was actually a Mossad agent.
I gotta say, man, that's not an odd occurrence these days. As I understand it, the right is having a harder and harder time dating.
I don't. I mean,
Congrats.
well, like seriously, yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Well, I mean,
Fuck
if it's
that.
not serious, then they don't give a shit, right?
Yeah, I mean that's typical. Typical of a lot of people. I feel like most people nowadays, especially because you're a millennial, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
so I feel like
growing up in the
millennials
90s
are
was the
both-
best possible thing. Can't take
Yeah,
that from
no,
me.
that would have been sick, right? I feel like most people, millennial and below, nobody really wants to be in a long-term relationship. Who would? Economy's too fucked.
True. No thanks to Republican policies.
Yeah, no thanks to both. So like,
No thanks to capitalism, honestly.
yeah, well, it's not. It's more laissez-faire, free market stuff that we got going on. Let me let my cat in. Come on in, buddy.
You're saying too much
we go.
laissez-faire or not enough laissez-faire?
Too much laissez-faire. No, I'm not a big laissez-faire person. We
So
need
more restraints on
intervention.
capitalism.
Yeah, we need hella intervention in our market. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I mean, I think I think any approach to economics that starts with the baseline being a system that by definition creates poverty, you're starting from the wrong direction.
I mean, I don't think it creates poverty by definition. I think just over time, if you allow laissez-faire to, or you just have no government intervention, it has to be laissez-faire, just whatever specific economy, microeconomy you're looking at, you're going to develop some sort of monopoly, oligarchy.
If you're
something,
talking laissez-faire?
Yeah, if the government doesn't intervene.
Yeah, but if the government's intervening, then it's not just straight capitalism. The starting line is pure capitalism, and the starting line creates poverty.
Yeah, like people on the left would call it fascism when the government intervenes. Specifically,
no,
for
government
whatever
intervention
group.
is not what fascism is.
Well, a lot of people think it is. I know you probably don't, because you're definitely, you seem like you're intelligent. You're an attorney, right? So you're not so bought in. You don't hear fascism or Nazis and probably scream, right?
No, I would say we have a fascism problem today, but I don't say that fascism can encompass just whatever.
Yeah, no, yeah. Just because the government intervenes doesn't mean that it's fascist.
Right. That's what a lot of people would call socialism too. Socialism is where government does stuff.
National socialism and all that kind of stuff. You know, you have a in-group in the nation. For me personally, my in-group.
Sorry, let me interrupt real quick, because Bad Goy is a self-proclaimed Nazi, and he was my first debate on my channel. Do you fall into the same camp? Would you self-proclaim, or are you in a different camp?
I mean, I don't think I'll self-proclaim that kind of thing. That's the kind of thing where they find your face and you can't get a job anymore.
I mean, I would argue that's for good reason, but all right.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's interesting. You can have that with Nazism, but if you're a communist, any flavor of Marxism, no big deal, no problem, right? But which ideology killed more people? Which was more oppressive?
Ideologies that don't, in their thesis statement, need to kill people don't kill people. The people using that ideology or proclaiming that ideology do. And I would say more often than not, people who kill people are merely proclaiming ideologies. Like right now,
kill people for lots of reasons.
What?
I said people kill people for a metric fuck ton of reasons.
Yeah, usually
like
self-interest.
The Great Leap Forward in Maoism. I mean, what they purged tens of millions of their population for having wrong opinions.
Right, but what did that have to do with communism?
It's Maoism. That's China. What do they call that exactly? Isn't it communism with Chinese characteristics? I believe if you Google Maoism,
then we have to start defining.
Then
we have to start defining our words. Like, so what is communism? What is Maoism? What are Chinese characteristics? Like, I don't. When you say those things, I don't understand what you mean. When you say communism,
we just got started on this
because what part of the ideology was that? What was responsible for that?
What part of the ideology was that?
Yeah.
I mean, Maoism specifically in Mao China, it's because when they industrialized very rapidly. And they had a very agriculturally based society, and they wanted to forcibly move people into their cities because you have to urbanize to industrialize. Do we agree there? That's like typical industrial revolution stuff, modern economics. And they had a very rural, agriculturally based society, and they had to forcibly move these people into the cities, into the factories, and they perpetuated a famine.
What does it have to do with communism? And
that's how
I'll respond to Bad Goy here. Bad Goy, the Jewish deaths had nothing to do with National Socialism. It had everything to do with the Nazi Party.
I mean, were the 6 million Jewish deaths, or what is it, like 12 million total that they say? Is that really 100% on the Nazis?
I would need more of a claim than that to be able to answer it. I don't know what you mean.
Okay. I'll give you the claim. Okay. So did you know?
If we want to go there. Are you sure you want to go there?
I mean, we can touch on it a little bit. I think you'll agree with this. Just
I mean, I already
logically.
had a couple questions from earlier in the chat, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Yeah,
but you know about the
firebombing
firebombing.
and save it.
15 Gorillion. Yeah, we can save that one.
Okay, just don't forget it. I've got really bad ADHD.
Oh, yeah,
actually
same.
diagnosed. My
Everybody does
ADHD
nowadays.
is bad. I will forget. Absolutely. If you want to talk about it, be sure to write it down. But
15 Gorillion. That's hilarious.
what's that?
I said the 15 Gorillion. These are dog
Oh.
whistles he's blowing. I'm sure you've realized.
Oh yeah. I just have to. I don't know all the insider terminology, and I'm sure that might get me in trouble. But now I'm like basically inviting Bad Boy to use whatever dog whistles and insider terminology he can. Best I can do is, I guess, what outsiders would consider offensive. It's like somebody who's not in the know. That's all I can manage.
Yeah.
Okay, but earlier you said when I was deleting comments that wasn't very free speech. I assume that was a joke, but I just had to check.
Yeah, just a little meme. Yeah, no.
Okay.
If you would have banned me, I would have been like, what the heck, dude?
Would that have been anti-free speech?
Yeah. I would think so.
Anti-free speech or
Wouldn't you?
anti-freedom of speech? Or are those the same thing to you?
I think those are the same thing. It's pretty similar.
Okay. Is that the same thing as the right to free speech? I just want to make sure that we're talking the same thing.
I mean, the right to free speech, I think, is a God-given right. It can't be taken from any nation. I think, isn't that enshrined in our Constitution? You're the attorney. You probably know more about the Constitution than I do.
So, I wanted to ask because I didn't want to attribute something to you that you don't actually believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong about. Because it sounds like you hold this opinion that somebody shutting down your speech is a violation of your free speech, but an individual shutting down another person's speech isn't a violation of your right of free speech. That is an exercise of free speech.
If you're talking in Discord chat, you could legally ban me. I don't think you should be punished.
Or Twitch chat. I mean, this isn't. Oh. I mean, I was about to say this isn't a legal question, but it is. The problem is that people conflate it with a non-legal question. So,
no,
cancel culture is not a violation of free speech. It is the exercise of free speech.
If you have a Twitch chat or whatever, yeah, sure, you can ban people. But if you're running a Twitch chat that is structured around politics and debating, and then you ban people because you're like, no, I don't want to debate that ideology or that idea. It's just kind of like, okay, what the heck?
Well, that's not why I deleted it.
I know, yeah.
Okay. I guess I haven't set up in my bio yet what the specific rules are of my Twitch chat yet, but I feel like I'm going at 100 miles per hour every single day with all of my life, so I never feel like I have time to sit down and actually flesh out bios and stuff.
I mean, aren't we all? Isn't that the society we've produced?
I mean, every day this week I've gone home after 8 o'clock and then got basically prepped to get on stream and then go to bed.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
Too much. Sometimes it's nice to just relax. Go sit by the lake or something.
Yeah, I mean, man, for a month there, I don't know if you've seen my YouTube page, but when I first started the stream, I had a very loose idea of what I wanted to do, but I was like, I can't wait to do this anymore because I consider this important, and I watch a lot of debate space. And I feel like there's a huge lack of legal knowledge in the debate space, and that's very frustrating to me all the time. The free speech idea. When somebody says something's a violation of their free speech, I'm like, don't just say sure to that person. That's not a violation of their free speech. The state has to wield power for it to be a violation of your free speech. Your freedom of speech, at least in the American sense, is a defense against the state. But
no, I tell people all the time, you have freedom of speech. You can go out in public and say whatever you want, but you're going to have the repercussion of whatever the people think about that. If you go out and start saying bad words, people are going to be like, hey, I don't like that,
Can I ask you?
And that's their freedom of speech to do that to you.
I'm curious what your thought on this is. What do you think of the phrase, they entered the country illegally, so we shouldn't have to follow the legal process to remove them?
So you're talking about like deportations and stuff. Here's the thing, man.
I'm talking about due process.
So we shouldn't
specifically.
Yeah, so we shouldn't have to follow the process to remove them. First off,
okay, I've been waiting to talk to somebody about this because that's wild to me that you have that idea, and it feels to me like you don't know what due process is if that's true.
No, I don't even finish. So I don't even. First off, I don't even think Trump is deporting as many people as the media would like you to believe. Didn't he? You can fact check this later or whatever. I'm pretty sure he admitted more legal immigration in his first term than he deported people. And then Obama did the reverse. He deported more people than any other president in American history. There's this, I don't know, I think we're being played, honestly. I think that's
it's not the
consensus.
It's not deportation in and of itself that's the problem. I mean, I think that's the problem because I think we're shooting ourselves in the foot economically, but not legally. That's not.
I think economically, my major is finance and accounting. I think we'll rebound.
Hey, my major was in accounting.
Oh, epic! Nice.
I'm a semester away from getting my my CPA. I didn't want it anymore.
You didn't want to see. You were like, I'm gonna be an attorney. No, being an attorney is not a bad gig.
I spent a while in property management, and that sucked. But I dropped out of my CPA after I did my internship. I was like, I hate this.
No, yeah, it's incredibly tedious and annoying, and trivial, really. It's not hard.
And I mean, it might be different for like at least my brand of ADHD. It's like literally impossible. Like I will forget stuff constantly, and then that just reflects poorly on your job as an auditor. Like.
Oh, man, one of my passions is to just be a professional and as good at something as I can be, So I don't really care what it is, as long as I can look at myself and be like, I am the best person that I know at this job, or I maybe only know a couple people. You know what I mean?
Well, I would love that.
I can find something I can do that.
But currently, this makes no money, so I have to go work at something that is strenuous on me. So.
Hey, at least attorneys and stuff, you can't get replaced. Isn't it illegal to use AI for that? And see, look, we got sidetracked off the question we're supposed to answer.
Yeah, who knows where we were anymore? It's easy to lose me.
Yeah, no, we're talking about deportation. So yeah, I don't believe that Trump is even doing the bad things that the media says that he's doing. But even if he was, and he was mass deporting people and sending them to Africa, okay, it would swamp our legal system. Yeah, so no, I agree with you. It's going to swamp our legal system. There are better ways to deport them without using force.
Why deport them?
A way serious way. Why deport them? Because it's one of the core concepts of capitalism or just really any market economy, is to incentivize savings within your citizenry, within your country, domestically. And illegal immigrants don't do that. If you ever heard of a concept called remittance? It's where you...
Used in what way?
It's where you work in a foreign country, and then you take your wage, portion of your wage, instead of saving it, you send it to another country, your home country, to your wife and 10 kids or whatever.
Okay.
You ever heard it? So that is a major incentive for people to move or just come here illegally into the United States to work, is to engage in this remittance. If we taxed the absolute shit out of that, there would be no more incentive for them to stay here illegally. They would go home on their own. That is a straight up superior way to get rid of these people.
But why would you tax these people specifically?
Why? So that we could decrease the amount of labor, our labor pool. So that we have more labor. So our wages have stagnated since 1971, 1972?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
yeah.
Do you remember learning that our wages are very sticky and resistant to downward pressure? And that's true for really any social service. Once you give the people something, you can't really just take it away, right? And they have a lot of upward mobility, right? So when in the 1970s, early 1970s is when the Civil Rights Act really started to become enforced, and women and minorities entered the labor pool en masse. You heard of this? Right. So
I know
we
of the
can't.
Civil Rights Act and people entering the workforce. I feel
Right,
Like you're
yeah,
asking me
so
about
we-
something that follows
we-
that.
We damn near doubled our labor pool during
Okay.
that time period. But wages don't, you can't just cut wages in half. You can't do that. So over time, wages just have not increased. And there's loads of reasons why. This is just, it's a multifaceted problem, like everything in American politics. But that is one reason why wages have not moved at all, is because we have a massive pool of labor. And our government did nothing about it. They didn't fix
Okay.
it. They didn't.
I'm curious
intervene.
about this pool of labor concern. If the unemployment percentage, what was the unemployment percentage like in the 1970s, and how did they measure it? Do you know?
I know how they measure it now. They don't look at what a normal person would consider to be unemployed. They would look at people who
seeking
were working. Yeah, and people who are seeking work. And there's cyclical and structural unemployment, all kinds of different terminology.
Yeah, but like
there.
it sits at about what's considered a healthy unemployment rate is about 4%, right?
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that where we're at ish, or have been?
Well,
for-
you wouldn't have included women in those numbers at that time period because they weren't employed at the time.
But the point I'm making is all these people entered the workforce. That
Mhm.
means all these people are getting paid, or getting paid more than they were before it became standard procedure to hire people like this. And that seems to have driven the economy up. It seems to have improved the economy such that companies needed
Stock
more
market
people to
and
fill more
GDP.
jobs. Well, no, I mean just the labor market. They needed more people to fill more jobs because the companies were being so successful because people had more money to spend. And that's the same thing that happens with immigrants. Immigrants come and you say that remittance is a problem, but they're contributing a bunch of money in taxes, and they spend more because they're here. They have to spend money on services and goods here. That creates more jobs.
Yeah, and if you remove that one person, you're going to decrease supply and demand. That's a very
So why get rid of them?
well, it wouldn't change the price of anything because you'd get rid of supply and demand. We wouldn't lose really anything. You just increase how many jobs are available, and you'd actually just increase wages because how much do you get paid to work a manual labor job in construction? Right?
But wait, your response wasn't a reason to get rid of them.
Reason to
Why
get rid of
get
them
rid of
so that why get rid of them?
Yeah,
well,
you just said why it isn't a
well-
problem to get rid of them, but okay, then why get rid of them? What's the benefit?
What's the benefit? I could in college work a menial labor job, and I would only have to compete against American citizens, and I would earn a much larger wage than what we have now. Because right now, if I go work a manual labor job swinging a pickaxe, filling potholes, I wouldn't make more than $15, $20 an hour. All right, but my grandfather, who would have made like $3 an hour doing that, that's equivalent to over $50 an hour today. That's flawed. It shouldn't have gone in that direction.
I'm curious. So on this channel, part of my goal is I don't want to ignore that people are going to use AI. If it's basically replaced search engines at this point, and I hate that. It's terrible. They're not search engines. They're designed to please you. So
they're assistants.
yeah, I mean they're like sycophants more than assistants. But I want to show how to use AI ethically. So when I ask this question, it is not like I just defer to AI for everything. And we could use AI to probably give us a research plan to figure out how to solve this problem, or figure out the answer to this question. But I'm curious what you think Claude or ChatGPT would say if I just straight up asked, what is the cause of stagnant wages since the 1970s? What are the primary causes?
What it would say?
Yeah.
It would. I would assume it would entirely blame it on big business and politicians.
I mean, my first instinct was to go to capitalism.
Yeah, that's exactly what it would blame all of it on.
I mean, wages used to trend with productivity, and then in
With
the 1970s
productivity.
it stopped. So why did it stop?
Yeah. We signed, I believe, in 1964, the Immigration Act that opened up immigration outside of Europe. We used to be culturally exclusionary with who we allowed into our country, and the Civil Rights Movement.
Okay.
That affects labor. That affects the labor side of our economy.
All right.
We opened up our economy at a different pool. And if you ask ChatGPT about that, it'll probably. Cool thing about ChatGPT is you can actually click like the down arrow and see what it's thinking, and it'll talk to itself and say like, I need to make sure that I'm not being offensive or portraying.
But what if I asked it? What if I asked it, what resources should I use to get an accurate answer as to what this is? And what is your feeling on using AI in that way?
As to what the why wages aren't trending upwards?
Yeah.
It'll
point me to
definitely
studies.
blame it. It'll blame it entirely on the 1%.
Well, no, but if I asked what resources could I use for me to solve this, that would point me to studies, right?
Yeah, I'm sure it'll just point to the Fed. Yeah, because the Fed has the unemployment mandate. It'll probably point to employment numbers from the Fed and the not Department of Treasury, just the government metrics on our economy, straight from the Fed.
Would that answer the question of what caused?
It'll just show you numbers that say, yeah, wages are stagnating and the price of everything is rising, and we're not doing anything about that. That's all it'll show you. It won't tell you why. It won't tell you the social, cultural, or political reasons behind it.
All right, good night, bad boy. Oh God. Okay. I mean, so far I don't feel like we're pushing on any subjects.
Hey, I don't use Twitter. I don't know what he says on Twitter. I hear it's just a bunch of memes.
I've made one post to Twitter, and that was to share the video. I'm trying to grow my social media presence, but damn, it's fucking hard, dude. I have a hard enough time managing my own life, let alone a second and third and fourth online life.
Yeah, I don't
let
really
me get a pen real
use
quick.
social media.
Okay, so we're going to research why wages stagnate after the Civil Rights Act. So the Civil Rights Act and what else?
It's an Immigration Act, 1965. Yeah, Hart-Celler Act. Abolished the national origins formula, which previously favored European immigrants. Yeah, the whole idea of multiculturalism and the melting pot in the United States, the melting pot that for our entire history until 1965 was just a strictly European melting pot. And since 1965 till now, we are now a global melting pot. And we're led to believe through our media that that's normal and how it's always been, but it hasn't always been that way. And
Okay,
ever
but
since
what's
we
the
started
problem
doing
with
that, what's the problem with it? Have you been to a third world country?
No. I've only
No,
been to London and Paris, basically.
Okay, let me tell you. I've been to Iraq, Afghanistan, and Kuwait. Absolute fucking shitholes. Okay, even Kuwait, and they're like in peace, and they've been in peace since what, 1992? Absolute shitholes. The people there, I'm telling you, you don't want them here. And they hate us. They absolutely hate us. And I understand why people in like Afghanistan hate us, right? But the people in Kuwait, them hating us, I mean, we defended them. You know? And they still hate us.
Okay, I'd be fine with them being here. That's fine. I don't need to be
I would
loved,
be fine
especially
with
by the
them
time you get to
being
the
here.
Second and third generations, they're pretty much integrated into society.
I would be fine with them being here if the people that we were letting in were college educated, but they're not.
Well, that's a higher standard than we have for our own population.
I think we should raise the standard for our own population.
I agree.
I agree. The horseshoe theory, man, I'm telling you, it's very real.
People from Kuwait to come over here, and I'd give them a free college education.
Yeah, horseshoe theory is real, dog. I think college should be free as well.
What point are you making when you say horseshoe theory?
So you're
saying
left.
I'm on
right?
the left, you're on the right. We both agree we should have free college.
Well, the point that I'm making is, so you're left. How left are you compared to like just a regular Democrat, moderate Democrat?
I am opposed to capitalism. I would say.
Okay, so you're a Marxist, communist like type of
not a
ideology.
At all. I don't believe that a stateless
More democratic
society
socialism.
is possible. I think it's insane.
More democratic socialism type stuff. Okay, yeah. So when you get to the far right, like, we have the same ideas. You know, we want the same things. The difference really becomes about who they're going to be for.
I would say pluralism is a major difference. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's who it's for. Pluralism, right?
Yeah, and in at least my belief, when I believe most American far right, alt-right people believe, is that it should be for just American citizens right now. The American citizens that we have. We could build a perfect society of just American citizens. We have the money, we have the technology. We don't need any more citizens. I don't see why we need more.
I didn't say we need them. I just don't have any opposition to them. I don't see why we should.
It would be easier if we didn't accept more.
Easier? But I don't think so. I think the more immigrants we've had in this country, the more economically successful we've been.
Historically, when we've been essentially a third world country, yeah. Because America has only been a first world country for how long? World War II? Now post
80 years.
Yeah, I mean, prior to World War One, we were a third world country, and
right.
That's
and
mostly
immediately when we started taking off
financially,
we took on a lot of leftist policies, and the corporations have been whittling that away ever since.
Oh yeah, dude. Hey man, you're preaching to the choir, man. I despise big business and its stranglehold they have over our government.
Okay. I just don't understand. Need to be stopped. I mean, Bad Boy and I talked about this for quite a long time Saturday night. I don't understand the in-group, out-group idea. I feel like you are shooting yourself in the foot if you start creating in-groups and out-groups, because in-groups just make more in-groups. And anybody you include in your in-group can exclude you from theirs.
I mean, the in-group that I favor is just American citizens. You were born in this country.
Okay.
So then
we whittle it down to American citizens, and then what in-group is made next?
I don't see any point making it. At that point, you would enter into...
Someone else does.
Yeah, so if we established these ideas where we had an in-group of American citizens, we would have an entirely new political spectrum, right? So isn't it that in China today, the liberal and left-leaning politicians are like liberals, like market liberals and stuff like that, and the conservatives are more
sounds
communist.
Accurate, but I'll own my brand and say I don't know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the conservatives in China are communist, right? So you would essentially create a whole new political spectrum, right? And we would say like, no, you're too far.
Conservatives are communist.
Yeah, we can Google that right now. No, seriously, isn't that funny?
That's contradictory.
It's contradictory to our American mind, but Americans love to think that our political spectrum is global.
No, it's definitionally contradictory. Because right policy is, depending on how you perceive it, either built on hierarchies or propriety. And left policy is built on pluralism, and communism is inherently pluralist. So how can how can you make a stateless society where all people are equal and that be a right policy?
Yeah, the Chinese Communist Party is the CCP is the conservative party.
Okay, but that's not communist. The CCP isn't communist. They claim to be.
Yeah,
People say all
they've
sorts of
adopted
shit.
a lot of they've adopted a lot of market reforms. Since what?
Hey, whoa, we got way too off track
his
from the
name?
topic that I was really interested in. I'm sorry. Like, we can come back. Here, I'll write it down. Communism, CCP, in groups, out groups. Okay. We very briefly mentioned due process. Explain to me the idea that we don't need due process to remove anybody.
Yeah, I never said that.
I thought you supported the
yeah.
idea that we don't have to go through a legal process to remove people that came in illegally.
No. What I said is that there's a superior idea, which is tax remittance. We like Trump's whole idea of we're going to forcefully remove millions of people.
Well, that doesn't answer the question.
Doesn't
of
it
due
cost
process.
more money?
Is denying people due process justified?
They commit a violent crime. What kind of crime did they commit? Are they just here illegally?
I mean, this is a perfect question.
Yeah, are they just here illegally? That's their one crime.
Because I'll tell you, we don't know without due process.
Yeah, no, I mean, definitely.
Okay.
It's
I mean,
pretty.
because I
It's
had
pretty
this
dumb.
conversation with my coworker. She's like, "Well, if they did something bad, then you can just remove them. They don't need due process." I'm like, "Well,
Oh,
then how
yeah.
do you know they did something bad?" And she's like, "Well, the government has evidence." I'm like, "How do you know?"
Yeah, they have to prove it. Yeah,
Yeah.
they have to prove it. No, you're right. It's dumb. Trump's whole idea of the way that he wants to go about. I didn't vote for Trump. I voted
Did you
for
vote for
Kamala
Kamala?
because I voted for her not because
yeah.
I like her. No, you know why I voted for her? Because the Republicans deserve to lose every single time until we get a real Republican candidate to step forward that says the things that are real and not just shell out to big business. I'll
Okay,
let the
what
Democrats
is a real
ruin the
Republican?
country.
I'm afraid to ask.
Someone that goes against Israel and their dominance over our nation.
Okay, that's not really a right
think-
policy. Not
No,
as
it's
long
a-
as the
that-
right
that's a
has
very-
purchased Christianity.
That's a very far right policy. I'll tell you, horseshoe
Sure,
theory.
but I mean, being a right politician, because you have to appeal to your base. As long as the political right in America has bought Christianity, then you're not going to get them to deny, like, support for Israel.
Yeah, that's the boomers, the Republican boomers. They're in love with Israel. Like I try to talk to my dad about Israel, and he's just like, "Are you sure? There's no way. There's no way they're our greatest enemy." And I'm like, "Dad, I'm trying to tell you." Like they own the media, Father. Please, just look, open your eyes. It's like, no way, they're our greatest ally. Like they're literally slaughtering people.
I hate the conspiracy mindset of that, but I would not be surprised if the people who own the news stations, knowing who they are, that they have a lot of investment from Israel. would be
Yeah, they're
surprised there.
typically Jewish. They're typically Jewish.
Okay, that the people who own the corporations.
Yeah, we can. I mean, if you want, we can Google right now, or we can just ask ChatGPT if you want to. Who owns the? What's
Well,
the
I never
mega
trust the
corporation
AI's
that owns
answer.
all of it? Yeah, no, that's where you fact check it and you look at.
Right,
Who
because
they're-
like Bad Boy and I were going back and forth in Discord earlier. I gave him some resources showing that like the majority of like major studies show that immigrants are more of an economic benefit to society than an economic cost. And he came back, he's like, well, what do you think about this response from Grok? And Grok spat out a whole bunch of math. And then I was like, it's interesting to me that your response to me was a Grok answer, but you have really prompted the part of my brain that goes, I want to know what the AI thinks. So what if what if I open 2 Claude tabs and open 2 ChatGPT tabs, and I ask each of them to answer the question you posed to Grok, and then I ask each of them to assess the answer Grok gave you. And both of them told me that Grok cited a bunch of sources, but the numbers it pulled didn't come from any of those sources. And I was like, well,
Yeah,
this is not a
that's
great first impression of Grok for me. I've never like tried to use Grok for research before. And then he responded with a response from Grok going, that's fair. I did synthesize those numbers, but those other AIs, they also miscite those studies. And at that point, I'm just like, all right, fucking AI. I can't trust any answers from any of you.
Yeah,
I have to read the
I actually
studies myself.
despise technology. What I used to do before finance and accounting is computer science, and
Ugh.
it got to a point where I learned too much about technology. You ever read WikiLeaks?
Have I ever read WikiLeaks? No, I've never read
Yeah.
WikiLeaks.
Oh man, you want to see something crazy? You want to see Vault 7?
Do I want to see Vault 7?
Here, I'll put a link here. Let's see. What tab is this? You want to just put it in general? It's Angel Fire. It's essentially you've heard about it on the news. It's the NSA's backdoor into every Windows operating system.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. In the name of national defense or whatever, security.
Give me a minute here.
Yeah, nowadays, every chip that is manufactured off the line has a backdoor into it, straight to the manufacturer. You cannot have any privacy with a piece of technology. It's impossible.
It sounds to me
Damn
like
near
we
impossible.
need a constitutional convention. That's my main push.
Yeah, no, I agree, dude. We need a constitutional convention. We need to get a
Hey,
gallows
look at
out.
us. Far left, well, not far left, mid left, and far right. We can shake hands and find
yeah.
middle ground.
Oh,
Because I think
100%.
generally
We need to.
you and I can agree on polity. If we can't agree on policy, we can agree on polity. I hope.
100%. No, definitely. And I think most Americans can. I believe our politicians are completely bought. You know, they don't represent their constituents at all.
Yeah, that's why I would just freaking love the states to call a constitutional convention and just be like, all right, thanks federal government, we're shutting you down and we're starting another one.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Bye.
Yeah, just get rid of it. And have some sort of trial, get a gallows out, and be like, yeah, no, you actually were just robbing the American people the whole time.
Oh,
That's treason.
well. Well, that would be really
See,
hard case.
you gotta spook the politicians. They have way too much power. You gotta let them know who's in charge.
Yeah,
That's why we have a Second Amendment.
I think death is too simple. I'm not a big fan of
Oh, you want to go further? Okay.
Not necessarily further, just more.
Like, let's put them in a tiny cell.
I mean, basically, you're just I imagine that the long history of the death penalty, at least through Western society, has largely been tied to, well, let's just give them a shortcut to the bad place. And
Yeah.
I'm sitting here going, I mean, you're just letting them go scot-free. Like, you're ending the part of their brain that can feel guilt or feel punished or hate their circumstances. I mean, you don't have to make it excruciating, but at least make them suffer consequences.
I wonder if that's a Christian, like, European thing. Just not to hate your enemy, but just be like, you broke the law. The punishment for this is death. We're not gonna make you suffer. We're not gonna put you through some crazy medieval torture device. Okay.
I mean, for all of human history, it's been like, it's a way to instill fear. But like, I don't want to instill fear either. I don't think that's a healthy state for a society to live in. I mean, all law is a threat, but Americans haven't lived in fear of their government until recently. At least
we could just put up a painting, or just a picture. We could just hang them all, get a nice little picture of it, and then that's the wall of Congress, okay, is just this massive mural of all the politicians that we hanged, so that they're reminded every single minute that they're in
Okay,
there
I
that,
think
yeah.
we probably need to stop talking about executing politicians on my live feed. I don't think that's a good
Whoa, whoa,
idea.
whoa, whoa, whoa. It'd be with due process. It'd be legal. Okay. You would
I
have.
think you're gonna have a hard time proving treason through self-interest. Self-interest and American interest are not necessarily disconnected.
At least insider trading. Okay, that's surely that's.
I don't know that insider trading would be considered treason
Is
either.
that considered? No, I don't think it is. I think they just go to jail for that, for like 5 years or something.
Yeah, something lenient. Okay,
Not a big
let's
deal.
go to another topic. There was a. I was curious what you meant. Let me look back in the chat history. Were you referencing John Money earlier?
No, I don't think I did.
Oh, okay.
Should I Google who John Money is?
Maybe you were talking about the Jews,
New Zealand,
like the people
American.
you said who came up with that? Oh, who invented that ideology? You said.
Oh yeah.
Who invented what
The
ideology?
transgender research. Yeah. So transgender research
People usually
was
talk about John Money when they talk about that.
What's his name?
And this is fun because I mean, you and I are just repeating a bunch of conversations that Bad Boy and I have had, because we were just talking in Discord chat before I started my stream about. I was asking him about his epistemology. I'm like, how do you determine what's true and what's a true claim and what's a false claim? And we kind of agreed on the stance: hold no position until you have sufficient evidence to justify a position, and then change your position when you have sufficient evidence to overwhelm your prior position.
Definitely.
That is a healthy epistemology. And I feel like I'm not going to get a lot of resistance on that from other people, but maybe I need a different way of asking it.
No, definitely.
I've been telling myself that I want to ask everybody what their primary value is, what their epistemology is, and if we can agree that nobody's going to win this conversation. And I feel like...
Yeah, no, I don't intend on getting you to watch Europa 20,000 times.
Dude, I couldn't stand 5 minutes of that video. That was...
Well, didn't you watch the just straight propaganda portion, the last part?
I guess so. It was the part he linked me. It was part 9. I was like, there must be something specific in this part that he wanted me to see. And
yeah, normally when you watch it all the way through, and it's just a documentary about World War II from the Nazis' perspective. And then you get to that part of the documentary where it's like it's about 2017 and the migrant crisis in Europe, talking about the Jewish and Israeli influence
the part
over
where they
Europe.
say like white Europeans are treated like second-class citizens in their own country. Like, where?
Yeah, and it's
they
mainly
like second-class
Europe.
citizens.
Yeah, it's mainly that's targeted at Europeans, not really so much Americans.
Sure.
And you were supposed to have already watched the first 10 hours before seeing
Oh
that.
boy. I mean, I'm kind of glad that I watched the propaganda part first, because now I'm like, oh, now I feel like the entire first 10 hours is kind of a devious play. They have an agenda.
Oh, they're open about having an agenda. I mean, I think literally the website says National Socialist Party, and has like a swastika on it. But are you interested in World War II or history at all in that?
I'm interested in history.
Yeah, so but before I watched that
documentary, a lot of hardcore history back in the day.
Yeah, before I watched that documentary, I mean, I play map games, paradox games, and read. I love reading about history, especially World War II. So before I had watched that documentary, I knew a lot about it, about the time period in the war, especially from our perspective. And after watching it, it was saying a lot of the things that I'd already come to the conclusion of, like that the Treaty of Versailles was Western societies, Europeans. That was our greatest mistake. One of our greatest mistakes ever was the Treaty of Versailles. It was stupid. We completely dismantled the Ottoman Empire on the basis that they were just Muslim and not European. So fuck them. We're going to just annex their territory. and that completely destabilized the Middle East. And it goes into Zionism and how a lot of that specific part of the treaty was funded by Zionists,
I'm
like
curious. I went off on
Rockefeller.
like a thought spiral. This isn't directly related to something you said, but like it was like you said something and I thought of something and I thought of something and I thought of something and it led me back to now I feel like I'm going to immediately trigger a response from you in saying this, but when Bad Boy and I started our debate, we started talking about and honestly, I don't consider what we're doing a debate because we're not really driving toward anything. This is just a chat. But
Yeah.
I was trying to press him on understanding his. First he wanted to say he's a nationalist socialist because at first he said he was a Nazi, and I was like, "What do you mean by that?" And he said nationalist socialist, and he tried to explain it to me. And then based on those ideas, I was like, "Then why do you call yourself a Nazi?" And he's like, "That's what I am, a national socialist." I was like, "Right, but you understand all of the associations that come with the term Nazi. Like, you
Mhm.
don't have to say Nazi to say nationalist socialist."
Yeah.
Like I would say, like I don't call myself a sock dim or whatever. Like I can,
Yeah. No.
if that was tied to a genocide or whatever, I wouldn't do that. Uh, but
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely.
and then he was like, "Well, to be honest, I guess I hate the Jews." I was like, "Okay, like that, now you're burying the lead. Got it." And so I started pressing him on that, and because he was only going to be in chat, so I couldn't talk to him. So I was kind of like prefacing questions. So I was like, "You're going to take a while to answer this, so I'm just going to go ahead and get some things out of the way. What do you hate about them?" And I can pretty much guarantee you that whatever you say, you cannot apply to a whole ethnic group of people. And he's like, "Okay, fair. I don't like the ethnic group. And you know what? I don't even dislike the religious group. I just hate people who practice the Torah." And I'm just like, "Okay, what's different between that and the Bible? What do you find in the Torah that you hate that you don't find in the Bible?" And after a little bit of conversation on that, I was like, "Because the Bible, like, it supports genocide and rape and slavery." And he said, "Well, I support genocide if it helps my people." So in that long roundabout way, I wanted to come to asking you, is that something you would agree with?
Yeah. That's I wonder if he like just recently watched it and was just like, I need to be as edgy and as extreme as possible. No, I don't hate anybody. That is that is an anti-Christian value. I don't hate anyone. Hatred is evil. You know what I mean? Why would I hate anyone? Because hatred doesn't hurt the people that you hate and you hate them. It
So
just hurts the hater. You know?
so you're pro woman, you're pro homosexual, you're pro transgender, you're pro all ethnicities, you're pro furries.
So no, I'm not pro, like as in I think we should shove it down people's throats and be like, yeah, no, what's your gender identity? You
I
should,
don't think most
you
people who are
can
pro
be.
something want to shove it down anybody's throat.
I
I
mean,
think it's usually you
I
hear about
sure.
it when the thing they support meets resistance from people who are opposed to it.
Um, I mean, yeah, but I sure see a metric fuck ton of it. Especially like, I wonder if you brought this up. Have you ever heard of Gamergate?
Yeah, I've heard of Gamergate.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I guess yeah, you are a millennial. You're not that old. I think that's
Thanks.
where it really started for um a lot of young men
I
when
hope
we're
these
because
clips come back to you when you're 36.
yeah, no, they probably will. Probably crazy things will come back to me on the internet. Some Call of Duty lobby in 2010 or something. That'd be
Okay,
tragic.
I gotta say, like, there's no point in bringing this up, but like, it's always confused me what anybody gets out of saying mean shit in any circumstance. Like, I know people will be like, "Well, it's
Um,
just a harmless time to say mean shit. Like, everybody's being mean to each other. It's fine." Or they understood I was kidding. I was like, I
okay.
wouldn't say it anyway.
No, no. Let me give you a great example. You ever play League of Legends?
I haven't played League of Legends, probably because I don't want to be part of a. I played a lot of Left 4 Dead, and I imagine I would get a lot of the same treatment in League of Legends that I saw in Left 4 Dead at the end of its life
Okay,
cycle.
okay.
People are
So League
shit
of
to new
Legends.
players.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. New players are the worst. So League of Legends, right?
No,
You're
old players are
queuing
the
up into
worst.
a game. Yeah, no, new players, noobs are the fucking worst, dude.
I'll tell you, new
So
players
check
just want
this
to have
out.
fun, and that's why I like the game.
Exactly. I'm not trying to have fun. I'm trying to fucking win, okay? League is a highly competitive game.
Uh-huh.
You're locked into it for minimum 15 minutes, probably 20, 25 minutes. You're locked into this game with four other teammates, okay? Guaranteed two of those teammates are going to be terrible. All right, guaranteed. You might have, if you're lucky, you're going to have one or two good players on your team. But if you get a guy on your team that's just completely, like he locks in Teemo support. That doesn't mean anything to you, but anyone that knows what that means, it's just like, oh, here we go.
All the
I
people
guess
we
we're
got
just
in chat.
trolling this game. Yeah, we're just trolling this game, dude. This is great. This is gonna be 15 minutes of hell. We're gonna F it. We're gonna forfeit as soon as the game allows me to quit because we're not winning this game. This is dumb. It tends to piss people off. That's why that community is so toxic.
Yeah.
So if you're playing that game, especially if I'm not on my main account that I don't care about getting banned, it's just like, okay, no, I'm gonna let you know, like, yeah, no, you're terrible. Get out of my lobby. I don't want to play with you. You are awful. I can't believe you did this to me. You picked Teemo support. One time I had a Teemo support jungle, which I guess means nothing to you.
Nope.
But it's just it's incredibly troll. It's just like, yeah, you're subjecting me to a bad time. So if you're gonna subject me to a bad time,
I
okay, I
have been
guess we're
part of
both gonna
that
have bad
before.
times.
Yeah, I've been part of that. I just
Yeah.
never I've never tried to influence somebody's like feelings about themselves by saying something mean. I remember sitting down at lunch in law school with somebody, and I think we were talking about something Trump had said because uh the conversation turned to like, we've all said shit about women like in text messages. Like we've called them whores and stuff, and I'm like, I've I've never done that. You guys have done that, and that's just casual. I don't call people shit. I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, it depends if they're actually a whore or not. I mean, I'm not gonna say that like to their face. That's like
I mean,
rude
I
or
probably wouldn't
whatever.
even call a sex worker a whore. Like it's intentionally
I
derogatory.
wouldn't. I'd call that more degenerate. Um, if our society had more better opportunities, you wouldn't have to do that. And I think prostitution is a
Degeneracy
great
is
example.
interesting because it assumes some kind of moral superiority to somebody else, and I assume that you get that because I
Oh
mean,
yeah.
would you call Christian morality objective?
Objective or subjective? I'm not going to say that it's like superior in a sense. Well, I think it's definitely superior to that of
Well,
like
you
a
must think it's
atheist view.
superior. You're calling other people
I
degenerate.
I think it's superior to like an atheistic view, 100%, a godless view. Um,
How
you
so?
know, I can respect an agnostic, okay, but an atheist is weird. Atheism
I feel
is
like
a
by saying that
religion.
you're thinking an atheist is like Gnostic in their non-belief in God.
Yeah, so an atheist has faith in their non-belief.
I
You know
mean,
what I mean?
I I wouldn't call it faith because like faith is belief in something despite a lack of evidence in it.
Yeah,
I would
so
call the type of belief not faith. It's just like uh, I have seen no evidence of this, so I have no reason to believe it, which causes me to believe not it. Like if you pressed me on it, I would be like, well, no, wouldn't say that there's strictly evidence to that, but
yeah, so you're probably more agnostic, huh?
well, those are two different terms.
Exactly. There are two different things. So an
Well,
atheist has, so they don't
well, one is just
have
non-belief and one
to
is
them.
non-knowledge.
Well, to them they haven't seen evidence, okay,
So I'm an
of
agnostic
a
atheist.
god, of a creator, right? But they have a faith that there is none because they also don't have evidence that there is none. You don't have evidence for or against, so you're just going to pick a side. And you're going to pick the side that says no, I have no evidence. There is no God. That's something that's less respectable than someone who says I haven't seen any evidence for or any evidence against, so I don't know. That's more agnostic. You're not going to sit there and claim to know the answers.
So, okay, I would call faith a belief in something. Like, I mean, just the fact that I'm about to qualify the definition of belief, I feel like separates faith and belief already. And I feel like faith is a belief in something despite evidence to the contrary or despite a lack of evidence. And I would say
Despite
at a
lack
minimum,
of evidence.
I would say at a minimum, um, like a strictly atheist view that says like, okay, well, I'm going to say two different things here. Like, I agree with both of them. There, at a minimum, there is the piece of evidence that what I would expect a God to be, and at least the God that I was raised to believe existed, if that God existed, I would feel like there would be some evidence of his existence at this point, and I have seen none, so that causes me to believe as a very, very weak piece of evidence. Like, I would not argue with you about it, but it's a very weak piece of evidence. So I have some evidence to base my belief on. I wouldn't call it to the degree of faith, because it doesn't have, like, you could push me on it very easily. But that doesn't mean I think we believe things separately from how we practice logic. And so I would merely believe it. I would not have faith in it. I would not base anything on that decision. But separately from that idea, atheism is, there are two different ideas. Well, there are several different ideas of atheism, but strictly definitionally, there would be two different meanings of the term atheism. One would be a belief in a belief in no God, and the other would be a lack of belief in God. And so in that sense, I have a lack of belief in God at a minimum.
I would say a lack of belief is what I would define as an agnostic. You're not going to sit there and say, I have evidence there is no God, are you?
So I would say I
You're
have
not
a
gonna
lack
say
of
you know.
knowledge. I have a lack of knowledge that there is a God, and I have a lack of belief that there is a God.
Yeah, you're agnostic.
I'm an agnostic
most
atheist because like the term gnosis is about knowledge, and the term what is that root? Well, theism is about belief. So agnosticism is about knowledge, and atheism is about belief. So agnostic atheist says, I don't know and I don't believe.
Yeah, so a straight up atheist claims to know that there is no God.
I think that is a claim about what somebody else believes, and I think many atheists would disagree with that representation of the term they claim.
I think many atheists are really just more agnostic than they are just straight up atheists.
I mean, I think you're also using the term agnosticism to be about belief when it's about knowledge.
Yeah, no, I've met people that claim to know they know that there is no God. Have you not? You've
okay,
never.
Then that would be an extreme agnostic.
Yeah, exactly. That's one extreme. Yeah,
but no, I mean, that would be a.
And to me, that's not very respectable.
Somebody might claim to be that, and I'm not sure what. I'm sure that person would claim the term atheist probably.
Yeah, definitely.
And they would
just a straight up atheist.
Because I mean, agnosticism, like in its purest form, is saying there isn't a way to know. So I have a lack of knowledge. I don't know there is no God, and I don't know there is a God, and I can't know. So I'm agnostic. And so to then say I know there's not a God, it's like, well, that's not agnostic. And you also don't have a lack of belief. You are very much affirming a belief that there is no God. So, I mean, these terms are very amorphous. You basically just have to ask somebody what they mean.
I'm getting massive deja vu here. See, I pulled this off of Wikipedia. Atheism in the broadest sense is an absence of belief in the existence of deities. And agnosticism is the view or belief that the existence of God, the divine, or the supernatural is either unknowable or unknown in fact. So you're saying that it's unknowable.
Yes.
In fact, like
I
like
have.
you can't know it for a fact. In order for you to know it, you'd have to have faith.
I mean, that still wouldn't be knowledge. That would just be faith. That would be
Yeah, so
theism.
I would view that as more respectable than to have a belief in an absence. Does that make
So
sense?
okay, what about a belief in an absence that you would not stake an affirmative position on? I wouldn't tell you
Belief.
there is no God. But I have a weak belief in that.
So a belief in an absence of the affirmative that there is a God.
Yeah, very weak one. I wouldn't make an affirmative
Yeah.
position on it.
Yeah, it sounds more like a agnostic. Like you're not like a hardcore atheist, like that like a hardcore atheist would probably
I am a hardcore
just say,
secularist, for sure.
yeah, that would probably just say things like the universe is just entirely random, chaotic, just pure luck that we got here.
And the framers would support me in that. They were hardcore
Yeah,
secularists too, save a
of
minority
the
of the people
Constitution.
present at the convention. But the majority of them, especially the people who drafted it, were hardcore secularists.
They were also weren't they also elite and incredibly wealthy?
Yeah, a lot of them were basically pirates.
Yeah.
I mean, not pirates in the raiding sense, but like they were smugglers and shit. I mean, but that's how you operate business under an authoritarian.
Yeah, isn't that what started our revolution? Is when the rich got mad, the rich colonists got mad. They're like, "All right, it's too far."
Yeah, I mean
Yeah,
that's a theory about it. Yeah, one that I think is like likely.
pretty
I wouldn't
accurate.
doubt it. Uh,
'Cause I'm
do you,
sure.
do you
I'm pretty
disagree that they were
sure.
secularists?
I haven't read anything about that. The
You haven't
only
read anything about that. Are you
framers,
aware of the
yeah,
Treaty of Tripoli?
the only, maybe let me Google that real quick.
You must have not
Treaty
ever listened to a
of
debate about whether or not
Tripoli.
America is a Christian nation.
No.
Hello, what attracted me into the
Yeah.
chat
So this
is
is
the
exactly what I
tag
thought
that
it
was
was. The
under the
Barbary
niche of
Coast.
politics. I don't believe you. Black man,
And then
macho,
we,
flare drip. Yeah, thanks, bot. Cool.
and then after our revolution, we immediately went to war with the Barbary Coast again, right? Because they violated this treaty.
I don't know that part of the history of it. I just know about the treaty.
Or was this?
Oh, and I know a fun
the
fact about that
treaty?
treaty because my coworker didn't believe me and she had to look it up and she read off something that proved her point and we both kind of just okay.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. That's why I went to war in the Barbary Wars. They violated this treaty.
Okay.
And they started capturing American sailors and merchants and enslaving them and shit.
Black man,
and
macho,
fuck
flare
'em
drip.
up.
I assume you are a bot based on your first message. That's why you got a warning. You can prove me otherwise, but that did not seem like a legitimate post.
I didn't see any of that.
Okay, so what I am aware of with the Treaty of Tripoli is it takes the affirmative stance that the American government, and I don't think most Americans understand this today. The people viewed their moral framework and their government completely separately. When they founded the nation, they considered these things to be completely separate, which is why you can find people that supported a secular government speaking on the necessary moral character of being Christians leading the country. They held both of those positions at the same time, and they are not contradictory. So the Treaty of Tripoli took the affirmative position that the American government is in no way founded on the Christian religion.
Yeah, we have a separation of church and state.
Right. I mean, a lot of Christian
here's
Americans don't
Article
believe
11.
that, and a lot of them would argue, well, they did. That's a fabrication.
Yeah, Article 11 states exactly that. As the government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion, as it has in itself no character of enmity against the laws, religion, or tranquility of Muslim men, and as the states never have entered into any war, act of hostility against any Mahometan, which it would have been like a North African Arab nation. It is declared by the parties that no pretext arising from religious opinion shall ever produce an interruption of the harmony existing between the two countries. I mean, yeah, we have a separation of church and state. Because part of the separation of church and state is because of the Anglican church that the
Right.
British had.
I mean,
we didn't want a king.
All of the Christian minorities that were present in America.
Yeah, we didn't want a king that was the head of state and head of the church.
Right. We wanted
dictating
a weak
whatever the fuck they
How
wanted.
easily we forget.
Uh-huh.
I was talking to my Uber driver once about that. He was like, I think it's about time that we try out having a powerful executive. I'm like, dude, that you're gonna think this is extreme.
It's already too powerful.
That's literally the most anti-American thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, it's already way too powerful.
Yeah, for sure.
They kind of do whatever they want.
Right. I was gonna make fun facts about the Treaty of Tripoli. It was what's the word? It was passed unanimously by the Senate. Every member of the Senate approved that language.
I'm pretty sure back then a lot of things were passed pretty unanimously. No, was it not?
I mean, sure, they were in pretty strong agreement about the kind of country they wanted. They
yeah,
figured that out.
It was the people that were running it were the same people that fought in the revolution. They had a
Yep.
They knew what was going on.
It was so funny. Like my MAGA coworker, I was talking to her about this, and she was like, "I'm sorry, and who wrote this? I mean, like who wrote the treaty?" I was like, "Well, it was approved by the unanimous Senate." And she's like, "And when was this?" I'm like, 1789.
Yeah. 1796, November 4th, effective 1797. Yeah.
Oh, really? I got my decade wrong. Okay.
No, I'm just reading it right now.
Definitely not 1789. What's wrong with me?
The exact, yeah, because we had just,
Right.
That's probably within a couple of years after. That might be you might be thinking of the year we signed the peace treaty with Great Britain. I believe is 1789. And it would have been the Treaty of Paris. But 1783.
1789 was the Constitution.
1783 is the Treaty of Paris. That's when it is.
Yeah.
It's been a year and a half since I took pre. I took pre World War or pre Civil War.
Dude, don't take pre. Take the whole thing.
Yeah, I'm not a history major. I'm not getting a political science degree. I only had to take one.
Oh, I was just making an inappropriate comment. Okay, I was going.
Plus, I already had a lot of knowledge of Civil War and onwards, just of my own private reading about it. So I was like, well, let's learn about colonial times. I don't really do a lot of reading about that. Kind of boring.
Okay, we touched on the subject very briefly twice, and I'm really dying to get into it. I want to understand. I had another one that I want to bring up. Okay, transgender ideology. What is? Can you tell me what an ideology is?
Yeah. So I don't really define it as I don't really think about it like that. I feel like a lot of especially the ones you're talking about, MAGA conservatives, they just fucking they think about this shit way too much. You know, it's just on their mind all the time.
Yeah. They're obsessed with
what annoys
people,
me,
and they have TDS.
Yeah, what annoys me is when it gets shoved down my fucking throat. Like, man, dude, I don't give a fuck if you're trans.
Right.
I don't care.
But you only know you know that it's only present as much as it is in the media because of all of the opposition to it. So people.
I mean, I would argue a big reason it's.
Sorry, go ahead.
Present in the media is because the media is run by and is owned by Israel and Jewish people.
And you think Israel likes transgender people?
Oh well, Israel hates Europeans. They hate us.
What does that
like?
have to
So
do
what
with
the
anything?
way? The way, because they would love nothing more than to see the downfall of the Western civilization.
What does any of this have to do with the downfall of Western civilization?
To feminize or feminize our men. turn
Are
them into
effeminate men
women.
bad?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, I think so. I think if you're weaker as a man, I don't think that's a good thing. I think it's something that should be celebrated.
Why do you? Why?
Why?
Yeah.
I believe that. I think God made men and women
God made men and women
different on
transgender
purpose.
too.
He's talking about
We're not
like
strictly debating
he's talking
anything
about
quantum
like
traveler. We're just talking about stuff. And right
yeah,
now
we're just kind of
discussing
bullshitting. This is like the
transgender
30th
issues.
topic. Are you talking about like unisex people born with like a dick and a balls and a vagina?
What?
Is that what you're talking about? When you say God
No,
made
I mean, you're
transgender
saying
people?
God doesn't make people transgender, and I'm saying God makes people transgender.
Or are you saying that people being transgender because God makes all people, that's evidence of him making them like that?
I mean,
Is that what you're...
that's a fair statement. My
Okay,
statement is just founded on as much as yours is.
well, there's this I wonder if I can find it for you. There's this study out of Sweden about transgender
And I'm gonna bet that
transgenderism.
it doesn't say what you think it does. I know the Sweden study.
Well, it led to it didn't lead to them banning youth reassignment surgeries.
What does anyone's reaction to a study prove about the study?
Here, let's read it because it's been a minute since I've read it.
Mhm.
Which exact one is this? Didn't they treat it as depression, anxiety, and what is the medical term that they got rid of for transgenderism? Gender dysphoria.
They didn't get rid of it for transgender people. Those are two different concepts. Gender dysphoria still exists.
Yeah, no, is that the American?
What?
The
They're two different
American
concepts.
identification. Yeah, again, I don't do a lot of thinking about this kind of shit.
Right, we're not debating. We're having a conversation. I am letting you know, and because this isn't a debate, and I'm not trying to trap you. Those are two different concepts. One is a person's association with their social characteristics and their identification with those social characteristics with a historical treatment of sex. The other is a extreme sense of discomfort to the degree to which, if I'm understanding my disorders correctly, to be a disorder, it has to be severe enough to impact your everyday life. So it is a sense of discomfort so severe it impacts your everyday life. In your discomfort with your body as it relates to your gender. So a transgender person doesn't need to have gender dysphoria. A cis person can have gender dysphoria. If
you're saying the dysphoria is a discomfort,
a dysphoria is an extreme discomfort to such a degree that it interferes with your ability to conduct your everyday activities. That's what a disorder
and you're
is.
saying you can just be transgender without being dysphoric because you just don't feel any discomfort.
Yeah, I mean, if a person is transgender and they're like, I love this identity, I am proud to be a transgender person, and I feel like I have male bodily characteristics and I identify as a woman, I love myself in the way I am, that person doesn't have dysphoria.
Yeah, if that's the actual definition, then definitely.
Did you say yeah? If that's the actual definition, or are you looking it up?
No, I'm trying to find the study.
Oh, okay.
So that I can, read
that
what
is.
It says.
So why can people do that with
everyone just refers to it as the Swedish study. Now, how about you show me the actual study so I can read it, motherfucker? This is why I hate the media.
Quantum traveler, to answer your question, what is race?
What is race? Right. I would. So when we were talking about in groups and out groups. No, I don't really think about race. I think more about ethnicity and culture.
To answer your
Which
question, Quantum Traveler, what is nationality?
Nationality, ethnicity, they tend to be pretty tied.
You can't.
It depends, though.
You can't identify as something that has definitional terms that exist outside of your mind. Gender, as people call the term to differentiate it between, like, separate from sex, is something that only exists in the human mind. What is... Oh, that's fun. Are we going to play that? I don't know what game you're talking about, dude. Like, the words relate to ideas that people talk about. So, I mean, you could say sex and gender are the same thing, and I would just ask you back, well, what word should I use when I want to talk about the sociocultural aspects historically related to the two sexes? What word should I use for that? Because that's the word that people use, like, that's the term people use the word gender for. I'm just trying to point out to you, I'm not playing a game, I'm just pointing out to you that these words refer to concepts. Well, then I would point out to you, because you don't want me to ask you what a delusion is. A delusion is a sense of something as real that isn't. Either a hallucination, like an auditory or visual hallucination would be a delusion. But belief in the sociocultural aspects of yourself as it relates to your sex, that literally exists. You have that in your head. I have it in my head. It is a description of a thing that exists. It's not an opinion. You have ideas about what a man is. I know for a fact that Super Jesus has ideas about what a man is. You were just talking about it a minute ago. We all have ideas about what men and women are.
You know, I'm so glad I took a statistics class, because I understand a lot of these studies a lot better, or what these numbers mean when they say.
Traveler, you're welcome in the Discord chat too. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Jack. I keep calling you Super Jesus. You told me your name, Jack. I didn't tell you my name. I'm Austin, by the way.
Oh, nice to meet you, Austin. So this, I find it interesting. I was just reading a bunch of articles when I was trying to find this study that it was like, the Swedish study doesn't say that they have a higher suicide rate, but it says it in the results. And no, again,
it's not that it's not that they don't have a higher suicide rate. It's that the question is causality. Do they have a higher suicide rate because they're trans? That's exactly. Not what the study. That's not what the study finds.
Yeah, and I was going to say that for you before you said it, that just because they have a higher suicide rate doesn't mean that it's because they're trans. It can be a societal thing, cultural thing. You can't conclude that just off of these statistics.
Well, I think the Sweden study even goes so far as to find that suicide rate drops drastically when they find acceptance. Is that not in the Sweden study?
Oh, it doesn't say anything about acceptance. So all it says is that after sex reassignment surgery, it does not affect their suicide rate at all.
Okay, that might be a different study. I thought that was the Sweden study. Let me
acceptance is not just. I
mean, it might not be phrased as acceptance. I might be paraphrasing.
Sex reassigned persons also had an increased suicide. Hold on, wait. No, not 9. Okay, so they had a. Let's see.
And Quantum Traveler, if you haven't gotten the vibe in here, I am a lefty who's talking to somebody who, to me, seems very far right, and we are not having a contentious conversation. So you don't need to be contentious. It's fine.
I wish they had this tabled so it would be easier to see these numbers. Hold on, I might have misspoke. Okay, so the morality, I don't care about morality. I want to just see the suicide. So sex reassigned, particularly from suicide, 19.1 times higher.
I wasn't talking about you, Quantum Traveler. I was talking about Jack.
And so 19.1 times higher, with a 95% confidence interval. Overall, 5.8 to 62.9.
What's 5.8 to 62.9? The
I believe that's the whole range, the whole bell curve.
that's the suicide rate?
That's the whole bell curve. Really, what you want to look at is the 95% confidence interval, which is 19.1 times,
I'm not.
and then
I'm not sure what you're saying. It's measuring. What is it measuring?
the suicide rate compared to just non-transgender people. Sex
Okay.
reassigned persons also had an increased risk
I
for
will
suicide
agree with you.
attempts.
Transgender people have a much higher suicide rate.
Well, this is sex reassigned, not just transgender. So this is after the sex change.
I forgot. Sweden study is
Yeah.
just sex
So that
reassignment.
I think most people, when they talk about it, they're just like, transgender people have higher suicide rates. Like, yeah, cool, duh. But like, what I'm talking about specifically is, okay, we gave them the treatment that we claim is going to help them, but did it help them? No. Psychiatric inpatient, so they have a 4.9 times higher risk for attempt, 2.8 times higher psychiatric inpatient care. Females to males, but not males to females, had a higher risk. Oh, so becoming male is worse.
Wait, read that again.
Legendary. Female to males, but not males to females, had a higher risk for criminal convictions. Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. I didn't finish it. Criminal convictions than their
Well,
previous.
that's not
birth
surprising at all,
controls.
is it?
Well, no, female to
The,
male. So yeah, we
no,
pop
I know. The
them up
majority of
full of
crimes committed by men.
testosterone. Yeah, we pump them up full of testosterone, and they just start
became part of the
committing
statistic.
crime. Legendary. That's actually hilarious. But yeah, so what I can
Just goes
take
to
from
prove that
that
they're
is
men, right?
that, yeah, because now they're men, they have to commit crime. That's actually what makes a man, is committing as much crime as possible.
That's not what my implication is. They're just part of the men statistic.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. That's why it's so inflated, actually.
All right,
But
you're
what I
gonna make
conclude
me
from
mad
that,
at that point.
I'm just trolling. I'm just trolling you. So what
I know.
conclude from
That's
that,
why I said it the way I did.
what I
I don't like
conclude
those
from
kind of
that is that
accusations in groups of people.
yeah, just because we gave them this sex reassignment surgery, it appears not to help them. So what other treatment are we going to do? What's going on here? I don't know. I'm no fucking doctor. I'm not going to pretend to know. I don't know everything.
And yet you're opposed to transgender people being transgender, or supporting them in being transgender. Because it seems like what you
I
just said
personally
conflicts with your stance on
what
transgender people.
well, I didn't. I don't think I really took any stances on it.
You did. You took the
but
stance that you are not a doctor, so you can't make a conclusion on this fact.
no, I can't make a conclusion on what we should, what kind of treatment we should be giving them. But what I can conclude is that this treatment appears not to be working. So we got to figure something else out. So clearly, just cutting someone's dick off and sewing up a vagina appears not to help them. What else?
I feel like I remember. I'm trying to find it. I feel like I remember that, like, as far as conclusions go, the conclusion that surgery and hormonal therapy may not be sufficient to remedy, what is it, to fix the distress. I feel like there was one more conclusion following that, and I'm trying to remember what that conclusion was. But it may just
at the bottom of this, there's similar studies, long-term follow-up of always the same study. Simpson. Now this is a different study.
Oh, that's what it is.
This is a different study measuring the same thing.
So, okay, I remember what it is. It's two things. One is the study doesn't conclude that it doesn't help them. It says that it may not alone be enough to reduce their distress. That means it may be a coinciding factor in improving it. and
Yeah,
then recommend
that's what the
additional
conclusion says.
psychiatric treatment afterwards, which I would recommend.
Our
for everybody.
findings suggest that sex reassignment, although alleviating gender dysphoria, may not suffice as treatment for transsexualism.
So, do you remember why we were bringing up the Sweden study?
No, I think you were asking me, why.
You mentioned it. I don't
Why
remember.
I'm just not a fan. Yeah, why I'm not. Yeah, I don't remember either. See, we get two ADHD motherfuckers trying to talk.
Do you? Man, it used to be so much worse when. Never mind. I don't need to go into my personal psychiatric history.
Before you started taking like Adderall or something.
Well, yes, before I started taking Adderall for sure. I got diagnosed with ADHD last January. Like,
oh man.
January 2024. I didn't know. I like, oh my God, it makes so much sense. Everything makes, and now I see my daughter. I'm like, oh my God, you have ADHD. You have exactly my version of ADHD. Nothing righteous about forcing your dude. What are you talking about, Quantum Traveler? Who are you talking to? Who's forcing opinions on anybody? I feel like Quantum Traveler is conflating not liking your opinion and not liking a person because of their opinion with forcing you to maintain a position. Dude, at that point, I would need you to define what virtue signaling is, because I don't know what people mean by their buzzwords. It's confusing. I feel like you would use the word woke, and I don't know what that means either. Okay, Jack. Do you agree that sex and gender are different?
Define like gender or sex. I would say sex and gender are the same, I guess. Just my gut intuitively without really thinking too much about it. I don't really I don't like what isn't there like 30 billion genders that people like to be nowadays?
I mean, technically I mean, this is how it makes sense to me. I'm not a gender researcher, but it makes sense to me. Like, every single person has a gender. The genders just typically fall under two umbrellas. Like, I have my very own gender that is different from every person's, but I am a man. My gender falls under the category of man because my understanding of what a man is different from what every other person's understanding of a man is. So the difference between the two, I go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that's cool or whatever. People want to do that. Mm-hmm. You got freedom or whatnot, but I don't think we should cater society and step on eggshells around these people. You know what I mean?
Hope you get what I mean. I think it would be more interesting to hear from the transgender than someone who's not.
Yeah,
then go to another
spawn
stream,
a transgender
dude.
person. Let me spawn one real quick. I got a transgender egg.
I'm sure there are plenty of transgender people on Twitch that you can go find the stream for.
Sure, you can go find one and say, there's two white men talking about transgender people. You need to come over here and talk to them. And then she'll be like, hell yeah. And then pop in.
Supporting transgender people is actually what, was it 2018? Yeah, about 2018. I was a staunch fundy Christian conservative, and I think it
epic.
was
I said epic.
I don't think I was very epic back then. I think it was probably pretty rude. So fun. This guy's just the best. You just trying to bring negative energy? Okay. What was I saying? It was actually arguing with people about transgender issues on Reddit that ended up, and that's gonna sound one way, and I'm gonna explain this completely different direction. Actually led me down the path, I think, to becoming more lefty, because and honestly, I think it was I mean, you can blame degenerate culture for this, but I was a fundy Christian, and I had heard how scandalous Steven Universe was.
Oh no.
And I watched some Steven Universe. I was like, this is the most wholesome shit I've ever seen. This is amazing. And like, so much self-love in this, and it does so much to teach self-love. This is amazing. It's a fucking funny show too. And
I think that was like when I was a kid, that was like new. And it was like, you know, you're a kid and there's a cartoon and it's just too new and you're like, nah, I'm not watching that. That's for little kids. But you're like 10, you know, or 12.
oh yeah. I remember that age.
I think that's about when that came out.
When I got to college, and like I think it was, wow, what came out then? There was a Pokemon game that came out when I was in college, and I was like, shit, how much Pokemon have I been missing out on since I was like 13? I quit playing Pokemon, and there's so much good Pokemon out there.
All of it.
Saw a game.
All of it.
Jovan Bradley. What about Jovan? Saw a guy named Searcard doing stream commentary on your. Okay. I don't understand what you mean. What signals did I like Jovan? I bought some.
I know who that is.
I bought a used pair of his headphones. I'm gonna put it on this globe back here. So he was an inspiration to me.
Jovan Bradley. Should I Google this? Remember how I told you I don't use social media?
I mean,
when people say like names or whatever, I'm just like, yeah, no fucking clue who that guy is, man.
Love how I pretend. What do I
Twitch
pretend?
partner.
This guy keeps trying to rage bait me.
Oh, it's just a guy. It's just a dude wearing one of those bunny cat ear headsets.
I mean, he's a lefty debater. He's pretty fun.
Legendary.
He's pretty legendary. Shorts. He's got a very dry wit. Oh, he knows who it is?
No, I don't. I have access to the internet.
I think he's talking about me. I think he thinks that I was pretending to know who Jovan is, despite the fact that I mean, maybe he's responding to the fact that I said I bought a pair of his headphones. Yeah, I know. Attorney. I know? No, shit. I'm not supposed to know shit. I have a high degree of confidence in who Jovan Bradley is. Okay, shit. Okay, you asked... I don't know how we got off track. Sex and gender. Okay, so sex. Have you seen the double bell curve?
No, if I Google double bell curve for sex, will it pop up?
I think it's bimodal distribution.
Right. Yeah, I'm looking at
because I mean, technically there's an infinite number of sex presentations also. Every person has their own sex presentation. And these fall under two like lumps in the bell curve, because sex isn't just your genitals. It isn't just your chromosomes.
Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, I've seen this in my statistics class. We talked about these curves.
Yeah, bimodal distribution curve.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So under both of those big humps are where you would see the generic characteristics of males and females in the human species. But everybody is like in different positions along this chart. And this is why you get the term assigned female at birth or assigned male at birth, because a doctor looks at you as a baby and all he sees is the genitals. And humans are sexed by sex research scientists, people who study this stuff, on like 5 different attributes. 2 are based on genitals, 1 is based on gonads, 1 is based on hormones, and then there's karyotyping. A doctor's not going to karyotype you at birth. You probably don't know what your karyotype is. But you might have a high degree of confidence in XY. You're probably going to assume that you have an XY karyotyping.
Yeah, I definitely got a Y chromosome.
Not necessarily.
Could have multiple of them. Who knows?
You might have XX karyotyping that has the SRY gene active on one of those X's. an XX can take on the phenotype of a male.
I'm looking it up.
Surprised an attorney like you doesn't
Karyotype
know.
is just that's just all your chromosomes. Okay,
Dude,
yeah.
how you know what? Quantum Traveler, what are you ever talking about? I feel like you're talking to like a completely different room. Are you looking at something, Jack?
Yeah, I just googled karyotype. I knew what it was, just not the term. That's just your
Right.
chromosomes.
And I don't know if you've been able to find it yet, but like an XX karyotyping with an active SRY gene would be likely
Yeah,
a male.
isn't XXY still like that's a thing too?
Yeah, that's another karyotyping. I think there's like 37 different karyotypings for human beings.
Oh, I shouldn't have clicked images. That was a mistake on that one. Klinefelter syndrome. Yeah, and I'm not denying that these people exist that have XXY or whatever, right? Whatever
Right.
different syndrome you want. No, not at all. Of course, you have people with.
Okay, Quantum Traveler, I'm glad that nobody's going to listen to me. Thanks for sticking around for the past, 40 minutes? Sure proved your point.
Yo, can I have multiple Y chromosomes? Oh, XYY syndrome, Jacob syndrome. What does that look like?
I don't think you want
Superman syndrome. Come on. Could have had that.
There's a reason these are called intersex conditions, because they're conditions that affect people of one or the other sex, and they tend to make things more difficult. I mean, maybe not. Maybe that's an overstatement on my part. But yeah, so that's sex, and sex itself isn't a clean this or that, which I think people have a hard enough time accepting as it is. But once you realize that you're not just you're not just looking at, is it an on switch or is it an off switch? No, it's like 5 different things that all have multiple possibilities, and we figure out, well, what is a person with a penis who has an XX chromosome pairing, who has hormones that are female, but like they have testes? What sex is that person? Sex is not that simple.
Yeah, I know. I would say sex is like beyond, like, I don't think I really care too much about your stereotype. Like, if you have ovaries and you have the ability to give birth, you're female. If you
have you ever listened to debates on this subject?
No.
Oh man, I love that. I get to be that person for you. Okay. Is female I guess I'll say woman. Let's go. Is woman a restricted class?
A restricted class?
Yes. Does it are some things definitionally excluded from that class?
Like restricted as in like it's a club that it's pretty cool to be in, you know? Is that what you're getting at? Or like
just like there are some things that cannot be fit into this category. Can a chair be a woman?
Like I can't be a woman.
Okay. So it is a restricted class.
Yeah.
Put this in metaphorical terms. What key is required to get into the club?
What key is required?
Have to have?
I would argue you have to be able to give birth.
Okay. Is an infertile woman a woman?
Why is she infertile?
Does it matter? You just said she has to be able to give birth.
Yeah, so is she infertile because like she has ovaries, they just don't work? then yeah, that's a woman because she has ovaries. I would say the
Okay.
presence of ovaries
Okay.
gets you into the club.
What if let's imagine Ginny. Ginny has XX chromosomes, grows up with
Okay.
uh all the typical traits of a female. She reaches
Okay.
adulthood. She is capable of giving birth. Let's just say, I mean,
Okay.
I can imagine any horrific thing.
Already, I'm leaning women.
Imagine an alien comes down with a special ray gun, shoots Ginny, and the alien goes, "Haha! This is my de-ovarifying gun. I now have your ovaries. You don't have ovaries anymore." I'm sure you can imagine more realistic scenarios, but to stay away from people's own experiences
Oh, so
being
you
ridiculous.
had you had a woman, okay,
Is Ginny not
and
a woman
somehow she
anymore?
lost so well, you have a woman and she
Mm-hmm.
loses her ovaries
Yeah,
dramatically or some way.
it doesn't
Okay,
matter.
well,
It
I think
just
that's the
doesn't have
same
her
thing
ovaries anymore.
as yes, but she was born with them,
Okay.
right? So yeah, she's still a woman, and I would argue the same for a man that's a eunuch. Okay, you're a man, we cut your balls off, you're still a man. You shouldn't have to be balls because we cut them off.
Okay. What is an XX person that has that doesn't develop her gonads?
I'd have to Google that.
She doesn't
Her
develop ovaries.
gonads. Oh, she doesn't have ovaries? Does she have a cock and balls?
No.
Like, can she? Then this is an intersex person who's neither man or woman.
That's we just talked
And
about
then
that. That's not how intersex works. Intersex is a condition that affects people who are of one of the two sexes.
this specific person that you've brought up,
Mm-hmm.
this is a incredibly unique. I'd
That's
actually
fine.
be really curious to see how many people are like that, because that's less than 1% of the
Okay.
population, surely.
But so great. It's a very small group of people.
Yeah.
What is that group of people?
At that point, dude, they can say whatever the hell they want to say.
Okay.
You know,
So transgender women are also a small group of people who many people believe to be women. They are women. What excludes them from that category?
I would argue if like I said, if you're born with the ability to fertilize an egg, you're a man. If you're born with the ability to have your egg fertilized, you're a woman. You know,
Okay.
you're male, you're female.
What about people who develop neither?
Again, like we just said, that's like I'd have to Google that. What is it called? People who have neither
Basically, look,
testicles or ovaries
no
like
nobody
at birth.
nobody nobody fits into
At
this
birth.
this line right at the middle where how I can't straighten my arm. There we go. Nobody falls in this line on this line. They're either over here or over here. One way is male, the other is female. You have more of one characteristic than you do another one.
To me, the characteristics, like what you look at when you look at them,
Mm-hmm.
whatever. If you have the ability to impregnate somebody, you're a man. If you have
Okay.
the ability to become impregnated, you're a woman. And
We already
I
went over
believe
this.
that
What if
that's
you're infertile?
assigned at birth. If you're infertile, okay, so you have the facilities, like so you have ovaries, okay, um,
And we've been through
but
this. There are
they just
people who
don't
don't
work.
develop uh, their genitals. These are potential cases. Like these are conditions that people are born with and develop without. What is it?
Yeah, well,
Vaginal
one of my buddies had
agenesis.
a natural vasectomy. He was born with it.
Okay.
That's
I
the
know
thing.
I know vaginal agenesis exists. I imagine penile agenesis also exists. So you can have male hormones, you can have XY chromosomes. Um, what if you just don't develop the bits?
Well, that's a 1 in 300 million. So like let's divide that. 1 in 30 million.
Right, but you're just
30,
defining how
53.
small a group is.
Holy shit! It's
By
that's
defining how
a
small a group is that you can include in a group, you are saying that that group, that small group can be part of the larger group without the required thing. That thing is no
yeah.
longer
So
required.
this small group that we're talking about,
Hmm.
yeah, whatever the hell they want to do, I don't care. But my
Why
thing
don't you feel the
is that
same
the
way about
vast
trans people?
majority, well, because the vast majority of people that are trans, they don't fall into this group. They
No, they fall
have
in a
some sort
separate
of
small group. But what is
yeah,
you're missing? You're
no,
missing
they
the part where we are trying to find the thing that defines women. You define a thing. I tell you a group that doesn't have that thing, and you are perfectly fine fitting them in the group that you just said has to have the thing they don't have. But for some reason, you are treating trans women differently. You're saying they don't have that thing, but I'm not going to include them in this group the same way I would include these other people that don't have that thing in this group.
if they have the ability to impregnate or be impregnated, then they're whatever that group falls into, male or female.
Okay, what about a
These
trans
very
person that is
rare.
infertile and has rarity doesn't change because we have two groups and you are putting people in one group or the other group, and you keep saying there are these exceptions for small groups. Trans people are also a small group. What makes them different than the other small group that you say doesn't need the thing that's required?
What makes them different is that they've got a cock and balls that works,
Right, so they're
you know,
male, right?
or a yeah.
Okay, so what are they lacking that a woman needs?
What are they lacking that a woman needs?
Yes.
Um, I mean, without
But
getting
because so
religious
far
and
I
just
could say they're a
arguing.
male, they're a man, and they're a woman. So what does a woman need that they don't have?
I wouldn't say that they're a male man and a woman. I'd say, like I said, you got a cock and
No, no.
balls. The cock and balls
I'm
work.
not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying so far XY. Okay, they're a male. I mean, if they have all
Okay.
the other sex traits that are required to be a male. They're assigned male.
Okay.
And you're
Fine
saying they're a
male.
man. And now
Yeah.
currently we don't have anything that is required to be a woman. So this male man could also be a woman. Give me the thing that makes it so that they can't be a woman.
Well, how do they become a woman? What makes them a woman?
I'll tell you what makes them a woman. And I wish I had my whiteboard. Or I wish I had set up my tablet. Because I did this for my daughter to explain to her how gender works. Okay, I want you to imagine. Wait, I can draw. I can.
Yeah, you have a MS Paint or something.
Oh boy, MS Paint. This is going to be great. God, I wish I had my drawing tablet set up already. Okay. Where is... Okay, bring it to the front. That doesn't look like MS Paint. What? Hello? You don't see MS Paint on my screen, do you? It looks like a black rectangle.
See, yeah, black screen.
You said you were going to connect me to MS Paint. What if I draw on it? What does it look like? Okay, that's great. Oh boy. What the hell?
Oh, I see something now. What's going on?
Yeah.
Yeah, just draw in white. You have a blackboard instead of a whiteboard. That's fine.
Oh geez, this isn't even me drawing anymore. This is just me moving the cursor over MS Paint.
Oh.
Let me close it and try again.
I see what's going on. That's interesting.
Okay. Let's get rid of this entirely. I don't need this. Okay, let's open MS Paint again. have to add it. I don't know how much longer I can last, man. Okay. No, dude, come on. What if it's... Aha! Had to change the settings. Okay. Let's move. Can I make you smaller? All right, let me move my face over here. Okay. So this is how I explained it to my daughter. And now keep in mind, we were still searching for the difference between like sex and gender, and we were trying to define woman in terms of sex, and we were struggling to make that fit. Now, the way people who talk about gender and sex as if they are different things would associate gender with the sociocultural concepts that we associate with men and women. And so I'm not going to Socratic method you here the way I would Socratic method my daughter, but so I'll just make the chart. Okay, that's nice and clean, sure. Okay, where's text? Oh, geez. Okay, here is one sociocultural aspect of being a man. Right? Is this a sociocultural aspect of being a man?
Sure.
Like if somebody called me a woman, I would be like, no.
Yeah, you'd be like, what are you talking about?
Exactly. That is what it means to identify as a man. Over here, we've got identifies as a woman. Cool. And then because we're going to say that everybody has a different gender and they have different concepts of genders, I am going to say I am drawing some person's concept of gender. So over here might be confident, tough, cool stash, likes sports. These are all reasonable characteristics of like sociocultural characteristics of a man, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Here's another one. Christians love this one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Over here. Demure. Supporter. Likes cooking. Pretty. Dresses. Okay. Give me one more.
Like a womanly trait.
How about this?
Chaste, yeah, epic.
Chaste.
Well, I would argue that, and that's a should be a male and female characteristic, but no, you're right. I think society has cooked us in that regard.
I'm curious. Do you think the law should reflect Christian morals?
I think it kind of in part does, just naturally, because people who typically write the laws tend to put that in there.
Sure.
What
do other cultures
talking about in
with
terms
different
of
religions have similar laws?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they also have similar laws
Tends to
that
be
reflect
they tend to
their,
be human values, not just Christian values.
Yeah, they also tend to have laws that reflect their whatever their specific religion and culture are.
Sure, but I'm sure you can
but
find overlap.
generally,
I'm sure you can find overlap anywhere, such that any specific thing you could find could be found in another culture that isn't Christian.
Definitely, every culture on the planet has said murder, that's wrong.
Right.
And then every culture differentiates between murder and killing. And
Hey,
it
a lot of
also
people in
says,
I was about to say specifically righties I see in debates, but that's mostly because I'm watching Lefty debate streams with people I know who are actually
yeah,
educated and know what they're talking about. Um, Lots of people don't differentiate between those two things, and they really should, because that's definitional to murder.
yes,
Murder
yeah,
is
murder
definitionally different
is
than killing.
slaying criminally. That's
It,
probably
it,
a crude definition.
it is
Um,
an unlawful
illegal
killing of
killing.
another human being.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Hey, let's get into
definitely.
law definitions. Let's go.
Yeah, and
Dude, I
everyone
love
agrees
law. I'm gonna
stealing
geek
is
out right now.
wrong. Yeah,
What?
everyone agrees stealing is wrong, but I think generally every culture would say stealing's wrong, but if you're stealing bread, that's a little different than stealing a flat screen TV. You know what I mean?
Right. So all of these things
Complete.
basically come down to us being empathetic to the harm that others experience. It's just a human
Yeah.
quality.
Yeah, exactly.
So when it comes to values that are not shared by the majority of human existence because we have empathy for other suffering, for instance, sexual morality laws, sex workers, should that should Christian values control how that's, and we're getting off topic. I'm going to finish right there, and we can pick it back up later if you want to. But uh, to finish that question, should Christian values dictate how sexual morality laws are written?
What sexual morality laws do we even have?
Well, sodomy
You
used to be
know?
illegal.
Um,
Sex work is illegal in most places.
Pretty much every place, even Vegas, it's technically illegal. I think it's like, what is it? Like it's technically legal
It's
outside
legal
of
either in
Vegas.
the Netherlands or just Amsterdam, I think.
Yeah, like it's pretty much illegal everywhere in
Mhm.
Western civilization.
Right.
Um,
But
no, I mean I don't
why
think
should it be?
why should it be illegal?
Yeah.
Um, what what value does it produce? What does it do? What you're providing a
Uh,
service that is
well,
sex.
at a minimum, every action has the benefit of allowing people who want to engage in that action the freedom to do so. That is a minimum benefit that all actions have.
Yeah, I think it lessens the meaning of sex. I think it'll it's just what I think. I
Does
think
it
it
reduce the meaning of sex for a person who thinks it doesn't?
well, I think we as a society should promote that sex and marriage should be protected and sanctified. I think we should actively promote that to help
You say as
incentivize
a
people to
society,
get
I'm
married.
talking about as a state.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And those are interchangeable
Not
right
we talked
now.
about the framers earlier. Don't see those things as interchangeable. They
They
didn't.
saw they didn't see religion. I'm just saying me personally.
Okay,
I'm not quoting scripture or whatever
so
for this.
you
I believe we should try to protect. We should try to ensure and incentivize that people get married. We should promote the nuclear family.
okay? At what point?
I think it's healthy.
At what point should someone's feelings on values control how other people behave?
Well, I don't think that promoting the nuclear family oppresses anybody. And I
Okay,
don't
but that's
think,
different from legal constraints. I'm talking about legal
yeah,
constraints. If you want to promote it, that's great. Like you can add incentives for people to stay married and have children. That's
yeah.
fine. But at the point where you're saying, well, you can't marry another man because we promote the nuclear family, that's no longer promoting the nuclear family, that's restricting others' freedom to act as they will.
Yeah, I don't really care if two gay people get married. But I don't think that
But
two.
plenty of people who support like laws against sex work do. oppose
Yeah,
gay
and
marriage.
I think I think that's how we got started, like way back hours ago. Like, yeah, our politicians are fucking corrupt and crooked, dude. They support all
No, no,
kinds of
no. We don't need to
hypocritical
bring
shit.
politicians into this. We don't need to bring politicians into this because you were just supporting sexual morality laws, but you don't support laws against same-sex marriage. Where would you differ with another Christian who opposes same-sex marriage?
Yeah, I feel like I differ with most people. I feel like most
So do
people
most
tend to get into
people.
that.
Most
Most
people
people
differ
tend to
from
get
most
into like
people. So
yeah,
why
no,
should your values
I think a lot
control
of
their
people.
freedoms?
No, I think a lot of people get like tribal with it. Like, oh, my party, they support this, so I gotta support out all the tickets. I'm like,
Sure,
no,
they do.
relax,
Sure, they
bro.
do. And that's like
Um,
my problem with tribalism is that most people don't realize that their own tribe would cut them out if it came to another issue.
yeah.
Like if they killed all the libs and suddenly it was just a bunch of righties, there would still be tribes.
Yeah, yeah, and that goes back to how we were talking about conservatives in China, how it kind of like you create this whole new political spectrum if you eliminate all the people that are out of your little group or whatever.
Uh-huh.
Um,
Okay,
but no, I don't like.
let's get back to communism and in groups and out groups and deciding when your values should control other people's actions. I want to finish this and then we can put it away.
All
Okay.
right.
What gender is this person?
Yeah, that's a male.
I don't see gonads or genitals or
So
karyotyping or I don't see
when
any
you're
of that on
putting
here.
these ideas or values or whatever,
Uh-huh.
you can be a man and cook. Not all men
I
are
know.
eaters. Like
Right.
that's
That's why I
not
was specifically
necessarily.
asking about these sociocultural traits. What
Yeah,
is that person?
the sociocultural traits are kind of like I don't think that's as important to like what is a man or a woman. Really, like when I think of like when that question is asked of me, I just think of sex.
Great. Okay. So now we're getting down to just terminology. Okay. So let's call it two different things. On the left, I've got bees, and on the right, I've got birds.
You give
Okay.
me the bees and birds.
Mm-hmm. So what is the person on the left? Because now we're talking about gender terms that are not man and woman. We have two different genders called birds and bees. Over here, the person whose mind I have drawn characterizes these traits as being bee-like traits, and these characteristics as being bird-like traits. What is this person that I've circled?
Uh, the person that's circled in red, I'd ask, do they have testicles or ovaries?
What does that have to do with bees?
Don't do I guess they lay eggs, don't they?
Okay, do you
What
need
I
me to
don't
come
even
up with
that's not a
nonsense
mammal.
words?
Yeah. Let's do a mammal instead. How? Because I don't know a lot about how avians
Okay,
give
on the left is
birth.
on the left is a chair. On the left is a
Oh,
chair, and on the
okay.
right is a mailbox.
Does the
And
mailbox have the ability to create other mailboxes? Does it have
what
a
does that have
hammer
to
and
do with any of these
nails?
things? What does that have to do
Well,
with any of these social cultural traits? Because
that's what I
you're
think
talking
of.
about males and females. I'm not talking about males and females. I'm talking about mailboxes and chairs. I'm talking about a completely different subject.
Yeah, but this is more like metaphorical for men and women.
Well, right. But so
I,
I'm separating the gender concept from the sex concept because people who talk about these things as like meaningful, they're talking about two different things. A trans man does not think that he's a male. A trans woman does not think they're a female. They are talking about sociocultural traits, which
okay,
does
so you're
impact how
telling
your
me,
brain works, by the way.
so you're telling me transgender people, like so a trans female or woman or whatever,
Hmm.
isn't trying to become female. They
They
just want to be viewed as a woman.
they can decide to take on female characteristics if that makes them more comfortable with their gender, but they don't have to. A trans woman can be perfectly happy with a penis. This is where we're
Um,
talking about gender dysphoria and transgender identity being two different things.
yeah.
I know it's layers on layers on layers, but these are real things that affect everyone. It's just the typicality, the typical thing is for all these things to line up. But atypical doesn't mean wrong. So we have to understand, how do these atypical things, how do they relate to each other when they're not aligned? Because these are real experiences of other people.
um, yeah. I have no idea, to be honest. These people, surely we shouldn't be just completely centering whatever society or our culture around these people, because surely they're just
They're
like an
not trying to
incredible
center culture on themselves.
minority.
They just want to be themselves. They would be
Um,
perfectly happy if you never talked about their gender again.
yeah, I know. I agree. I would be perfectly happy if nobody talked about it. That'd be fantastic. That's the boat I've always been in. Okay,
Right.
cool.
But
People are
the
gay.
problem is that they
Yeah.
get denied for, like, a lot of people on the right are totally fine with saying they aren't interested in another person's gender. But it becomes a problem when they deny those people who identify as that gender from being part of that gender in other groups. So now when if no one denies it, then nothing happens. Literally nothing happens. But once somebody denies it, now somebody's brought it up.
Um, the only I can't think of any scenario where I would deny something like that except for like sports. Is that
Fun,
like what you're
fun,
talking
fun
about?
topic.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's finish this one. If we can just, like, I think I've got you. Like, I started to think that maybe you were being bad faith with this demonstration, but I think you get it now. If I've got chairs and mailboxes, if this person has all of these traits, are they a chair or a mailbox?
Yeah, they can say whatever that they want. Um, and you know what? I'm still gonna sleep at night, you know? I'm still gonna do
All
whatever I'm
right,
gonna do.
cool.
It's not gonna bother me.
So
I don't
I can skip
care.
everything else and just say that, right? That's what you're saying. You don't
Um,
care. This person identifies as that. They are that.
yeah, sure. Well, I
But
would
the
say to be a it in my world to truly be a man or a woman is sex. I
Right,
still
right.
don't like
You so
differentiate it. I get
I'm
that
not, I'm
they
not
do.
disputing that. I'm not disputing that.
Yeah.
I unlike most leftists, I can make room in my world where if I tell you that I stepped up to the plate and swung the bat, are you confused about what bat I'm swinging? Am I
No.
swinging a flying mammal?
Yeah, no. Yeah, you're swinging a bat.
No. Man can refer to sex and gender, and I understand that when you say man, you are referring to sex.
Yeah.
I need you to also understand that other people, when they say man, are not necessarily referring to the same thing as you are. They might be referring to something else, and that doesn't mean that they're conflicting with you. You
Yeah.
are referring to sex, they are referring to gender. Y'all are talking about two different things. Just like
Okay.
a biologist and a sports player may be talking about two different bats. Problem is the problem is when we come down to the issue of what do we call people? What do we call people to those people? What do we acknowledge those people as? And I understand you think a man is a male. They think a man is a person with sociocultural traits that they associate with historical relationships with the male sex. The problem comes to the issue is, how do we choose one over the other? And what criteria should we use to choose one over the other when we are referring to a person? I believe at a minimum there must be some kind of utility in choosing what words we use in what situations, if there's to be a better one than a worse one. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, so and like I said before, the only scenario I can really think of is when it comes to like sports.
Okay. I guess we have to address that before we can get to the major one, because
Yeah.
this is not a major one.
Oh, is there a major one? Well,
Yeah,
what's
there's
the
a
major one?
You brought it up earlier.
Oh, I did.
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Human suffering. Suicidality.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
This is an
So
identity issue. And if you deny humans their identity, then they suffer. And the suffering is very real, to the point where we can measure it as a statistic. And I hate to boil humans down to numbers, but the point is, these aren't just weak people. These aren't just like poor saps who are broken. No, if studies show, if you deny humans their identity, they will die. So where is the utility?
and I agree with that because I feel like we have been denied a national identity in the past couple decades as Americans.
All right. Whatever it takes to get you on board.
And we, um,
I don't
I think
consider myself as having a national identity.
I strongly do. I
I
strongly
strongly
consider myself to
associate
be
myself
American.
with the U.S. Constitution, but as much as the U.S. dissociates itself from its own constitution, like I more greatly favor law and minority rights and a pluralist form of government than I care about America itself. Yeah.
No, I care a lot about America itself, the United States.
We can get to that. Let's
In
talk
my
about trans sports.
nationality, 100%.
Yeah.
But no, I get that. Yeah, yeah, you're denying an identity.
I mean, if we just boil things down to numbers, it's if you do A, people die. Maybe we stop doing A. Unless
But
there's
if
some
so,
alternative
if
utility
we
that overpowers it.
so you're saying we should like, I don't know the word, like demean, or open up what it means to be a man versus a woman. Wouldn't that dilute the identity for more people that aren't trans than it would for trans?
Here's the thing. Sex isn't identity. How you relate to your sex is identity. And that's gender.
But wouldn't most people identify sex and gender as the same?
Most people are cisgendered, so their gender would align with their sex.
So
But
wouldn't by your same logic of if you deny people their identities that they have negative outcomes with mental health, wouldn't that vastly over affect cis people than it would trans people?
No, because cis people aren't being denied their identity. Other
Um,
people having their identity doesn't harm people having their own identity.
well,
You seeing yourself as a man doesn't
we
change if another person sees themselves as a man. Like, how many trans men would there have to be for you to stop calling yourself a man?
how many trans men would there have to be? It'd have to get like pretty ridiculous,
Yeah, to the
know.
point probably where gender doesn't matter anymore, at which point we would just see all other people as just people without differentiating each other based on our sociocultural, like,
Yeah, that would
I
that wouldn't
keep in
make me feel
mind,
too good.
supporting transgender people and their identities is not the same thing as supporting the system that is gender. A lot of people who support transgender identities are gender abolitionists. They're like, there should be no associations based on your sex. Your sex
Yeah.
should have no association, but the problem is we do that ourselves. Like, our brains do that. We categorize things. So as long as we continue to do that, gender will continue to be a thing.
Yeah. So, I mean, as long as we don't do that, what you're saying, and just completely demolish what it means to be a man and a woman, yeah, I don't give a shit if somebody wants to. If you have a woman that wants to watch sports. In fact, find me a woman that wants to watch sports and tell her to hit me up. You know, you know what I mean? It doesn't. Yeah, I don't feel like it matters too much to me. I'm not gonna go out there and see these people and be like, "What the fuck are you doing?" You know, I'm not gonna do any of that shit. Um, I go to university. I see trans people in public. I've never seen anyone talk to them like that. Have you?
Talk to them like what?
Um, like talk to them in a negative way, denying them their identity or whatever.
Not
I've never
personally,
seen.
but I live in
I'm sure
Austin
that they.
and tend to occupy spaces that are friendly to trans people. There are plenty of
Yeah.
places that I'm sure would treat them poorly.
Yeah. No.
Here, I'll close this.
I don't even know what more needs to be done for these people to get them to not fucking off themselves. You know.
I think we're about to get there because all right,
Yeah.
just as a fun little demonstration, to finish how I did this for my daughter, I was like, okay, cool. What is this person? All right, that's a man. All right, cool. What is this person? That's a woman. All right, cool. Great. Now what is? Oh shit. What is this person? That person still sees themselves as a man. They're like, this is what a man is. They like sports and cooking and they lead and they have a cool stash. They wear pretty dresses, are chaste, are tough, and have a cool stash. That's a man. But then you get down to, okay, so what is the one thing required to be a man? Well, it all has to come back to this thing. Every time it has to at least include that category, like that one sociocultural trait. Otherwise, like if I did that 100 different times, that would always be the thing you go to figure out whether they're a man or a woman. And that's what people mean when they say a man is a person who identifies as a man. Most people don't realize that's what they mean, but that's why it boils down to this. And then you get, okay, what is this person? Welcome to the world of non-binary.
Yeah.
They don't associate with either man or woman. Or they don't do it in a traditional way. Okay, I'll put that away. Hope that was as fun for you as it was for me.
Yeah, that was pretty epic.
Sports. I've been waiting to pull that out on an adult. I'm sure you couldn't tell.
Yeah. Yeah, I bet.
Trans
Yeah,
people
that
in sports.
that's probably what it boils down to, is that people on the right just gender and sex are the same, you know. And people, well, I guess people on the left, maybe even moderate people, they don't see it like that.
People on the left don't see it. What? Sorry.
They don't see it as gender and sex being the same.
Right. Well, I think a lot of what the confusion is, because I see this constantly in leftist debate spaces, is the person who's a conservative will come in and say, yeah, but that's not normal. That's atypical. And the person is like, the leftist view is, yeah, that's fine. It being atypical doesn't mean that it's not worthy of recognition as a thing. Yes, men usually are males. But people who identify as men aren't always males. Which is why I was pressing you on the thing where you're like, that's like a 1% or less than 1%. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. There are niche categories.
Yeah.
We're not talking about redefining what is typical. And I think that is something that is never said, and I think would solve a lot of the conflict. No one is trying to redefine what is typical. We're trying to redefine what is accepted. Okay.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Trans
What is
people in
accepted
sports.
versus what is typical.
I've got two main arguments on this, and I'll let you pick which route we want to go down. Do you want to go down the fairness route or the categorization route?
Fairness.
Okay. I just realized that I haven't had music for the last however long. Fairness. Okay. What order do I want to go in to address this? Okay. So the puniest man you've ever seen.
Okay.
You have identified this person as a man the entire time you've known him, but I should say her,
Yeah.
because this person comes out of the closet as a trans woman. They have always been a woman. They have just had a hard time seeing other people seeing them as a woman. They've been afraid of how people will treat them. But now they're out. They're a woman. Why should this person not compete in a women's sport?
They dominate it outside of a D1 level, you know, in
The
middle school.
puniest male you've ever seen would dominate a women's sport.
Oh, yeah. Depending on what sport it is.
Let's do weightlifting. Do I need to bring up a video of women's weightlifting?
Yeah, are you going to show D1 athletes, or are you going to show a middle school, high school, just JV weightlifting team?
Let's talk about girls. Sure, let's talk about girls you've seen in high school. Imagine your average softball player in high school doing a weightlifting competition against the puniest guy you ever knew in high school.
Yeah.
Who would lift more?
The guy.
Bullshit.
Do they have the same years of training?
Yeah, except it depends on what you mean by training, because the girl who plays softball has definitely developed musculature that the puny male has not.
So if you have a male and a female, and they perform like a weightlifting task, unless you're talking about this incredibly small percentage of women that are essentially going to be starting D1 athletes, the man is typically going to win.
Okay.
Very typical.
Do we care about typical?
Yeah. No.
Okay, I understand you talk about you care about typical, like as an on average basis.
Yeah. I think you open the door for people to you know, I don't really keep up like
how many people.
Most, I have no idea. I don't really
keep up with
a tiny percentage of
people, right?
Yeah, well, with disingenuous people, they'd be like, "Yeah, no, I'm actually trans. I'm gonna go play women's sports," and then just fucking absolutely destroy it. That'd be crazy. When I was in
okay, what if we put a limit of, like, I'm not saying we should do this, but imagine we put 2 years of therapy where the therapist recognizes this person has been identifying as that gender for 2 years.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, if that person has testosterone flowing through their veins the whole time, and they're training, preparing to go into whatever sport they're going into, they're gonna end up starting.
What if they've been on puberty blockers?
On puberty blockers? How effective is that at preventing?
It prevents the onset of puberty.
Again, you're talking about giving. I don't think we should give that kind of stuff to someone under the age of not even 18 before puberty.
How many times do you go through puberty?
Once.
Right. So you are choosing puberty for them.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you should figure it out first. I think if you go to a child who doesn't know shit from fucking around the world, and they say like, "Oh, I think it'd be cool to be a girl," and you're like, "Oh, wait a minute," and you start telling them Yeah, no, you actually can be a girl. We can give you these little pills that will stop your puberty, and you can transition into a girl. You could get a lot of young
Hold
children
on. We're
that.
just talking about puberty blockers at this point. We're not
Yeah.
talking about medical transitioning.
Is that not what a puberty blocker is? It's just a pill they take that blocks the onset of puberty.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
That doesn't give you the opposite puberty. It just blocks puberty.
yeah, no, I believe you could end up with a lot of people that shouldn't be taking that are going to end up taking it because
Why? Like what would be the harm of taking puberty blockers?
you're going to waste time. Time's the most valuable resource.
Is it wasted if the person was uncertain about which puberty they wanted to go through?
I mean, shit, man.
What would be the
Puberty's a
harm of
scary
going through the
time,
wrong
really.
puberty?
What will be the harm of going through the wrong puberty?
Yeah.
Can't you reverse it if you're like in
No,
your
you only go
20s?
through puberty one time.
That's what God intended for you. You know, like you
No,
went through puberty.
Does God intend every person who gets cancer to die of cancer?
Well, cancer's different.
No.
A different disease would be better to use than cancer. So, like
Why?
the Black Death.
Cancer is a natural occurrence, right?
Yeah, cancer's a genetic mutation.
Okay,
It's
but
not
it
like a
occurs naturally, doesn't it?
yeah.
Okay, and then we
You have
developed the
cancer in your
ability.
body right now.
Okay,
So do I.
terminal cancer
Uh-huh.
is a naturally occurring circumstance, isn't it? Condition.
Yeah, it's just you have cancerous cells all the time. It's just inevitably as you get older, you can get it incredibly unfortunate and get it when you're a kid. You end up with too much of it, and they replicate too fast to the point
Yeah.
where it's like, okay, we have to intervene somehow.
Okay, intervene. Great. Should we intervene?
With puberty, no,
No, with
I
cancer.
don't think we should. With cancer,
Yeah,
how fucked is it? Has it hit the blood?
it's terminal.
Yeah. So is that when it hits the blood?
I don't know. I don't have any medical background, but I know there are some circumstances where cancer kills a person, and doctors tend to be able to predict that it will
Yeah,
kill the
there's
person.
typically when it hits the bloodstream, if you're already elderly, the choice is just to not intervene because it's just like, yeah, dude, you're cooked.
Okay. Are you intentionally avoiding the point of the question?
No,
Because I can keep refining the hypothetical to get to the point where we're answering the question. Are you intentionally avoiding it?
well, so the question is, should we intervene in puberty, right?
Should we
No,
give
I don't
people
think we should.
glasses?
Yeah,
Why? God intended you to have poor eyesight.
'cause, well, we have you can just put some little glasses on you that are
Why? God
change
intended you to
the
have bad
direction of
eyesight.
eye. Well, you could go through life like that if you want. I mean, with
You
no
could go
glasses.
through life having the puberty that doesn't match your gender if you want. Why?
I don't think a child is capable of making that decision.
They're not making a decision.
my-
They're delaying a decision.
Delaying a decision. I don't think
Yeah.
a child is capable of making the decision to delay that decision.
Then
I don't
you
think-
are
I don't
forcing
think
them
you
to go
can.
through the wrong puberty.
I'm not forcing them to do anything. Their body is.
No, because they can wear glasses.
When I was a kid, I didn't wear glasses. I was like, "Fuck that! That makes me look dumb." And I would just squint at
Great.
the whiteboard.
You were welcome to go through the wrong puberty, dude. You were welcome to do that. But why should the person who wants to wear glasses not be allowed to wear glasses?
I think that's apples and oranges. I think
It's not.
I
You just
I think it
see
is.
it as a different category because you don't like it. Doctors
no.
doctors have assessed this. Doctors think this is the best way to treat this condition. Doctors have tested puberty blockers for decades. They are found to be mostly safe, save for some level of bone deterioration, which is way better than a 19.1 times risk of suicidality. Doctors think this is the best way to do this. Why is this different from glasses?
What is the chance that they go through puberty and they change their mind? How much of that happens? I'd be curious to see that. Yeah, I don't read these studies like
Okay,
surely
this
most other
is
people do.
slightly different, but I hope it will answer your question anyway. Do you know the regret rate on bottom surgery?
No.
It is less than the regret rate on heart surgery. It is, I think it's between 1 and 3% consistently.
There was actually a related study in that one that I linked that said detransition. That's what we were talking about, right? Detransitioning.
Yeah, detransitioning. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
not even detransitioning, just regret. I mean, you can regret without detransitioning.
I would argue if you detransition, you regretted it.
No, I'm talking the other
That's
direction.
probably, yeah.
I'm saying you can regret it without detransitioning. I mean, if you detransition, I assume you regret it. Now,
Yeah.
that being said, some people have reported detransitioning because they feel the social pressure to do so. But I think that would still count as a regret. Because you're still saying the choice I made is not right for me, so I'm making a different choice.
Yeah,
But
no,
I'll
I
tell
don't
you
think we
this. I'll tell you
should.
this. You're asking how many people regret going through the wrong puberty, like by taking puberty blockers and then taking hormones to have the other puberty. How many
Uh-huh.
how many adults with gender dysphoria who didn't realize they were trans until they were adults regret going through the wrong puberty?
I have no idea.
All of them. They have gender dysphoria. So they are uncomfortable with the way their body relates to their gender. I
think
guess I can't say all of them.
better.
I won't assume that I understand these things entirely. So maybe there are other situations where somebody could have gender dysphoria but not want to have gone through a different puberty. But I'll tell you, it's a very high percentage. And I think a lot of them would have liked to have had the choice to go through the other puberty because you only get one. And they are either allowed to make the choice to delay it so that they can wait until they're old enough to have a better choice, like better capability of making a choice, and longer time being assisted by their parents and therapists and endocrinologists and family physician and psychiatrist. Like there's a whole team of people who are always involved in these things. So they have more time. And they want that time so that they can decide. And you're saying instead of what you want, instead of what doctors advise, I want you to go through the puberty I want you to go through. Imagine if that were any other personal health decision.
Yeah, I think every other
wild,
personal health
dude.
decision is completely different.
Why? What makes it
How
different,
much-
dude?
How much money is does all that cost?
People's motivations and the cost does not change the facts.
Yeah.
And right now, I imagine you have to be talking about, if you're talking about the money people make on the industry of transgender transitions, you are talking about a physician, a family physician, an endocrinologist, a psychiatrist, a therapist, and the parents all being in on the scheme. Maybe
Well, I
not the
think the
parents,
parents.
but the rest of
Yeah,
them are
the
all trying to make money on it.
Yeah. From what
Do
I
you
know
think
about
the
our
therapists
health,
went into this to make all that trans money? That's why they went into the career path they did?
No, I bet the people who make the drugs do though.
Great. One of the
isn't,
four. And they didn't even make the drugs. They're just prescribing them.
No, the people that actually made the drugs.
Great. And
One thing I love telling
that's why every
Americans,
psychiatric association thinks that this is the right way to treat transgender issues, because the drug makers are the ones pushing it for money.
yeah, so all that stuff's cool. What I don't think we should do is go seek out children who might be confused and just try to force them to um, see this as an option.
No one advocates for that.
Um,
People only advocate for having the discussions out loud so that it is normalized and people are not afraid to talk about it.
yeah, but I don't think we should educate children on that's a path. I think you'll find
Teaching them about it is a
children.
path?
Um,
Dude, I taught my daughter about trans people when she was 7. She has never once
yeah,
questioned her own gender.
yeah, I won't be teaching my children about trans people. Um,
Great.
I
And that'll
won't.
be
I
a
won't.
thing that they grow up and be like, my dad didn't talk to me about that. Dude, I
Yeah.
talk to my daughter about everything. She's so fucking smart because I talk to her about everything that exists.
Oh, I'll talk to her about everything but that. You know, my daughter will know all kinds of stuff, but
What is the harm in talking to her about it?
um, what if she thinks it might be cool to be a man? You know,
That
you don't
doesn't
think
make
there's any
her
of
any
that?
more a man. Dude, have you ever questioned if you were a boy?
No.
No. Talking to your daughter about trans people isn't going to make her question whether she's a girl. If she questions it, that probably means that there was something already happening.
I mean, I believe you could just you can definitely indoctrinate children on this. I'm not saying I'm
You
not
can indoctrinate
anywhere.
children. Nobody's advocating for that.
Well, I'm getting some water, so I
Nobody
may be cutting
wants
out.
people to become trans because that doesn't give anyone anything. Even the fad concept, all of the trauma that comes with being a trans person, it's not
My
a
cat just
fad.
knocked me down. You believe that?
What? The cat knocked you down?
I said my cat. Yeah, but dude, that motherfucker.
That's what you get
Holy
for having a
shit.
cat.
I know. He sprinted in there while I was walking. I'm wearing socks on wood floor. Oh, I gotta get some paper towels. He made me drop my water. You motherfucker. Bastard. Absolute demon. I'm wearing socks on a wood floor. He sprinted past me and like shoulder checked my leg.
What a piece of
Dropped
shit.
my water all over the floor. I know, right? Freaking
Cats
cat.
suck.
Yeah, he's just a little bastard.
This is no nothing attorney going on record. This clip will be dug up in the future. No, I don't want your tongue on my face.
Didn't spill the whole thing though. Just kind of threw it onto the floor. All right, I'm back. Aren't we the only country that allows this to happen under people under the age of 18?
One, I don't think so. Two, how is that relevant? What does other people doing stuff have to do with facts? I never understand that argument.
Countries that allow well, I would consider. Would you consider the United States to be very liberal in these kinds of things?
No, the United States is nowhere close to as left as the majority of Western Europe.
Exactly, and I'm pretty sure the majority of Europe doesn't allow this.
Okay, so that means it's unrelated to whether it's left or right.
Well, I think it means that we're not. You could argue that we're not doing the actual liberal policy. Let me find some sort of thing on this. I want to say we're the only country that allows sex reassignment before
severely. Wait. Who?
18. Ireland. 16.
Where in America do they allow sex reassignment before 18?
Google that.
And even if it is legally allowed in places, I'm pretty sure the majority of doctors are not in favor of that.
Yeah, no, I hope nobody's in favor of that. So I guess I just have to see what puberty blockers even do. So you're saying you'd reach the age of 18
Mm-hmm.
and then you would make a decision to hop off of it and then go through puberty.
I don't think that you have to wait until you're 18.
Yeah, you make a decision whenever, but that just seems a metric.
Making a
fuck ton.
one-time choice is extreme in either direction. And when you have the available option, like the trolley problem, do you consider there to be a difference between not touching the lever and letting a person die, or touching the lever and choosing which of the two people dies? If you don't touch the
what do you
lever, are
mean?
you not deciding?
So so one person is going to die no matter what, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Then I'm at that point. I'm just choosing which one dies.
Yeah.
Or are
And
you
if
asking whether or
even if
not
you
I'm
don't touch the
guilty of
lever, right?
murder?
Even if you don't touch the lever, you are choosing.
So are you? Is the question whether or not I'm guilty of murder?
No. It's just a matter of making a choice.
Yeah, no. I would say that you slayed, like how we said earlier, difference between murder and kill. You definitely slayed something, but you didn't murder because someone was going to die
The
anyways.
question is whether you made a choice.
Yeah.
So if
Yeah. You made a choice because it's going to go on a straight line. So you made the choice to let it hit the person on the straight line.
right. So the option of going through the puberty that you would go through without taking puberty blockers is a choice. So either way, you are making a one-time, lifelong choice. So when you say that making the alternative choice seems extreme, the other choice is just as extreme.
I think this goes back to how I said I don't think we should structure our laws around this small group.
Okay,
I think we
what does
should
leaving them alone look like?
leaving them alone, not advocating for this to the point where children see this as an option and as a path. To where they don't know that there's an alternate route on the trolley. You know what I mean?
Then
They
you
don't know
are
that.
centering society around these people because you are hiding their existence. You are choosing a group and saying, we don't want to talk about these people.
So we have no way other than to center.
No, it's not
around
centering.
them,
It's just treating them the same as all other people and letting them do their thing. You don't think, God, we don't want, I hate to make this comparison, but you, at the extreme end of this, you don't say, we don't want to teach children about the KKK because we don't want them to act like the KKK. No, we talk to kids about things that exist.
We do that with Nazis. We don't teach them about.
We teach kids about Nazis.
Oh, we don't teach them what they believed. We just teach them what they did. You know.
Okay. Except that you and I differ on this, but yeah, sure. Same point being made. We don't. That isn't a choice about not wanting them to make the same decisions that they did. You're talking about hiding the fact of who these people are, and you're against that. To be fair, a lot of Zoomers have been taught really poorly about Nazi beliefs. I mean, fair. Whose fault is that? Depends on whose point of view you're talking from. From a leftist point of view, I would say the right suddenly doesn't want to teach condemning fascism. They don't want to teach condemning slavery. They don't want to teach about slavery, which is wild.
Yeah, in my social studies class, my 7th grade, I believe, teacher, I'm gonna say professor, not just teacher, made us chant states' rights, not slavery, like 20 times.
Jesus
Dude,
Christ.
isn't that crazy?
That's wild. Jeez. I
Yeah,
remember
then you grow up a little bit and you're just like, dude, what are you talking about? Have you read the Articles of Secession?
it's been a very long time. I don't remember them at all.
Oh, it literally has the hard R just in there, and like almost all of them.
I mean, of course it does. I mean, that
Yeah.
was basically a legal term back then.
Mm-hmm.
Right. The point was, did in social studies, did you have the segment on world religions?
No.
Really?
No.
Because we talked about the big three, how one is the oldest, one is the most popular, and one is the fastest growing. And then we compared that to Hinduism, and we compared that to Buddhism, and we got a very surface level understanding of the major religions of the world. Is that
We didn't
harmful
talk
to
about
understand?
religion.
Huh?
We didn't talk about religion at all. Not even Christianity.
Interesting.
I
Do
went
you
to
think
school
that
in
that would have been
Oklahoma.
helpful to learn about?
Not through public education, no.
To know about the Moors in Spain would not have been helpful?
We never talked about Spain. I mean, I took
Then
AP
I'm sorry,
World.
dude. Your social studies class was shit. I'm now suddenly very happy with Georgetown High.
Yeah. I mean, I just told you I went to K through 12 in Oklahoma.
Oh, geez, the
I
worst
took
educated state in the union.
yeah,
Oh
I took
God,
AP
I missed
World.
that part earlier.
Yeah, I took AP World. We talked a lot about China. A lot about China. It was fascinating. But we didn't talk too much about the religion of China.
But you don't think it would have been helpful to talk about like
Um,
the history of religion in China and how like religion was shut down by the CCP.
we talked about ancient China. A lot of Mandate of Heaven. We talked a lot about we did a whole little section about Zhang He and how he went to all over. What is that fucking winds called? There's these winds in Asia that the Zhang He sailed across that goes across India. You can only do it at a certain time of year. But anyways, he went all the way to
Sticks, you are
Africa.
welcome to come up in Discord chat.
Yeah, he went all the way to Africa, and he brought before the emperor all these cool animals from India and Africa and all over Indonesia and stuff. And allegedly, he could have gone, or not him specifically, but Chinese explorers could have gone to North America. Allegedly, and it's not confirmed. But they brought all that before the Chinese emperor. And in a nutshell, the Chinese emperor was just like, yeah, that's all cool and all. Giraffe, lion, wow, badass. Yeah, China's great though. I don't think we should really be going there anymore. I like China too much. We have everything we need.
Okay.
Touched a little bit on that in my U.S. history class too, because when we were talking about colonialism in the United States.
Back to my point, do you think the spread of religion, how it spread, where it spread, when, do you think that is significant to understanding how the world is?
Yeah, no, I think it could be beneficial, but at the same time, you're kind of you start to step on the toes of the parents because that the child's religion
By
is the
teaching them that
parents'
things
duty.
exist?
It depends on how you teach them about religion, right? If you just say like, yeah, no, here's Islam, they worship Muhammad, here's Christianity, they worship Jesus as the Son of God.
Yeah. Jews
And
and Christians and
here's
Muslims, they
and,
all
and here's
branched off from each
yeah,
other. And
here's Judaism, they worship they have the Torah,
here's
worship
the largest
Yahweh, and
polytheistic religion that still exists in the world, and it's practiced by a ton of people.
yeah, and it's in both Christianity, Islam, and all the branches from those religions, they stem from this one. Yeah, no, they could have taught that, but you start to go any further, and it's like, okay, at what point are you indoctrinating and
Sure.
having a
But once
specific
again, this is a
viewpoint?
thing that the right talks about, and nobody's advocating for that. Especially not the left. The left does not want to
I
teach
think it's
children religion.
I think it's very hard to teach religion without having some sort of
It's
like
really not. It's
position.
super not. It's
I
pretty simple.
I mean, so you're talking about the spread of religion. So how would you define the spread of Islam when you would teach Islam?
Um,
How would you teach that?
like in big summary, there was a guy who claimed to be a prophet. His name was Muhammad, and he worshipped the Abrahamic God. This branched off from Christianity and Judaism. Under his practice, Jesus Christ was not a savior, but just another prophet. And then through, I mean, maybe this part might be controversial. I don't know. I would need to.
It is controversial. I know exactly where you're going because it is. It's incredibly controversial.
Well, I mean, I would say the same thing about every religion. Like it was spread by the sword.
Christianity was not spread by the sword initially. It did get spread by the sword quite a bit, but not
Quite a bit.
not in its early form. Not in its early form. Not at all.
Sure, and I'm sure.
Not in the time of Rome. They did not spread it by the sword. It was spread through peace.
Right.
And
Sure.
and mainly it was spread because all the followers that were put to death in order to condemn Jesus and the resurrection, they withstood the most horrific punishments that the Romans could come up with, and they still would not denounce it, their religion, and they took it.
Yeah, religious fervor is crazy.
Yeah, and that I mean that converted a lot of people in Rome.
Sure,
but
you
post
can even
Rome,
teach this much. Like this, these are facts. These are things that happened.
You know, I mean, but when you start talking about Islam and you start talking like, okay, it got spread by the sword, quite literally immediately that Muhammad left Mecca or Medina.
Did you guys not talk about conquistadors in school?
Yeah, we talk about conquistadors.
And the marriage between conquistadors and missionaries.
Again, I read a lot about history myself in class. No, they didn't talk about the Catholicism and spreading how the conquistadors were really there to spread religion. There's a document I read in my U.S. history class that I thought was interesting. It was essentially a document written by the king, given to the conquistadors that they displayed to all the native nations that they came across in Central America, the Aztecs and the Mayans. And then later the Incans in South America, that essentially said like, yeah, you're now Spanish subjects. You have to convert to our religion or we will kill you. You know a document I'm talking about? Jack? 25.
25. Sorry, I shouldn't have answered for you. OMG Sticks is asking.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, I mean, OMG Sticks has a point. Like, when it gets to, like, the beliefs of these religions, they are barely touched on. It's so surface level. But, importantly...
Yeah, but again, how I said, you start talking about the spread and how they went around. If you talk about how Islam spread, factually, historically, that pisses Muslims off. They do not like to hear that. Because it goes against their religion. They're allegedly a religion of peace.
Pisses some Muslims
when you look at it, when you look at it historically, it's like, no, actually, they conquered everywhere that they went. Islam literally translates to submission.
Okay, but not submission of other people. It translates to submission to God.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
I had to think. Yeah, submission to Allah.
Yeah. I mean, Christians also don't like to talk about what's in their Old Testament either, OMG Sticks. Lots of Christians don't like to talk about how God teaches people how to do an abortion.
The Old Testament is the Old Covenant. So yeah, you can.
Which Jesus says people should follow.
I believe he fulfilled the punishment of the Old Testament. So all the punishments that they gave in the Old Testament for violating the Ten Commandments and all the other Mishnah, you don't do the punishment if someone violates that. So you don't stone a woman.
In the New Testament where Christ refers to two people who perfectly followed the law and says they are the most holy? Something like that. I think they're the most.
I got it right here. I think I know what you're talking about.
You know the reference I'm talking about?
You're talking about I do not know you. I never knew you. Not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, walk to the kingdom of heaven, but the one who does the will of my Father who is in heaven. On that day, many will say to me, Lord, Lord, do we not prophesy in your name, and cast out demons in your name, and do many mighty works in your name? And then I will declare to them, I never knew you. Depart from me, you workers of lawlessness.
I don't.
So yeah, just because you claim to be Christian and do these things like what OMG6 is talking about, how you spread the religion by the sword. And violence. Just because you say that you're a Christian, you're doing it in the name of God, doesn't mean that when you get up there and you get judged, that
right. Every
Jesus
Christian is
going
not
to
a
know
Christian
you.
by other Christian standards. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. Give me 1 second here.
The requirimiento. I can't really speak Spanish. I only speak English. I'm a dirty American. That was a cool little document I read in my class.
Do not think I have come to abolish the law.
Yeah, but I've come to fulfill it.
But until heaven and earth pass away, not the smallest letter will pass from the law. You there?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, I read the part that immediately follows that says, until heaven and earth pass away, not the smallest letter will pass from the law until all is accomplished.
Here, let me find the verse you're talking about. Also depends on what translation you're reading. Yeah, so it was in the book of Matthew.
I mean, Christ talks about the Sabbath as if it isn't gone. I mean, I don't know, OMG Sticks. I don't know if Jesus fulfilled the prophecy of the Messiah either. This isn't a religious debate channel, though.
So you're reading the New International Version. I don't read that.
Okay, which one do you
That was
read?
written by, I read King James.
Because that didn't have any changes to it.
It has footnotes that tell you what the Hebrew and the Koine Greek say. So that to me is important. Especially the Koine Greek. People don't realize that Jesus spoke Greek, that everybody spoke Greek in that region at the time.
Okay, OMG Sticks. We all feel strongly. We don't need to shut other people down. Okay, I mean, I just said that, but I do have to say, all right, Jack. What do you think of an unmarried man in his 30s living with a bunch of other unmarried men, traveling together, preaching socialism, and who hang out with sex workers and rub each other's feet?
I see where you're going with this. That's pretty funny.
It was the first YMCA. No.
What?
Okay.
Okay, you
We
need
got
to
off.
read the next verse. So therefore, whoever relaxes one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. For I tell you, unless your righteousness exceeds that of the scribes and Pharisees, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. So yeah, like if you sit there and all of these commandments, and you claim to fulfill them and teach them, but there's one where you're just like, yeah, actually, that one, fuck that one, dude. I don't care about that one. That one's not important. Yeah, guess what? You're not going to be welcome to the kingdom of heaven.
Oh, I also wanted to point out, if you care about originalism, then you wouldn't be a Protestant.
Um,
You'd be Orthodox.
yeah, Orthodox is pretty interesting. I read
Yeah, you wouldn't be
that's
for
why
the change
I
in the
told you the
Nicene
Greek.
Creed.
That's why I told you the Greek is important. The Greek is incredibly important. Um,
Uh,
they're very
okay.
mystic. They have a very they're very mystic. You know, mysticism. Their
Right.
rituals and stuff like
But
that.
why do you support the change in the Nicene Creed? That's not originalism.
Um, yeah. Okay. Established in 325. Okay, so you're talking about the Trinity. Um, what did they change in it?
Which, by the way, as a lawyer, I take great offense to, because they they said it was supposed to be this way, it was intended to mean this, and having, like, the way you read law, reading the original Nicene Creed, no, it was not intended to say that, because it immediately talks about the Father and the Son in the following sentence. So no, the Father and the Son, like the Holy Spirit, was not meant to issue forth from the Father and the Son. It said the Father, and then the next sentence it mentions both. So legal interpretation, you'd be like, well, they intended it that way. The fact that in the second sentence they proved that they knew how to refer to both meant that in the previous sentence, when they only referred to one, they intended to.
There you go.
Uh, Luke refers to Zechariah and Elizabeth as being blameless. Quote unquote Luke. The days of Herod, king of Judea.
So they changed it. They changed it to say that the Son came from the Father.
No, it was the Holy Spirit issues forth from the Father, and then the branch that would later become the Catholics and the Protestants came in and changed it and said, no, it was supposed to say from the Father and the Son because they're equal, they're the same.
No, it clearly says the Son came from the Father. And it says begotten. And I believe it says that in the King James version.
What, the King James? The Nicene Creed isn't in the Bible.
Yeah. Oh, it's not, but it says that the Son is begotten.
Okay, but that's
I
not the part
I
that
believe
I'm talking
Jesus. About. Yeah, so it says that the Holy Spirit is also begotten. Is that what you're saying? And you're saying that the Catholics came along and said that no, that the Holy Spirit is the same.
Let me find the specific language. Right, the filioque. And and in the Holy Spirit, the Lord, the giver of life, who proceeds from the Father. And then they changed it to say, who proceeds from the Father and the Son. They added
Link
the
that
word
because
filioque.
I want to see. I want to see a document because this little Wikipedia page has it like printed or whatever. I want to see an actual document.
Oh my God! I thought it was earlier than that. Beginning in Spain in the late 6th century and eventually formalized in the Roman Catholic Church by the 11th century. God, that was a real late
And
change to the
hey,
text.
I'm not Catholic. You know, there's a reason Martin Luther came and printed those theses on that
But the Protestants still adopted
chapel
this
door.
change.
Yeah, and then Protestant didn't they splinter immediately into a metric fuck ton of other denominations? I don't claim to be
But
a
I think they all accept
specifically
the Nicene
Protestant.
Creed. The revised Nicene Creed. Yeah. As originally stated, the beliefs of Christianity in their creed was that the Holy Spirit comes from the Father, not from both. Anyway,
Yeah,
we
man,
went
I
off
don't
on
have
a
a
whole
degree in
religion tangent.
theology. I don't
Huh?
have a degree in it. Yeah, I don't have a degree in theology. I'm not a, and this is why a church
I definitely
exists.
don't know
You know,
my text. I was
this is
always bored in church.
yeah, this is part of the reason the church exists to answer these questions.
But
As
but you're talking
you know, I've
about an
only
establishment that was founded on a change to the text.
I mean, Catholicism is founded on a change to the text as well.
So is Protestantism, dude. Protestants accept the Trinity.
Yeah, if we go wait, so Orthodox don't accept the Trinity, is that what you're saying?
No,
They don't?
no, they think that's wild.
They think that's wild.
I mean,
Google
they think it's
says
logically inconsistent too.
no, I'm pretty sure all of Christianity agrees on the Trinity. Just straight off Google, the AI says yes. Here's a Quora. Yes, the Orthodox Church emphatically believes
I
in the
don't think that
Trinity.
they think they are all equal.
CBE International. What's CBE? What is that? Is this like a no, that's not. No, it's just a see the Orthodox Church doesn't have a large presence in America. No, you go to the Eastern Orthodoxy Wikipedia page. The
Okay.
first
So
first part
right,
says
they
Trinity.
believe in the Trinity. They don't believe that the three parts of the Trinity are equal.
Without overlap or modality among them. Refusal to acknowledge the distinct existence. You each fully share in one divine essence. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't all Christianity believe that one God in the Trinity, 3 in 1. Holy Spirit is eternal and proceeds from the Father. Here's a
Man, this is just
quotation
my
from it.
misunderstanding of it.
Okay, so it's just a yeah, I don't think that's where Eastern Orthodox
No, give me a better explanation.
Catholicism. I mean, this is just a quick little Reddit post. What the libs on Reddit say. Christian libs. I think you're getting Jehovah's mixed up. Do Catholics believe that the Holy Spirit precedes the Father and the Son?
The
Because I
Son is the
believe what I
Spirit's
could read.
eternal manifestation and temporal sender, but not his ontological source. Okay. So the Western Church believes that the Holy Spirit comes from the Father and the Son. Like, that's the main difference.
Yeah, and I think they worship icons differently. Have you ever been to Catholic Mass?
No.
It's weird. It's like very
Everything's
culty.
weird.
Yeah, it's very
Eating
very
your God is
culty.
weird.
They yeah, and they like I went to Catholic Mass and they started talking about their patron saint a lot, and I was just like, man, I was here to hear about Jesus, not whoever this guy is. And their patron saint was like some British revolutionary during like the wars of religion, in the British Civil War. And I'm just like, who is this guy, man? And I was like, dude, I don't know how much I care about this guy. Is this not idolatry? What is going on here?
Yeah, that's weird. I remember talking to a Catholic once, and I was like, "So don't you consider Mary above human beings?" And they were like, "No, she merely like intercedes on our behalf." And I was like, "Doesn't that
Yeah,
make
okay.
her more than other human beings?"
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, they and isn't there like a carnal nature of
Also,
Mary?
she wasn't a virgin. That's fun.
Yeah, show me your evidence of that.
Okay, I mean, you like the original language.
Well, wait a minute. Isn't the actual original language more that she was devoid of sin? Because that was what was required. And not that she wasn't a virgin, but that she hadn't committed adultery. Isn't
One
that
moment,
the?
one moment. I'll get to it.
I literally have it right here.
Okay, so it went from Alma to Parthenos. Alma meaning young woman. They did not use Betula, which means virgin.
Yeah, so I believe it's and the footnotes of my King James version say the same thing you just said. That it says Amon, and Amos,
I don't know
that
why
she
we
was
are pretending
betrothed.
to be theologians here.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how we got started on this. We're just
It's because I was talking about the helpfulness of understanding religion's role in world history and
oh,
how
I
that
mean,
is helpful to know in schooling without it being indoctrination, and teaching people about the role of religion in world history and its role in society. um like learning about Dia de los Muertos is just like that's part of growing up in Texas. You learn about Dia de los Muertos in school, making a ofrenda in class. uh that is tied to Catholic tradition in Mexico or other parts of Latin culture. It's helpful to understand the world it does not indoctrinate you, and it does not make you more likely to be the thing you're learning about. To teach kids that people of different sexualities and genders exist helps you understand the world you live in, because these people literally exist and could be in your classroom. And it doesn't make kids any more likely to be those things.
Yeah, I mean, with religion, man, it's like I said, you can talk about religion for sure and educate people on it.
Then are we centering the world around religion?
You enter into a little weird realm when it's like we said, you start talking about some religions, um, and you start talking about historical truths about them. You start talking about Islam and how it spread by the sword. You start
Right,
talking
but you're
about
talking about going farther
Catholicism.
than is appropriate for a classroom. That doesn't mean the subject is inappropriate.
We talk about Catholicism in my U.S. history class in college. We talked about Catholicism and the Spaniards and Portuguese fucking shit up in the New World. You know what I never heard about, and I had to learn on my own: Islam's conquest by the sword. I didn't know. It was not brought up in any history or social studies class that
Is this
the
relevant?
Muslims' conquest led all the way to Tours.
We've gotten off
You know
on
where
talking about
Tours is?
Islam.
Mm-hmm. Well, we already talk about the sins of Christianity, and more specifically Catholicism.
Okay.
Um,
Mostly that's
and hey,
because you
I'm
live in a
no,
Western world where those things more greatly impact the Western, like the society you live in. But
I would say
the
Islam affects us a lot, and it affects the world around us a lot. It's because we're involved over there.
how does it affect us a lot? How is your daily
Our
life altered by
our
Islam?
politicians are well. How much of my tax dollars go over there? You know.
What, through war?
And giving money to Israel.
And giving money to Israel.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Yeah, I agree. OMG sticks. I don't know how much of that is related to religion, though. The perpetuation of support for
I think
Israel,
Israel's
the
entire
perpetuation of
existence is related to
support
religion.
for Israel is fed, like it's fed to the American public through the lens of Christianity. But that's more like what prepares people to be propagandized to about Israel. I don't know how much of the support for Israel actually goes toward like to religious concepts.
You ever heard of the concept of Judeo-Christian values?
Right, which we talked about earlier and pointed out that the majority of Judeo-Christian values are not independent of any other like
I think you
solely.
talked about that with the other guy, not me.
You're the only one I've
Yeah,
talked to this
there's
evening.
no. You talked to what was his name? His name was Good Goy 109.
Bad Goy, yeah.
Bad Goy or whatever. Yeah. So no, there's no such thing as Judeo-Christian values. We do not share very much at all,
No,
especially
we
in
were
the modern
talking
world.
about putting values into law, and you said that law, like our law, is based on Christian values, and I was like, but are the same values
Indirectly.
you would point to in the law would originate also in other independent religious nations?
Yeah, and then each nation has its own kind of laws that
Right, but
could
none
be
of the
centered around their
values that you would
cultural
point to as
religious
being
values.
Christian are unique. They like you could find overlaps with any other place somewhere else.
Um, yeah, outside of a lot of Muslim countries, yeah. And I would
Okay.
argue that a lot of our laws that we have in the Western culture and civilization stem from Christianity, and we have spread these
But they don't
ideas
stem
throughout the
from
entire world.
Christianity. The values that are in Christianity and that are shared with other religions stem from human values.
Um, surely when we pulled up on on when the British pulled up on India, their laws were vastly different than the way they are today, and same thing with China and Japan.
Right, but in what ways?
Every nation has
Like
laws about
like
murdering
in what
people.
ways you can name, are they legitimate ways they were different, or are they propaganda ways they were different?
When we pulled up on Japan, they had the shogunate, right? You Google shogunate laws. Blue Shohado. That's cool. Learned a little about Japan
Right.
in my
I mean, OMG sticks. They still have the Abrahamic law.
yeah, they in Japan they had a warrior aristocracy. That's hilarious. Okay, yeah, we're a big part of the reason we completely demolished that, especially after World War II.
Yeah.
The entire Japanese constitution is structured off our constitution,
Yeah. I mean, they're
except for the
basically.
Second
I've always
Amendment.
said that they're basically the 51st state because we
Yeah,
essentially
except for
remade them.
they have an anti-Second Amendment. They have the opposite of it.
Well, gotta wonder what the gun violence is like there.
It's incredibly low, but they are a very homogenous country. And they also, I was just watching. I can't remember what it was. It was some sort of Jubilee thing I was watching like yesterday or something. And the guy brought up Japan and their gun crime rate. And man, you know what I would wanted somebody to say is that man, the Japanese government takes care of their fucking people.
Actually, it's because of
Good
their lack of
Lord.
Christianity.
Yeah, their lack of Christianity is why they have no violence. No, their
Yeah,
government
no, that's
takes
the
care of their
reason.
people a lot better than us. Our
No, it's
government
because
does
of their
not
lack
give
of
a
Christianity.
shit. Their lack of Christianity. How does that make any sense?
How does yours make any sense?
That their government takes care of them?
No, it's because they're a homogenous country.
Homogenous country. When you
OMG
share
sticks, like
values,
you've missed the type of people that I've been talking to this evening. Like that's the homogenous argument is not a surprise.
yeah, I mean you share values and ethnicity, culture, religion with
What
all of the
about
members of your
ethnicity
community.
has anything to do with values?
You come from the same area.
Yeah, the area has
You're very
nothing to
likely to
do
have
with
the
your
same.
values.
Yeah, you're
Geography
born from
does
the
not
same people.
determine morality.
You're born from the same people, from the same tribe.
We're in the same way that we all are, dude. My own favorite quote from myself from Saturday was like, we are all ultimately immigrants from Africa. We all, at some point in history, branched off from a guy who looked at another guy and said he was sick of seeing his face and went over the next hill. That's
Yeah.
the only difference between all of us.
Listen, my main argument for their what do you call it? Violence compared to ours is that they have far less poverty and their government takes care of them. The number one driver in violence
So it's not the
is poverty.
homogeneity.
That definitely has a factor, but it's mainly poverty.
So does the lack of Christianity.
You think poverty isn't
Probably
important
not.
at all?
No, definitely not. No,
You think-
I don't think that.
You think poverty rates don't impact violence?
No, I don't
or
think
crime?
that.
Oh, okay.
Caller, if you went
Yeah,
to
no, I
a
think
shogunate
that's their
Japan, are you
primary
going to
thing.
start stealing and murdering because they're different than you?
No, they're probably gonna like cut my head off or something, or cut my hand off.
Is that what you would do if they came to where you are?
No, I wouldn't cut their hand off. That's ridiculous.
Then why are you saying that about other people?
I assure you that's what they would do. Let's Google what was
Did they do
the
that with Yasuke?
punishment
Is that his name? They didn't do that with Yasuke.
100 lashings, ear, nose amputation, banishment, imprisonment, fines, execution.
Yeah. Why
This
would they?
sounds
Why
like
would they cut your ears
typical
slash?
feudalism stuff.
Why would they cut your ear slash nose off? What the
The
hell?
same
What is the
reason that they
reasoning
had
behind
the
that?
bronze bull. I mean, hell, I just read everyone in my family has killed someone, and they talk about what is it, Babylonian torture technique where they breathe ash until you die.
Yeah, crazy.
The Christians came up with tons of
Flogging,
fun torture devices too.
flogging fell out of fashion.
I went to the Tower of London. I saw all the exhibits on the torture devices. We originally spun off on all of this from the trans topic because we were talking about trans sports.
I really don't want to go back to the trans topic.
Oh, what happened?
No, it's just too much.
Did
It goes on and on.
did I give you valuable information?
Yeah, no, I received valuable information.
Cool.
It was pretty epic.
I love that.
Convicts who were
Then
flogged,
let me
disposed
you
of
don't
by
have to debate me on this, but like let me
Okay.
wrap up my two arguments on trans sports. The first is that when you talk about women and trans women and you assume that trans women are going to have an edge on women, that is only true to the degree to which other women also have advantages over women. Because there is a low population of women, with or without trans women, that are born with biological advantages over other women. The fact that some of these women have advantages because they have an XY chromosome pairing, how different is that from them having biological advantages from I don't know, I hate random example, a glandular disorder. You wouldn't stop her from competing. They just have advantages that other women do not have. Now, the fun thing to add to that is that after, I think it's 2 years of being on hormone therapy, it might be less than that. I think it's 2 years. Studies show that the advantage completely disappears, and that at least in trans women, I'm not sure if that's true in trans men, but at least in trans women, the advantage completely disappears, and I believe in most cases they actually have a detriment. They are worse off than they otherwise would be compared to other women. Which, you and I talked about puberty blockers earlier, and like puberty blockers are known to sometimes decrease a loss in bone density. That's obviously going to impact your performance. But like, just as an example, like competing, like I know you talked about D1 athletes, but dude, those were high schoolers too. At one point they were high schoolers and they competed with other girls. Michael Phelps is a man that no other man should have to compete against. People have advantages over each other, no matter how you draw circles around the group. So the fact that trans women may, in some cases, have advantages over other women is just an aspect of defining a group as being women. Now, the other argument is that it makes no fucking sense to organize sports based on sex or gender. Like, yes, generally, these groups will have advantages in certain statistics than others. But is that the best way to organize your sport so that people with similar statistics are competing with each other? If a woman is just as good as a man at boxing, if she stands just the same amount at beating him as he has at beating her, should she not be allowed to box him? Obviously, if they have the same possibility of beating each other, then it's based on something other than their gender or sex. It would make more sense to organize these sports based on pertinent details rather than sex or gender.
Yeah. I think I can relate that to is like women in combat roles, like in the army. I don't think
What a-
women should be able to serve in combat roles. Just from what I've seen from them. Yeah, just something about strapping 200 pounds onto the back of a woman, just absolutely pulverizes their hip structure. They
Is
just
that
can't do it.
is that your
Uh,
choice to value?
Well, yeah, it's something that I think should definitely be enforced because what I did in the army, I was a grunt. So if you're gonna put me in a scenario where person to my left or right is a woman who isn't able to perform to the same level that I am statistically, that's gonna get me killed. And that's
Isn't that
something
what
I
fitness
take.
exams are for?
Yeah, and they consistently fail them. The army had to completely revamp the ACFT multiple times just to accommodate women. Is ridiculous. And women just have a tendency to get fucking killed in combat. You know, they already are replacing us with drones. The drones are fucking crazy.
Great, people
You know how
shouldn't
much
die.
fucking no, they already. It's not replacing people with drones. It's you're gonna use a drone, or you're gonna be out there with a fucking shotgun or some drone defender, and just hope you don't get absolutely blindsided. Out there skeet
What?
shooting that fucking thing.
You're opposed to
Yeah, no.
you're opposed to the Caribbean murders, right? Horseshoe
Explain that.
theory. Huh? The Venezuelan drug boats?
Oh, our war against Venezuela.
No, just the murder of people in the Caribbean.
Yeah, our war against Venezuela. I call
There
it a
isn't
war
a
against
war, we're just
Venezuela.
murdering people.
Yeah, yeah, we're at war. We're constantly at war.
No, there's been no declaration of war.
Yeah, the executive doesn't give a shit.
Right, he's just
Drone
murdering people.
strikes.
Do you remember when we
Drone strikes
differentiated
in the
between killing and
Caribbean.
murder?
Yeah.
Murder is the unlawful killing. He doesn't have the lawful authority to do that. So he's just murdering people.
How many boats have they blown up?
They've killed over 70 people by now.
Yeah, I'm not shocked. They're gearing us up for we're gonna invade some country soon.
OMG Sticks, if you like hating on Trump, I think you would really enjoy my YouTube video. At least around minute 3, I think you'd it's a fun little bit.
Yeah, and don't think I'm gonna. You called me conservative earlier.
Sorry, right.
Sticks. Yeah,
I would agree. If you're far right, it's definitely not conservative. I tried to explain to my coworker recently. I'm like, MAGA isn't conservative.
Yeah,
I don't think you know what
people.
conservatism is.
One of my buddies, he's politically handicapped. When we walked in to vote, he asked me when I showed up to school. He's like, "Hey man, did you vote today?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I voted like 2 days ago. What's up?" He's like, "Oh, who'd you vote for?" I'm like, "I'm not telling you." And he's like, "Oh, I walked in there. I voted straight party." And I was like, "Are you like mentally disabled?" He walked in there and checked the checkbox that just votes for the party with the same letter.
I mean, these days I wouldn't be opposed to that because the Overton.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
The Overton window really needs to shift left. That's the only reason.
Oh, that's completely ridiculous to vote straight party in a local election. Like in Oklahoma, an Oklahoma Democrat is more conservative than a California Republican.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Is Is he less conservative than the Oklahoma Republican?
Oh yeah.
Okay, then we need to shift the Overton window to the left.
So it's the reverse in a place like California and in all the stronghold states. It's like that. So for you to go out
I
there,
would disagree. America's left is center in Europe. They're doing great.
yeah, I'm talking about like American politics. For you to go in there and vote straight party is kind of ridiculous. Especially when like that dude wouldn't even look at who the local people are. He's like, I don't even care who they are. They got the Republican endorsement. I'm just like, okay, bro.
OMG sticks. Jack is farther right than MAGA.
Yeah, pretty far. Something like that. I'm so far right, I didn't vote for Trump. I voted for Kamala. Okay? That gives you an idea who you're dealing with. Trump
Can you
deserved to
explain
lose.
that to me? What were you trying to accomplish by electing Kamala?
Well, listen. All of the Republican candidates, they're all completely sold out and bought by the nation of Israel.
Okay.
All of them.
Agreed.
And a lot of the Democrats are too.
No, he's not. He's not an accelerationist.
I mean,
he is very opposed to communism.
Yeah, well, listen, if the Democrats ruin the country, so be it. I have no doubt
They have a history of making
alive.
better economic decisions. They increase liberty. They increase voting rights.
Yeah, listen.
The right wing just wants to make other people do things.
Yeah, when it comes to the national election, I know voting in a state like Oklahoma, my vote means nothing nationally. We agree there. I'm just tallying a score. You know what I'm saying? Voting in a stronghold state, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your vote doesn't really mean too much. You're just kind of tallying individually.
A constitutional convention should fix that.
Yeah, well, it's good. That's the nature of our republic, right? And I don't think there's too much wrong with that. But if I'm going to vote nationally, okay, not locally, I make actual decisions. But nationally, I'm just going to use it as a form of protest. If the Republicans put up a candidate that I don't like, and I don't like Trump, I'm going to demonstrate that form of protest by voting for the person that I also don't like, the Democrat or independent or whatever. And they're going to see in the exit polls and the statistics like, oh, wow, more people voted.
Them. Got it.
Yeah, that's why. It's a form of protest.
Christian nationalists don't understand that they don't want a Christian nation because they aren't Christian enough for other Christians.
Yeah, no, I don't want a civil war. I don't want a violent revolution. That's all ridiculous. Didn't we talk about that?
We can go back to the topic since you don't want to talk about trans stuff anymore. I was asking you about when your moral values should control the acts of other people. Like, what is the line?
I don't know, when they go too far. I don't know, man. I don't have a specific line drawn. I don't got a line drawn on my whiteboard that says this exact point is when the libs go too far. You know?
Right, but isn't that the problem with the concept though? Because like I said, I could compare you, who's anti-sex work but pro-gay marriage, and set you next to a guy who's anti-sex work and anti-gay marriage, and both of you have the same reasoning for your control of other people's actions.
I wouldn't say I'm pro gay marriage, and I wouldn't say I'm.
You're pro right. Like
yeah, like I just. Yeah, I just.
That's what being
really
pro gay marriage is, dude.
You know?
Y'all don't have to get so defensive about like when people say that you're like pro-choice isn't like a lot of times people treat pro-choice like it's pro-abortion. That's not the same thing. Pro-gay marriage is just the possibility of gay marriage.
My problem with abortion is that it's really a eugenics tool against black people.
No, it's not. Margaret Sanger doesn't have anything to do with the modern day facts of abortion.
Yeah,
that's a huge conflation, my guy.
My thing against abortion is it's not specifically black people. It's really poor people.
Right.
It's a
Thank you.
eugenics
I was
tool.
about to make that point. Yeah.
Okay, it's a eugenics tool against poor people, which I don't think that should be our solution for poverty. Is to just say, oh, you don't have to have a kid, you can just abort it. Like, no, I
Nope,
think
you're
we should be able to
conflating a
live in a world.
eugenics tool against poor people against the more common necessity of poor people to have access to abortion. That doesn't.
Yeah, no, I
The
think
frequency of abortion does not make it an intent based item like service.
yeah, no, I think we should structure our society to incentivize getting married, staying married, and having children, and
Once
we can
again,
financially incentivize
once
that.
again, you're conflating incentivizing with controlling action.
No,
You can
because
totally
the way I would
incentivize
do
whatever
it,
you want, man.
yeah, the way I would do it is I would say, okay, if you are married, okay, and you have a kid, okay, we'll give you a variable interest rate with inflation, okay, or capped at current inflation rate. So let's say inflation's 3%, you're gonna get a 3% mortgage, up to, and Trump, fucking, I tell these MAGA people all the time that Trump raised taxes on the middle class because he changed the SLAP exemption from $1 million to $750,000 for a mortgage, which
Yeah, it's all
increased
fucking
taxes on the
shell game.
yeah, it increased taxes on the middle class around America's largest cities, which doesn't affect me, but it affects people in like Austin. It affects people in Austin.
Damn, imagine caring about other people. It's really hard to convince
Yeah,
other people
well,
to do that.
well, my thing is, dude, $1 million house in Oklahoma, dude, that's fucking legendary. Are you kidding me? I was like, man, that's like a mansion. That's where Shea Gilgis Alexander lives, bro. That'd be huge, and then I wouldn't have to pay taxes on it. That'd be awesome. But anyways, we'll give you that $750,000 mortgage, okay, and you're gonna have 4 kids, okay. Every kid you have reduces the principal of that mortgage by 25%. All right. And that will incentivize birth rate inside of our own country. It'll incentivize people that have wealth to afford to pay this mortgage. Uh, so, not incredibly poor people. And it will also incentivize poor people to take a little more risk and get a house and stay married and have kids and provide, the nuclear family for them. What do you think about that? You think that's a decent tax idea?
I would need to have it written down. For most of that time I was thinking about how this does not address my question.
Well, what do you think about that right there? You think that's a good idea?
Why do you want to give birth
Why do I want to
incentives?
incentivize birth incentives?
Because
Because I
it
think
is
I
honestly a
think
real problem, OMG
starting a
sticks.
family. Yeah, especially in the black community, it's a huge problem.
Declining birth rates,
Um,
we haven't started to see the negative impacts of it, but if we don't do something now to start improving it, then
yeah,
it's going to become a
it will be
huge
bad.
problem. And but the bigger problem,
This will be a Latin country in 50 years
dude, don't
if we don't do anything.
don't make me regret having you up here.
Listen, hey, that's just reality. That's like a fact.
It's
Spanish
just
will
gonna
be the
be a
dominant
people country,
language.
like it's always been. Oh shit. Okay, so yeah, yeah. I told him when he came up here not to make me regret having him up here.
There's nothing. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that.
It's just gonna be an American country. It's gonna be an American America. Anyway, the biggest problem with what you pointed out and what I was going to say to OMG Sticks also is that financial incentives don't work for birth rates. As far as I've heard, my understanding, and I don't claim to know because I know nothing, my limited degree of confidence in this is that studies have shown that if financial incentives produce a brief spike and then it levels off again, and all right, I don't know if it levels, I think it declines again back to levels where it was at before the financial incentive started. There is something else wrong that we aren't addressing. And I think it's largely the internet. We have not figured out how to socially correct for the internet. And I don't know if our
Yeah, I
species
agree
has
the
the
internet's a
capacity
problem.
to socially correct from the internet. That's my biggest concern.
Yeah, there is an example of when it worked.
Oh yeah, write that down.
And there's actually that exact policy. Um, do you know who came up with that policy? Where I get it from?
Do
Get
I
it from
want to ask?
yeah, it's well, I think you already know.
Yeah. Okay.
Hitler.
Thanks.
That policy comes from Hitler. Nazi Germany had a 1.4 birth rate, and it rose to 2.
I
2.03.
hardly think that we're facing the same demographic issues that we were facing, or that certain places were facing in the 1940s. I think there are more recent studies. I don't think you should be comparing recent studies to studies from, or cases. I don't think it was even a study. Cases from 80
it's not a
years
case.
ago.
It's just it's just a case. It's not a study.
Yeah, right. Yeah, good point, OMG Sticks. How long did that policy last?
How long did that policy last?
Yeah.
Until 1939.
From when to when?
From 1930 to 1939.
Okay, that is a pretty. That's a considerable amount of time. OMG Sticks.
That's like a generation and a half, right?
Huh?
That's not like a generation and a half.
9
Generation
years?
and a quarter. Yeah.
No. Is it? How long is a generation?
It depends on who you ask, really. And also it depends on how far back you go. Nowadays, it's much longer. Nowadays, it's 20 years. But the farther back you go, the shorter that becomes.
Oh yeah, the housing policy
15
did
years.
coincide with some pretty extreme nationalism.
15 years is how long generations are nowadays. So about a generation.
Anyway, I was about to ask something. Oh, we briefly touched on it. I don't know if you want to get contentious again. This would be my last topic for the night, I guess. What is your policy preference for abortion?
Abortion?
Mm-hmm.
My preference, like, okay, do you want a realistic, like, I'm running
legality
for president?
Preference.
Okay. There is, my personal value is life starts at conception, but where I would draw the line is when is it? Is it 9 weeks?
What bodily function or
let me
change?
Google. When they start to get a brain and a heartbeat, stuff like that, they start to look like a human.
It's about what they look
to
like.
Experience things. They start to experience.
Oh, sentience is 20 to 24 weeks.
Yeah, 9 weeks they have a heart.
Yeah, what is that? Well, they have a mass that has contractions. I don't know if that'd be considered a heart.
I would prefer outlawed. Like, not
Outlawed
a thing.
Entirely.
Yeah, we completely revamp how we view parenting and marriage in this country.
Okay, but
like I'm not one of those people. I'm not one of those people that says like, oh yeah, we should have no abortion. But then like, yeah, good fucking luck, idiot. Like no, like if you have a kid, we should give you massive tax incentives. We should give you huge support.
But
like,
once again, we're talking about incentivizing versus legally blocking action.
Yeah,
You
no,
think
I view it
no
as
one should be
murder.
allowed to do it? Should be criminal?
Should it be criminal?
Mhm.
It should just be completely removed. Yeah, the doctor is guilty. No
Of
doctor will want to
murder?
do it. Yeah.
Okay. So at conception, this is, I guess, a perfect example of what I was talking about earlier. At conception, I don't consider that a person or a human being. You consider it a human being.
Yeah.
Why should you get to control my action?
What do you mean?
What basis do you have for controlling my
Uh,
action?
yeah, that we as a society say that murder is illegal and that's murder, so you
But
can't
the
do it.
majority of people are in support of Roe v. Wade.
Hey, you asked what my opinion was. That's my
Right,
opinion.
right. No,
I'm
but
not saying
like
what.
the fact that you are willing to impose that law on people is an issue. That's what I'm
um,
challenging, is your belief that that's okay.
yeah, no, I think that's when life starts. I think we should, and like I said, I think we should make it
I don't
a lot
disagree that that's
easier.
when life starts. I disagree that's when a life starts. I think that is a
Yeah, I
conflation of
think
terms.
what kind of life?
What kind of life?
Uh-huh.
Human life.
Yeah, so what happens when you take human life unlawfully?
I know what happens when you take a human life unlawfully. Human life and a
Yeah,
human life are two different things.
I'm not following that.
Human cells in a petri dish are human life. That does not make it a human being.
So if you left human cells in a petri dish for 9 months, what would happen?
It depends on what kind of human cells they are.
Nothing would happen. It would decompose or something. We left that fetus in that woman's
I
belly
mean,
for 9
a
months. What
fetus is
happens?
human cells also, so it depends on what kind of cells we're talking about.
Yeah, so we left that fetus in that woman's body for 9 months. What's going to happen?
It would become a human being.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So you're robbing. Maybe. What percentage is the maybe? What's the infant mortality rate in this country?
Some percentage. Regardless, it's not a human being.
Well, you said it was a human life, a kind of human life.
No, I didn't say
and
that. I said it is human life, the way science describes it. Human as an adjective, life describing a process.
Yeah, it's human life in a way that if we let that human life do whatever the hell it wanted for 9 months, it just magically has citizenship.
Jack, it doesn't want anything.
Yeah, no, I think it wants to get out of there and be alive. Hang out.
It literally has no desires. It doesn't have sentience. It doesn't have a functioning brain.
I mean, shit, man. Children barely have fucking desires. Children are little demons. That's not true. I'm sure you know that. Children are little psychopaths. Okay.
That have unique individual experiences. Somewhere between 40 and 60% of all fertilized embryos are lost before coming to term.
Yeah, because only one of them comes to term. Only one of them starts the pregnancy. Isn't that how that works?
Fertilized?
So, you shoot a load in there. Yeah, you shoot a load in there.
How many eggs do you think can be fertilized at a time?
Don't you fertilize a fuck ton of them?
I'm with you, OMG sticks. No, you don't fertilize a ton of them at a time. Don't
millions of sperm enter the reproductive tract. A few hundred reach the eggs.
Hey, that's a fun question.
Of the hundreds of eggs that are fertilized, about half of these successfully implant. multiple eggs stimulate, and they fuse into this fetus. Okay, so wee woo, Oklahoma education. What are you? Calling me retarded? I just told you. Yeah, but then,
Hey Jack,
so what you're
where does
talking about?
fertilization occur?
What do you mean?
Where in the human body does fertilization occur?
The uterus.
No, it's the fallopian tubes.
Okay,
It
and
then
where does that
implants
connect
in the
to?
uterus.
Okay, so yeah, so you're going in there. All right, you're all up in there. Shoot your hot load all up in there. So you've done this before.
Yeah, OMG sticks. Sex education is very bad. Only one egg is released at a time. And when I say Jack, when I say sex education is really bad, I'm not. That's not. I'm not saying that reflects on you. I'm more reflects on Oklahoma. I don't blame you for that.
I mean, why would you need to know this?
Well, I just mean the
40% of all
OMG
embryos
sticks.
are
OMG
lost
sticks
before
brought up
coming to
a
term.
statistic about how many fertilized eggs come to term, and then you came back with a fact about fertilized eggs that was not correct. Okay.
About 70 to
Where was it?
80% of mature eggs retrieved will fertilize.
So do you think in vitro fertilization is murder?
How is that murder?
Because they fertilize a bunch of eggs, and then once like one takes, then they dispose of the other ones.
How are they disposing of the other ones? What's the process of disposing
Is
of
there
it?
is there any way that is good?
I have no idea. Tell me
They
what's
are
the process
They are
of
terminating
disposing?
the life processes of all of those eggs.
How are they doing that?
They are doing it. Is there an okay way? Because now we're talking about what is an appropriate way to end the life processes of a fertilized egg or an embryo. So I want to ask you which ways are okay to dispose of.
So they what? So they retrieve the eggs in a tube, and then they fertilize them, and then they put one of them in.
Yeah.
Why do they need to pull hundreds of them? Just to make sure one works.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Because the people going through these processes are often having a hard time conceiving.
Okay, but if we left those IVF eggs in their little test tubes, what's going to happen?
They'll die.
Okay, so if we leave that fertilized egg in inside of your uterus, what happens?
That's not the one I'm asking you about. I'm asking about all the other ones.
I'm talking about
They just
a natural pregnancy.
They just started. But you are claiming that a fertilized egg at the moment of fertilization is a life. Now suddenly through IVF, we have a whole bunch of different lives whose lives we are then ending. Thank you,
Reading
OMG
about
Stick.
this. Yeah, maybe God just intended you not to have kids. Get shit on.
So you are opposed to IVF. God intended you to not wear glasses. amazing how these things go one way and then another way.
I mean, I
Oh,
think it still remains. If you leave that fertilized egg in a test tube, what happens? It just nothing happens to it. It dies. Okay.
yeah, you made
But
a
if
life
you,
and then let it die.
yeah, but the moment you put that fertilized egg into the uterus
Uh-huh.
and you have a pregnancy, yeah, no, you
Oh,
can't.
well, I
I don't
just
think
want to
you should be
let
able to
that
abort it.
fertilized egg die, like the in vitro fertilized eggs.
I think it's completely different once it's inside of your body,
What makes it different?
because it has potential for human life that will be when you leave it alone and don't do and just let the body do its work, it becomes alive and a human being.
It becomes a human being, so it's not a human being.
Yeah, no, it's a human being, like me and you walking around.
It's not like me. Definitely not like me. Hey, you know what else is a human life?
Not at birth.
You know what else is a human life? Or you know what else is human life?
What?
A sperm. That's human life.
But has it gone and fertilized an egg yet?
No, but it's human
No.
life.
Yeah.
So why isn't it a person?
It's the same thing as you said with your dead skin cells on the table.
Okay,
Okay.
so
You leave it alone.
when does it become a person?
Whenever it goes in there into a uterus,
Mm-hmm.
okay, and you fertilize an egg inside of a woman's body.
Okay. What is the difference between that and a sperm and an egg and an egg?
What is the difference between that and an egg?
Yeah, no, like a fertilized egg and a sperm in an egg. What is the difference?
Between a fertilized egg and a sperm and an egg.
Yep. Because
What?
it's not certainty. It's not
So
potential.
so if you're just having a period, there's no life there. No big deal. I'm not saying you should outlaw periods. That's fucking ridiculous.
I'm
And
talking
if you
about an I'm talking
you have
about
a wet
sperm that
dream,
is
you
a
jerk
nanometer
off
away from an egg.
a nanometer away from an egg. Like
Yeah.
so he's on the trail, bro. He's on the path.
Yeah.
He's crawling in there, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, did he make it?
Not yet.
Survival of the fittest, dude. Get shit on. You weren't quick enough. Gotta be quicker than that.
No, he's going to fertilize the egg.
Oh, he's going in there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what is the difference between the fertilized egg and the sperm that is a nanometer away from the egg?
He hasn't gone in there. He
But
hasn't got up in there.
what is the trait that makes those things different in value?
What is the trait?
Yeah.
I think you're seeking some sort of empirical idea for something that I
No
find more
shit. If you're
spiritual.
going to impact how other people make decisions, I want there to be some kind of fact-based reason for that.
Yeah, I think that's cool until we start talking about like human life, and I'm like, nah.
Right, but we're talking about when that is. I just told you, like, not only do in one situation we have what you define as a human life, which I would agree is human life, but half a second before that we have two different sources of human life. Why isn't that more valuable than the other one?
Yeah, in my opposition to abortion, I told you before, this isn't my disdain for it that I hold for it. It's more that it's eugenics.
Mm-mm. I don't buy that.
Why?
Okay, so should rich people be allowed to have abortions?
What are you talking about?
Well, you said
Should
that
rich people be allowed
the
to have
issue
abortions?
the issue with abortions is that it's eugenics against poor people. So should the
Yeah.
demographic that's not being targeted by this genocidal tool, should they be allowed to utilize that option?
So abortions only for rich people.
Sure.
That'd be hilarious. No, because
mean,
then it would just be
that's how
then it would
Republicans
just be
feel about it.
recreational. Then it would just be exactly what
There's no such
the
thing as
MAGA people you're
recreational
talking about
abortion.
say. It would be in your scenario, would it not?
What do you mean?
Just rich people getting it. They're just like, I don't want to fucking deal with this.
No, that's not recreational.
Then why would the rich person get an abortion? They have
Because the
funds.
woman is
They have the
choosing
ability.
not to lend her body to something else to create a person.
Yeah, I've never met a single person that regretted having kids. Not one. It just doesn't work that way.
Well, then you have never met a woman with, God, why can't I think of the word? Postpartum depression. Some women don't recover from that. Yeah, I mean, you don't even need to look as far as women with postpartum depression. Some parents just are shit.
I would argue a lot of those people that are shit parents, they probably have circumstances that stem from poverty.
Ooh, you know who would regret having kids or regret being forced to have kids? The women who have died since Roe v. Wade was overturned. They regret being forced to go through that process. Well, they would. They would regret it if they had the option to. That's one of the things that makes me
they were going to die
angriest, is the
before?
fact that my daughter could be refused life-saving health care because she's not allowed to have an abortion.
I never said if you're, your pregnancy has some sort of complication. Never said that you shouldn't be able to have some sort of treatment for that.
But you said it's murder.
Yeah, and I would value the life of the mother over the life of the unborn child.
So this is something you learn in
That's
law
like the
school.
trolley. That's like the trolley problem,
If someone is afraid of the consequences of their actions, they will not take those actions. And that's what we see in Texas. Texas allows for circumstances where the life in the mother is in question. But the woman still died because the doctor will refuse her care until it gets to the point where the doctor has complete certainty that the mother's life is at stake, at which point it's too late. Because the doctor has to look out for his own skin. And that's the situation that Dobbs put doctors and women in. And hey, let's be inclusive, pregnant people.
Yeah, man, I wish society was perfect and we could just have abortions when they were entirely necessary.
Well, I wish society was perfect and people didn't force their unjustified beliefs on other people. That would be ideal for me. Which is why I don't necessarily believe in horseshoe theory, because this is what I identified as the extreme difference between the left and the right. From a leftist perspective, if you don't want an abortion, don't have one. From the right's perspective, if you want an abortion, too fucking bad, you can die.
I would say if you're a woman and you want an abortion, you don't want to get pregnant, why are you having sex?
Because consent to sex isn't the same thing as consent to having a child.
Then what is it for?
If you didn't want long COVID, why did you go out to where other people were in public? Like, there are any number of things where if you didn't want a broken leg, why did you drive your car?
Wait a minute. Having sex, like, especially if it's unprotected, you have a huge chance of why do cows have sex? To procreate. That's why humans have sex too. You're having sex,
Why
especially
did I watch
unprotected.
a male goat have sex with another male goat? No, I didn't watch. Saw a male goat have
Oh,
sex
I've
with
seen
another
that
male goat in
before.
high school.
I've seen a male Muslim have sex with a goat. Shit's wild. I mean, dude, you're having sex with a woman. It should be done for the sake of having children, or it should be done with your wife.
Should's a cool word. That's
No, I
based
think cows operate on
on
an instinctual basis because they don't have sentience.
they have sentience.
Not on our level. They don't have consciousness.
Okay.
I don't think they think much about anything.
Does should have sex to procreate? Where's the should come from?
Where's the should come from?
Yeah.
Our values.
Your values.
Yeah. The values of people that think like
you
me.
Want to force other people to have.
Yeah, I want to live in a nation that shares my values.
By force.
Whoa. Force who?
Huh?
I'm not forcing anybody. We got states' rights. You want to live in a state that is over there that has that? That's cool.
Right. So you're allowing states to force people. Whereas before, states couldn't force anybody.
Yeah, because I mean, hey, man, I'm no attorney. You know more about the Constitution than me. I don't know where in the Constitution it's not a states' rights, because isn't historically we've always deferred to the states in issues like this?
The same amendment that provides rights to the states, if I remember my amendments correctly, is the amendment that provides rights to individual people. Or the people.
How do those animals know
the
that
10th Amendment states that any powers not specifically given to the federal government
Instinct.
nor withheld from the states are reserved to those states or the people.
The 9th?
The 9th?
Is that the 9th Amendment?
There's the 10th Amendment.
That's right, the 10th Amendment. What is the 9th Amendment? Let me Google that.
I love that the
no,
Library of Congress website is down. That's neat.
The 9th Amendment can be... I believe the 9th Amendment might have been used to argue in favor of Roe v. Wade.
Sure.
Is that what it was?
Honestly, I don't remember my difference between the 9th and 10th Amendment.
The 9th is, I use the 9th Amendment a lot because I talk about it when we talk about like TSA or privacy on the internet.
Okay, great. So you believe
the enumeration of the Constitution. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. Essentially means just because we don't have a special little law or the Constitution doesn't say that the people have this right.
Right there? It's the Bill of Rights. It's my favorite part.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was that?
They made this as a safety net saving clause, foreseeing the future. Just because.
Why did you ask where that right comes in?
That's where I thought that Roe v. Wade was, but no, it's the 10th Amendment. But I was saying that's one of my favorite amendments. Because I love bringing that up with the government.
Sorry?
With internet privacy. And especially big data, government, like data collection. Shit's crazy.
Yeah. Okay, so under the 9th Amendment is where you would supposedly find the right to privacy, which Dobbs, if not eliminated, severely threatened. The right to privacy doesn't exist anymore. Thanks, Dobbs. Cool. Say goodbye to the right to interracial marriage. Say goodbye to the right to contraception. Say goodbye to the right to same-sex marriage. Without the right to
Dobbs
privacy,
v.
none of this
Jackson.
exists. Say goodbye to having the right to do what you want with your partner in the bedroom. Goodbye, Lawrence v. Texas.
Did they overturn that?
No, they overturned
Or
Dobbs, and
aren't they?
part of the decision on Dobbs was that the right to privacy was made up.
I don't think it's right to privacy. It says direct controlled medical practice in the states is beyond the power of the federal government. The federal government has no general police power over health, education, and welfare.
Right, because it's not a federally protected right. If it were a
Is
federally
this what
protected...
enabled? Is this what enabled Trump to dissolve the Department of Education?
I don't think it's officially dissolved. I think he just stopped funding it, which is also illegal.
I mean, hey, you know what we've learned in Oklahoma? It don't matter how much fucking money you throw at the Department of Education. It doesn't just magically fix things.
Well, that's because states are in charge of education.
We've given
We've
given like over 40% of our budget for the past 10 years to the Department of Education in Oklahoma.
I mean, your state is dedicated to doing stupid shit. Like
that was that one guy
buying Trump Bibles for schools.
Yeah, when the Bible's made in Israel, that shit fucking annoying. What the fuck was his name? What was his name? Kevin Stitt?
All right. The right to privacy is central to the illegal context that Dobbs addressed, but the Supreme Court in Dobbs v. Jackson specifically rejected the idea that the Constitution protects a general right to abortion under a right to privacy.
Oh, that's our governor. What the fuck was that guy's name? The guy was an idiot. He just resigned. You know he resigned?
Yeah, OMG Sticks. The state of Oklahoma did a way to defile Christianity and a violation of the First Amendment all in one go.
Yeah, it was nobody here was happy about that. There's a reason he resigned. Ryan Walters, this fucking guy.
God, I wish Abbott would resign. What a piece of shit.
State's top culture warrior. Yeah, you know what's funny? I don't even know where that money went. My mom is a teacher. Those Bibles didn't show up in any classroom.
Well, I'll tell you, the state doesn't really care about the quality of education, so that's not what it went to.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to know where the fuck that money went. Because it didn't go to buying nothing. No Bible showed up in nobody's classrooms.
Oh yeah?
Like what was going on here?
Wow. Well, so far the Ten Commandments hasn't shown up in my daughter's classroom, and I'm very grateful for that. That really pissed me off.
We had a Ten Commandment statue show up on our state capitol.
I mean, you know, Texas passed a bill requiring the Ten Commandments in every classroom.
Yeah, and then they pass all kinds of shit.
Yeah, I think it's currently under an injunction. So
yeah, there's a Ten Commandments monument in Oklahoma City.
And my
and it's got fucking Star of David's on it.
Huh?
Hilarious. I said it's got Star of David's on it. There's a Ten Commandments monument right outside the Capitol in Oklahoma City. It's been there my whole life, just about. And it's got Star of David's on it and a fucking... What is that? Is that really a Freemason? Holy shit, that's crazy.
Ooh, okay, I've got a random one because you put a lot of importance on nationalism and America. Should burning the flag be criminal?
It's free speech. It's the First Amendment.
Okay. Thank you. Not according to the president.
Yeah, I mean, I've reiterated this a bunch of times. I told you I didn't vote for that guy.
No, I know. But I
The
mean,
guy's
that
an
seemed like
idiot.
one of those things that like it's in line with the type of other stuff you support. So, had to ask. Dude, I hate what my bangs are doing after this haircut. Looks really dumb.
Get a fade, do what the kids are doing.
You're right. I did. What's the word? Curse, jinx. I jinxed my date.
No, I think you're right. I think he did get paid here. Let me Google because there's like a specific company. I tracked the money on that.
Everything's a scam with him. Of course he got
where
paid.
that went to.
OMG sticks. I'm sad that you never came up into the voice chat.
I tracked the money on this a couple months ago, and I can't remember exactly where it went to, but it's like they're here, Lee Greenwood. He bought 500 or so of them. That's funny as fuck. Yeah,
That's
60
$500 too
fucking
many.
dollar Bibles. These are $60 Bibles.
Jesus.
What are we doing?
A
Okay,
Bible
and
he would
who
hold
owns
upside
this?
down.
Who owns this company?
Epstein.
You always gotta follow the money, okay? Always. Every time.
So I've barely pitched it. I've talked to you a couple times, Jack, but this is primarily a
25,000.
channel dedicated to pushing for an Article 5 constitutional convention. So I'll just spit that real quick. We should have an Article 5 constitutional convention because there are a lot of vulnerabilities in our constitution that Trump hasn't created. He has only proven exist. And those things don't go away if you remove him from power. So we need a constitutional convention, and we can do so much cool stuff with a constitutional convention, and we can get the left and right to agree, like me and Jack, on most polity issues.
Yeah, anything we don't agree on, if we defer to the states, should be chill.
I don't think states should be able to violate people's rights either.
Yeah, but you gotta compromise somehow. And that's when I said earlier, I was like, listen, like you asked me, if I was running for president for that policy, I'd probably say something like, I don't know, 9 weeks or something, just so I could get elected. That's what every politician does.
Can I ask? I want to approach the abortion conversation from a different direction. Can I ask what harm is done by allowing abortions up to 20 weeks?
I don't know. Let's look at a 20-week pregnancy. I don't keep this stuff
It's
ingrained into my mind.
Up until sentience. We don't need to look up the pregnancy. Up until sentience. What harm is done?
I think it's that potential. I think it's like I said before. Like you leave that kid alone in there.
Okay.
It's an American citizen.
But who's harmed by removing that potential?
Who's harmed? That potential life.
But that potential life doesn't experience harm.
Yeah, 20 weeks is insane. This is a kid. You can pull, in fact, I bet you could pull this kid out at 20 weeks and it's alive.
It has no sentience.
No, I bet you could pull this kid out at 20 weeks and we probably could, what do you call it? Hook it up to a machine. What are those machines called in the NICU?
So you're
You know what I'm
supporting
talking
an
about?
abortion. That's cool with
Well,
you.
my definition of an abortion is the termination of the life.
Well, it's not a medical
Not
definition,
n-
so I don't know where you get that
Yeah.
from, but okay.
Yeah, that's my definition, but that's just semantics. I would say termination. You want to use the word terminate?
So wait, now I'm really confused. At 10 weeks, we could not abort the the fetus because it would die. But at 20 weeks, because we hook it up to a machine, we can abort it.
Hey, you asked me if I'm running for president right now, okay? Yeah, I guess I'd draw some sort of line around there just so I could get elected.
Wait,
But my
but
heart,
you draw the line where you can't abort it, then you can abort it?
um, yeah, no, there's definitely got to be a line somewhere. Surely you agree with that.
Yeah, at sentience. I'm fine with drawing a line at sentience because if you don't draw the line at sentience, then what could happen is you could treat the sentient child in the womb as a non-person, which means it doesn't have rights, which means you can abuse it, which even if it doesn't have memories, can have its sympathetic nervous system fucked up for the rest of its life, and it would experience the trauma of you fucking it with it because it wasn't a person.
Yeah, if I
But
was
before
running
that,
for any political office, I would draw a line there. But I'm not gonna run for any political office ever because it's rigged.
okay.
So my heart of hearts is just like, no, I think we should go through other means to solve people not wanting to have kids.
I support you having a moral stance. That's totally
Yeah.
fine. My concern is when it comes to other people who don't hold the same moral stance as you, what are they allowed to do? So I appreciate that you would say, as a politician, you would draw the line at sentience, but would you vote for a person who is willing to take those rights away from everybody?
Is this person's like core idea? Like they're like, yeah, as soon as I get elected, we're banning abortion, and
If
that's
it were
like
the
their whole
if it
campaign.
were the only issue they were running on.
Yeah, that's
Like if it were
kind
the
of dumb.
not the only issue they're running on, because obviously they wouldn't be a good politician then. But if it were the only issue that you were voting
That's
on,
all
say
the
it was a
ads I
referendum.
see. Yeah, that's all the ads I see, and it's like every
Well, just say it's
single
a
ad is an
referendum. It's a
abortion
referendum.
ad.
It's the only thing being voted on. So the public at large is voting on it.
Oh, the public at large? Well, I would vote the way that I want, but I would know that I'm probably going to lose. But I'm not just going to go with the crowd just
Right.
because
But
the crowd wants to draw the line at sentience.
I want to make sure you understand that voting for other people to be allowed to make their choice is not the same thing as voting in favor of abortion.
Listen, I would vote to outlaw it, but it couldn't just be outlaw abortion, yes or no. No, I want a comprehensive, like, yeah, we're going to do this and we're going to provide like baby formulas free, tax exemption. We're going to give the mortgage plan we talked about, the Nazi shit. I want to completely incentivize having a nuclear family.
Okay. Let me take one final approach, if you don't mind. Because I said this was the last topic I was going to debate, and that was 45 minutes ago now. Let me take one more approach to the abortion debate, and I want to see what your thought is on this. I am going to take your position. Jack,
Okay.
I am an animist. As an animist,
Okay.
I believe that
Like a
all
pagan?
things share the same souls, and all souls are the same.
Okay.
So there is no difference between the soul that is in your body and the soul that is in a cow's body. And because of that, we should not, you should be banned from killing animals. There should be no killing of animals, not for food, not for anything, because they are the same. Life begins when souls are created and is continuous from that point until infinity.
Okay.
If I get a bunch of people
I
on
actually
my
agree with
side,
that for humans.
huh?
That's like that for humans.
No, the same spirit that is in humans is in animals too. So you can't kill them because it's the same life.
Okay.
So if I get enough people on my side, you're not allowed to eat meat anymore.
Technically, I'm supposed to follow the laws. That's in the Bible. I am
Okay, but you
not
also
supposed to break
have
the law.
rights. That's the cool thing about the Constitution. You have rights.
Yeah.
And one of those things is the right to privacy, which means that you should be allowed to eat the things that you want to eat, as long as there isn't some overriding reason to not allow people to eat certain
Yeah,
things, which
like
really is
a
harmful.
overriding reason, like eating a person or something.
Right. No right to privacy in that. But so
Mhm.
you are okay with us coming in and saying your right to privacy does not apply to meat. You are not allowed to eat animals anymore.
I mean, of course, I'm not okay with it. If you
Then
signed a law to specifically kill me, I'd let you do it. I would let the people drag me out into the street and flog me and string me up and hang me, and I would go to my God smiling because I know I'm going to a better place.
and you
That's
other than
exactly
that,
what the apostles did.
you are okay with that form of government.
No, I'm not okay with that form of government. I love that
Me
example,
either,
OMG
dude.
Sticks, because that's exactly what they did to the apostles. I would know I would be in good company.
Okay, but my question is about government.
Yeah,
I care
that
about
was just what
polity,
they said in the chat.
not stories. Uh, so
Those aren't
if
even
you're not
stories.
okay
Those
with
are real
that
facts.
happening to you, if you're not okay with the government running that way, then why are you okay with doing that for abortion?
We
Because
agreed
you have
that
no
yeah,
factual basis.
we agreed that there's an exception when you like cannibalism, when you like harm a human life.
Right.
I believe that that's a
When
human
there's
life that you're
harm.
harming. Yeah.
No, there's no one to experience harm.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a person.
They don't experience harm.
No, I believe they do. I believe they have a soul.
Okay. So do cows.
No,
What is your basis for this?
I don't believe cows have
Wait,
souls.
no, hold on. We just went to soul. So you are straight up doing a religious argument. You are confining people to the rules of your faith.
Um, if you devolve it to that nature,
I didn't do that. You said it had a soul.
yeah,
Can you prove it has a soul?
I have faith. Yeah,
No, can you prove it has a soul?
I prove it. Can you prove that it doesn't have a soul? Can you
No, I'm
prove the
not
negative?
claiming it doesn't. That's the neutral stance. I'm going to base policy on what I can prove. More
Um,
specifically
and
polity. I will base my polity on things I can prove.
yeah, and I agree with you on pretty much every single policy except this one.
Except the
Yeah,
other
no,
thing that you can't prove, that you want to force on other people because of your religion.
um, I think that there are far better alternatives than just aborting people.
Okay, but so why is God in favor of abortion?
I don't think that he is.
He instructs people on how to perform abortions and when they should perform abortions.
Is that in the New Testament?
No, it's in the Old Testament.
Yeah,
Is there a
that's the
different
old
God in the New
covenant.
Testament?
Yeah, Jesus.
Didn't Jesus pre-exist the New Testament?
I mean, he was sent here to fulfill the covenant
From
punishment
where?
from the old covenant. You're talking Psalm 139.
Christ existed before the New Testament. Yeah, also he didn't erase the Old Testament. That never happened. Or not Old Testament, the Old Covenant, the Old Law.
God's awareness and formation of life in the womb.
What?
Yeah, I don't think the passage that you're talking about means what you think it
The
means.
bitter water passage? Where if a man suspects his wife of being unfaithful, then he's to take her to a priest, and the priest is to prepare the bitter water for her, and she's to drink the bitter water. If she's been unfaithful, then she will have a miscarriage. God instructs that. And don't even get me started on the misinterpretation of before you were in the womb, I knew you.
You think that's a misinterpretation of
It's a
when
misinterpretation
life
of logic,
starts?
not of the passage. It had
When
you
life
can't
starts?
you can't suggest that God is opposed to abortion because of that passage.
No, I would say that um, life would start in the womb.
Oh, okay. What does that?
Oh,
And God would abort it.
this is the Old Testament. Okay, let me go over here.
No, there
It
is
is
no you after
Numbers.
you die, OMG sticks, because you can't sin in heaven, so you don't have free will.
No, you will reunion. You'll enter into a reunion with God. Your soul will.
Right, so you don't exist.
Yeah, you become a part of Him. You actually were a part of God before you became a man
Not
or a
me.
woman or whatever you are. Yeah, not you. No, I believe you are.
I wasn't part of
Okay,
a
what is this?
genocidal maniac. Sorry, OMG sticks. Dang, we've been going for close to 6 hours now. And I have to wake up and go to work in the morning.
And I got an exam in the morning.
As long as I get 5 hours of sleep, I'm okay.
I only need about 45 minutes.
Hell yeah, ADHD. Let's go.
Yeah, just wake up, drink 2 Red Bulls, take an Adderall, no
Yeah,
big
pop an
deal.
Addy. I'm good.
Fuck it. Fuck it. Take your Nazi meth or whatever. Isn't that that's not where Adderall comes from, but Adderall is isn't it not a derivative of methamphetamine, but it's very closely um
I've got no idea. It makes
related
my
to
life
it.
better.
Yeah, I didn't take chemistry in college. My buddy did. Or he's taken a
I
stupid
started
amount
to
of
answer that
chemistry.
question earlier, by the way. It was both getting diagnosed with ADHD, getting my Adderall, and also taking 2 years of PTSD therapy. That now I'm great.
Legendary.
Hell yeah.
Hey, there's no such thing as PTSD. I just call it a spicy nostalgia. You know?
You know, my favorite part about having PTSD is that I have complex PTSD. So anytime it comes up that I have PTSD, people are like, "Oh, what was the thing?" And I'm like, "There wasn't a fucking thing, dude. I don't know.
Yeah.
It was, I don't know, my life."
Like a collection
Yeah,
of experiences over time.
yeah. I was just having shitty parents for a long
That's
time.
that's most PTSD. It's very rare to have a single traumatic event
Acute
that will
PTSD.
affect you. Yeah, it's very rare to have a single event that will affect you for that long.
Were you still
You'd
looking
have
up
to
the bitter water
experience something like
passage?
really fucked up. Oh, it's very long, dude. This is a very long passage.
It's a very detailed explanation of when God wants and commands and instructs on having an abortion. Sometimes it's fine. Just when God wants. And and not once in the passage does refer to it as a child in any way.
It's referred to as life in a different passage. Psalm 139, 13 to 16, Jeremiah 1, 5.
39, 13 to 16?
Yeah, that's just off of Google. I haven't actually read that yet.
You knit me together in my mother's womb. That doesn't say anything about it happening at conception.
Who is the me? Who's the me there?
But the living person?
Yeah, so I think that would imply that God made you in the womb.
Mm-hmm.
Would it not?
Yeah, it totally does. That logically follows.
Yeah,
but the fact that it happened from conception doesn't follow.
Well, when do you enter the womb?
It doesn't say when you entered the womb. It says in the womb.
Yeah, so when do you consider being in the womb?
Huh?
When are you considered being in the womb?
For 9 months, dude.
Yeah, so whenever that time period starts, I think we should the line.
It doesn't say the whole time.
If you're asking me, so like life starts at conception, do I think plan B is wrong? No, I don't think plan B is wrong. Okay. I think there's like a specific little window there.
Why?
There's a specific little there's like a specific little window there where you're not just fertilized, the actual fetus has developed. You know what I'm saying? God is chilling in there for like 8 months. Legendary. It's within the first couple weeks of inception or conception.
So what defines what is the factor that is required to be a person?
Yeah, hold on, I'm reading this.
Because it sounds like
Like
some
a ritual.
Completeness argument, which just could be any time, literally any time.
And that's more my like political take, you know.
Earlier you said your political take was 20 weeks.
Yeah, my political take is you got to be a little liberal to get elected, you know. You got to be
Is that accurate?
Yeah. Or else they won't put you on the news. The news is very liberal.
I don't know about that.
All right, well, to me, you remember from my perspective, okay, put yourself in my eyes.
Oh, as long as it's not far right, it's liberal.
Oh yeah, dude, I tell conservatives all the time, I'm like, yeah, you're a fucking stupid liberal, and they're like, what? No, I'm like conservative. Like, no, you don't get it.
Yeah, you're not trying to require other people to do things enough.
Exactly.
Which has so far been incredibly consistent.
Yeah, abortion isn't really my I think it's abortion is a very big topic. Isn't this what the Kamala campaign like really run on?
No.
And they were surprised. No, like I remember watching the election with the
What was their stance?
Roe v. Wade. Weren't they really advertising on Roe v. Wade, and they thought that Americans would really come out to vote because of Roe v. Wade, and most Americans just went out to vote for the economy?
Yeah, that was sad.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like I don't think a lot of leftists or liberals When I say that, I'm really talking, like Democrat, more left leaning, left of the traditional aisle. People don't understand is that, man, most people don't give a shit about that.
Yeah, most people are
And that
poorly educated.
I don't think that's even. I don't think that's really what it is. I think
It is.
most people just want prosperity.
Right. And so people went and voted on the economy and shot themselves in the fucking foot.
Um,
They made
yeah.
very bad decisions
Don't
about the
even
economy.
don't even be started on Trump and the economy because that guy is a sellout. I've been telling people for years he's a sellout.
We knew during the election that his economic plan was going to be a disaster, and nobody fucking cared because they all looked at Joe Biden's economy and said, "I remember inflation. I remember inflation, and it was bad. And I don't want it again." Like that. It's not how that works.
Yeah.
I know, OMG sticks. The Republicans are atrocious on the economy over and over and over again. We're still talking about trickle down in economics, and it's not real. It hasn't been real for 40 years.
It can be real, but not in the way that they've implemented it. You
Then you're ignoring the
generally
principles of capitalism.
no generally.
Capital
so when
accumulates
you
capital.
Yeah, whenever you institute a tax, you are going to shift whether it's a tax on consumers or producers, you're going to shift that curve to the left, right? Problem and especially when you look at the tax revenue of the federal government, we get about 60% of our tax revenue from consumers. We get what? Isn't it like 6% of our tax revenue from producers? Something stupid like that. It's ridiculously low. And despite all the tax breaks that they have, prices continue to rise. This because you have to have government intervention in there. You gotta be a little fascistic with it. Well, the mainstream media would call that like fascism or communism or socialism. Really, it's just fucking buzzwords to get you scared of having a economy that will benefit the people.
I'm waiting to talk to somebody who thinks tax is theft because, from my point of view, not paying taxes is theft.
It can be, well, in our current organization of how we spend our tax dollars, it is theft because we do not spend it how it should be. And I know you agree with that. It is completely misused and mishandled. Would you not agree with that?
But now you're talking about you're conflating appropriation of the funds with how they're used.
Yeah.
You can't use funds as theft.
So if we actually used our taxes for what they should be used for to benefit the American people, then it wouldn't be theft. But if we're gonna send fucking, $50 billion fucking dollars to Israel, and
whether or not you steal something can't be dependent on what you plan to use the money for.
I mean, yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I'm not saying all taxation's theft. I'm saying taxation in federal taxes aren't used for anything. Yeah, it's kind of just used to turn over the debt, and then we run at a deficit, so we print more money. Yeah, that's a way to look at it. We don't even raise enough taxes to turn the debt over.
Gosh, it sure would be nice if there were people that decrease the deficit. Taxation reduces the money supply.
Yeah, kinda. If we really, our federal government should just absolutely fucking shrink. But the problem is we're kind of fucked.
I think
we're
our
pretty
federal government needs
screwed.
to be reorganized and reimagined for something modern.
Yeah,
Like,
probably.
how fucking archaic is it now? But at
Yeah,
least
it's
the point that I want to make on taxation, just before we let it go, is that when a laborer earns money, the majority
mhm.
of the value earned is in their labor. But when somebody who owns capital generates value, that value, to whatever degree you measure it, is in some part the value they contribute, the value all of their workers contribute through them or under them, and the value contributed by infrastructure and protection and all the other services provided by government. So the value that you generate and then keep, that is produced by anything other than the infrastructure, is theft. That is not your money. It is just money that you get. That
Yeah,
is the people's money because they allowed you to make it.
yeah. The way that we handle money is also completely logical. Like you know how Social Security is set up?
Yeah.
It's how they use bonds. Yeah, the return rate on those bonds, what is it? Anywhere from 2 to what is it, like 7%? Ridiculous. And the reason we don't do like Social Security or any other government security inside of the financial market is because it's actually illegal. So you can't have the government can't create a ETF or a mutual fund to house Social Security funds inside of because it's against the law. If we made it not against the law for the government to do that, our Social Security program would actually profit instead of just run in the negative consistently year after year.
Right. It's not designed to make profit.
I mean, our
Which,
whole
oh my
system's
god,
kind of designed to
when they
make
were making the
profit,
arguments
except for
about the
that
post
part.
office not earning money, when there was a
Yeah,
while
the
there where
post office
conservatives
doesn't
wanted to get
earn
rid of the
money.
post office because it doesn't earn money.
The post office is the largest distributor of drugs in the world. That's kind of funny.
That's true. Is it the largest intentional distributor of drugs in the world?
No, it's just we have a postal, just mail in general is,
Silk Road.
what is it? What is the term I'm looking for?
My guy gets his stuff through
Too
Silk
tired to think
Road.
of it.
All the real
It's,
homies do.
yeah, yeah, that shit's been long gone.
Oh, is it?
It's enshrined. The sanctity of mail is enshrined inside of our country. You can't just open somebody's mail. It's like a felony, right?
Yep.
Open somebody's mail.
At least that's
Yeah.
what
So they
I don't know if
yeah, they can't just open up your mail. The only way they can open up your mail is like I believe it's under like the Patriot Act or a similar act if they suspect that it has a bomb in it, like terrorism. And drugs aren't terrorism,
How long
at
have you been in
least
Texas?
for
You're in
now.
Texas, right?
Yeah.
How long?
About a year.
You're not in Austin, are you?
No, I'm up
I
in
was gonna say
Denton.
that'd be quite a beer to have.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I hang out in Denton.
Oh boy.
Pretty sick.
I had a friend I hung out with, Flomo, a bit. That's out there, right? Flomo's by Denton.
Yeah, I
Oh
think
shit,
so.
OMG Sticks, you know Denton? Are you in Texas too? Oh,
Over in
I'm sorry.
Plano.
Oh, hey,
Epic.
I meant to say earlier. Let me wrap up with a story. I'm gonna tell a story and then I'm gonna go to bed. The night before I started this stream, I was super politically motivated. And I was just like, I have to do this project. It's important. It's like for my daughter, I have to make change happen. Like, what am I doing with my life if I'm not spending at least some part of every day trying to make change happen? Hi, Lasagna. Hi. And something just stuck in my mind with me when I was doing that. Like, I hadn't talked to my dad for 3 years, and then my daughter wanted to reconnect with my side of the family. I'm like, okay. And when I was talking to my dad one of the more recent times, he's kind of getting on in years, and I think he's reached the point in his life where he's doing a bunch of reflection and going like, what did I contribute to the world? Like, did I leave a good legacy? And he was talking to me all proud and shit, and he was like, I spent so long in the Republican Party, like, trying to stop the stupid MAGA shit that's coming this way. Like, I fought the good fight, and I was like, all right, for one, everything you fought for, this was the end goal of that. I don't know how, you're not going to get any sympathy from me on that. But the other thing he said was that he was proud of his achievements where he took part in the redistricting maps of the 1970s in Texas. He helped draw those maps. And I was like, oh, that's gross. I don't know anything about that, but that sounds gross because gerrymandering is just gross to begin with.
Epic.
But the night, huh?
I just said epic. That's crazy.
Oh, it's about to get crazier because the night before the stream, I was like, wait a minute. Was he telling me a story about something he did and when he did it? Or was he telling me about an event that he was part of? Like, I should know about this. So I went down the rabbit hole. I started looking up the redistricting maps in the 1970s. And it was also at this time that I was remembering, oh yeah, I remember my grandma was a secretary for a governor of Texas. I never learned who it was. But, oh, hey, camera, are you okay? Okay. Like, I never cared about who it was. I never committed his name to memory. But, like, I guess telling the story, I'm going to totally out myself. But, I was like, surely I can figure out who my dad did redistricting maps for by figuring out who my grandmother was a secretary for, because it has to be somewhere related in there. Turns out my grandmother was the secretary or receptionist for Governor Preston Smith, and she was his receptionist or secretary or whatever for 3 different jobs: just governor, lieutenant governor, state senator. Preston Smith, fun little bit, super big piece of shit. And this story is great because while he was governor, he got approached by just a little bit about who he was. He was approached by a Houston businessman who's like, have I got a deal for you, governor? I want to give you a loan. You use that loan to buy stock in my company. And then I have got some legislation prepared for you. And you get that legislation passed. We'll make a bunch of money because it'll up the stock in my company. And then we'll both make off like bandits. And Preston Smith was like, that sounds great. I love that plan. I'll call a special session of the Texas legislature. It is. And you know what? Preston Smith hates them too, because he called a special session of the Texas legislature, passed the bill, the stock soared, he made out like a bandit, and then he vetoed the bill.
Lord.
Yeah. He's a piece of shit to pieces of shit. It's amazing. But so I found out all this about my dad and ended up asking him, like, which one was it? He said it was both. And what I mean by both was in 1970, there was a new census that was conducted after the Civil Rights Act. After the new census, Texas wanted to cut off the voting power of Hispanic and black voters in Texas. So they drew these mega districts that had multiple representatives, like representing a single district. And he drew the maps in 1970. They went to the Supreme Court, and in White v. Register, the Supreme Court struck the redistricting maps down as unconstitutionally discriminatory to black and Hispanic voters. And then it came back to Texas, and my dad helped redraw the maps to paper over. I mean, we know that how that looks and like what that is. Like, how do we get away with doing what we wanted to do so the Supreme Court doesn't get mad at us? He drew both of those maps. And I'm just like, how can I be supportive or proud of you as my dad? I don't understand how you think this is a good thing. So that's a fun story. That's what I
Oh.
come into this doing with like the weight on my shoulders. Like I need to do better than that. So that's my personal history with Texas. Yay. I mean,
Yeah, I'm
some
reading
people
about him
probably
now.
died along the way because of my dad's decision, because what my dad did, because when you disenfranchise groups of people, then communities are ignored and they don't get the resources they need and people die that don't need to. Thanks. I know it was a super personal, super me story. Okay. Well, with that, more than 6 hours of doing this, I'm going to do my usual sign off. Thank you for joining me, Jack. Thank you for joining me, OMG Sticks. It's been a pleasure having you guys around. Thank you for sticking with me until 4 a.m. I'm going to do my usual send off. My usual send off being, I'm Know Nothing Attorney. I know nothing, so you can too, because it's only in acknowledging that we know nothing that we can learn anything. And I love learning with you guys. And as always, I'm proud of you. I don't need to know you personally for that to be true. You deserve to hear it. Because life is hard. It's always been hard and it always will be hard. And the way you face every single day the way you do is remarkable. So stay remarkable. And I'll see you guys at the Constitutional Convention. And I'll be back tomorrow. Peace out, guys. Sleep well,
Later.
please. Good luck with your exam.
I'll crush it. No
Peace.
problem.